not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good evening to you all. It was my 19th wedding anniversary today, and I spent 5 hours fucking driving around town. Not driving around town, walking around town. And I'm quite tired. But thankfully, I'm in a studio to watch day 3 of England versus New Zealand, which is on the nice boil. England lead by 97?
98.
98 going into the day. The GPL was missed, but there was only one entry yesterday, missed by 1. Which was quite intriguing. But I reckon it'll all be over by tomorrow. I think England they're going to bat. The Nighthawk is still in. There was a hilarious drop last night. I only saw that in the highlights when I came in today. Me and Jace were having a little row. I think the man with the gloves, Blundell, should have come to get it, even though it was in front of the stumps. But because it was in front of the stumps, Jace thought the bowler could have got it. Bowler either could have got it if they'd have committed. It just seems to me that no one said mine.
No one shouted really, really loud.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And hence the Nighthawk is still there. He could be dangerous this morning. England lead, as I said, by 98. They could have a lead of over 200 by lunch if they carry on like they did in the first innings, which would be around about, if they can manage it, to get up to tea and 330 runs.
Yeah. Well, this pitch is not degrading at all, as far as we can tell. It's being pretty much what it was for the first 2 days. And if they bat the same way as they did in the first 2 days, they'll have a lead of about 350 by tea.
Around about then. They might go on to try and get 400. They might just declare no in Stokesy. Try and get the lights, to use the lights. England, I think, have got a much better bowling attack than New Zealand, it has to be said. Yeah. But Blundell's innings was quite fantastic, it has to be said.
It was a great innings here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's certainly making the most of his
he loves playing against England,
elevation to the Test team following the retirement of BJ Watling.
Yeah, totally. And he loves batting against England. It's quite mad. But yeah, I'm joined by Jason and Messi.
Good morning.
G'day.
What are your thoughts, Messi?
Well, I'm still just gobsmacked by the stupidity of sending in Broad as a night watchman. and the
What are you on
stupidity of
about?
Broad in the way that last night sending in Broad to be the Nighthawk was just fucking craziness.
It was quite fun. What are you on about?
It was really stupid. It was really stupid. I mean, if you're trying to protect the position, there's a man who plays the craziest shots from ball one. Why would you send someone in then?
I think the feeling is that he's not protecting the batsman. He's there to. No,
He's there to score runs.
He's there to score runs as fast as and as decently as he can. If he gets out, it's not a big loss for a wicket.
Well, that's craziness. I mean, he didn't do either. I think there's some great stuff with baseball and some stupidity as well. Anyhow, I think it's really well set. But I do think you're right, Bear. I think the supremacy of the England bowling attack will see them through this.
It should do. You'd have thought.
Yeah.
There's some canny heads in there. Obviously, it's not easy to bowl with an old ball. That's why I think they'll want to declare for the lights tonight. You get most of the action under the lights. The other day they got 3 wickets, should have had 4, should have had Conway out early, and it might have been a very different game had they.
I would argue with you that it was actually under clouds that really got it there, but I don't think the lights made a lot of difference. To be
Turn
honest.
your bloody
Last night
camera
was-
off, Gary.
I know, but you're not started yet, have you?
Yeah, we're on air,
We're on
mate.
air.
Sorry. All right. Okay.
Jesus.
God help us.
Gary just turns up. It's typical Gary. Well. Yes, so we are about to start. I presume they'll be coming out very shortly. Should be a fun day, as I said.
Yeah.
Nice pictures
absolutely.
of the Barmies in their bright plumage on tour.
Well, yeah, there's a fair few of them out there. Nice place to go. Never been to Australia. I've been to Australia. I've never been to New Zealand.
Did you see the tweet from Dutchbird Kate saying that she's been stuck here and couldn't get to the ground? She was really hoping that the hurricane that stopped her getting there would stop play for a full day, so she could actually manage to get there in time.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I have limited sympathy for Dutch bird cake, given how many grounds around the world she's managed to go to watch.
Exactly. You can miss the odd day, Dutch bird. I'm sorry about that. It's a lovely day out there today. The storm has
gorgeous, isn't it?
blown through. Hopefully they're recovering. It's hard to believe that there was so little damage just this far away from Auckland. I mean, it's only 30 miles, isn't it, from Auckland to Mount
Something
Manganui?
There were a lot of trees down on the road. There was a bit of power loss, but it's now 5 days since the storm passed through. So yeah, looking pretty good.
Yeah.
And the forecast is for fine weather for both today and tomorrow and the next day. So we're not going to be interrupted by rain at all, I don't think.
Is this the equivalent of late August, if you're an Englishman?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's also a case of infrastructure over there, expecting these things and being prepared for them more than would be if, say, it happened in England.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not entirely sure they'd get a lot of cyclones in New Zealand there.
no, I mean, it looked like a complete catastrophe in some ways. The depth of water coming in looked quite bad. But let's face it, England can't fucking cope with anything. Fucking useless.
Yeah, if leaves on the track stop trains, then you're fucked.
Well,
right?
leave stop trains. If it gets too hot, the train stop. It gets too cold, the train stop. Anything.
If it gets too much snow, the airport stop.
Yeah, bit of fog. Although someone told me they were trying to fly to Guernsey the other day. His parents live in Guernsey, so he flew to Guernsey. There was mist and fog over Guernsey, so the plane couldn't land. So they circled around Guernsey for a couple of hours and then flew back. So he had 7.5 hours to go nowhere. Landed back where he left.
Anyway, we've got the people in the centre. Bears are just about to jingle up the batsman, and after that the bowler.
I think we need a special Nighthawk DJ.
Sweep the leg, Brody.
Jingle.
Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
And bowling is...
That's Neil Wagner. He's my boss. And when he takes 5 wickets in an over, it was Moida.
Well, his first ball is to Brody, who just pats it square out to point, and there ain't no run.
He's been a bit disappointing this test so far, Wagner. Certainly with the ball, with the bat he's been a bit better.
Yeah, he was all right. Oh God, this is about the third day in a row we started, isn't it? It's been very early on. There's been a lot of no balls in this.
That's nuts.
Over the line!
That's our lead up to 100.
I'm sorry,
No, it's
Smokey,
not.
you were over the line. That's a foul.
Oh,
There's
that's
been 2 wickets from no balls in this game.
Yeah.
There was one from Jadeja in India last night.
Yeah.
It's just nuts.
Well, they're all pushing the line. Don't know why, especially spinners. Defended by Broad onto the leg side, and there is no run.
the question is, would you call Jadeja a spinner?
Well, yeah.
He's more
I'd
like
call
a
him a
Derek
G.
Underwood, slow medium
Australia,
bowler.
Australia made a better fist of it, didn't they? They got to 200 and, what was it, 30 or 250?
First innings 263.
70. There you go. It was really intriguing stuff to watch, actually. Yeah.
Wagner, short. There's no slips, and Broad goes back, forces it through. Probably about fourth slip. Gully, don't
Again.
know, not sure it carried, but it got down there and it gets a single. England's lead is 100 in the 16th over. 81 in 16 overs is pretty bloody good going.
I don't get this. You've got the night watchman, night hawk at the crease. Why have you not got a slip?
Because they're expecting him to go slap happy and catch him in some weird place. That'd be
I
my
agree
bet.
with Jace.
I mean, they shouldn't do. I agree with you. But look what they've got. Well, no, this is Ollie Pope now, isn't it? But I mean, they had a sort of four-slip third man. There's probably someone out to catch it. He likes going over the offside.
He likes going over square leg and
Yeah.
over the offside. So yes,
You might have some people.
a boundary rider is a catching option for Broad.
Yeah. Well, Pope's going to come up, have a bolt. He sounds like this.
Oi, 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 oi,
It'd be nice if we had one of those for Ollie Pope too. Short down the arse and left alone through the keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, well done, Ollie. That's the one you normally get out to because you flog it to deep square leg.
Yeah. Get a strangle.
I've seen enough of those where he's been going nicely and just flapped it straight to deep square leg to makes you really teeth grit, given his ability.
Yeah, he looked class in the first innings and then got himself out in a bit of a... Well, at least he got to 40-odd.
44?
Something like that, yeah. Rather than giving it away early. Well, he's flayed that one, but not a great time, and just behind square to Bracewell. He won't get through for the single. Two balls left to come in the first over of the morning. Wagner's got for 18 so far. Two balls left in his...
Typical Wagner over. Nothing in your half.
No. He started off doing it yesterday. Bowled, well, no, day one. Bowled Broad off Crawley off a no ball.
That was a beautiful ball that swung in. And
yeah, it was. It didn't take long for Crawley to get himself out later. Short, this time ducked underneath by Pope. Through to the keeper and there's no run. Did a bit better yesterday, Crawley. Looked alright on the highlights.
Apart from
He hit his exact average of 28.
Yeah, well.
And it was a dreadful shot he got out.
Well, the ball seemed to keep a bit low, and I think it was a slower ball, wasn't it? He was just threw a shot and he got
I think it was there to be hit if he'd just slowed up his swing just very slightly.
I don't think he's got much of a brain on him, Crawley, to be honest. Wagner is in. This one is pulled by Ollie Pope down to long leg. He will get a single. And, he will retain the strikes. That's the end of the over.
I've got to
Have we
say,
got any
Jake is
mornings?
getting stuck. Yeah, we have. Warren says evening all. Mog says, I spent the last 4 hours crafting a hello message. Let me know what you think. Hello.
Hello. Bloody genius, Mog. Genius.
4 hours well spent there.
Absolutely.
And a long-time friend of the show, El Chopernos, says hello to us. And he's just dropped us a line to notify us of a new cricket podcast he's doing with Freelance Klusner, which I presume is about the India series as much as other things. But It's good to have you on board. Josie Oak says, easy evening, still in Brazil. The 4-day carnival starts today until next Tuesday. Came back from the pub to listen to you shower just as the party was starting. So you've chosen us over the carnival. We're very flattered.
I'm
done,
very
Josie.
flattered, but I also think you're a little bit crazy there, Josie. Unless you've done carnival before, I would be out there enjoying that. This one is Southey starting a new over, bowling at Pope wide of his off stump. No need to play at it, and so he doesn't. He sounds like this.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey here tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey, and again I just might.
Second ball straighter, well defended by Pope. England settling in this morning, not going all guns blazing yet.
I think
Here's a query for you from Gary Naylor. He says, what's special about the end of the 34th over, which would be, 204 deliveries? I've got no idea.
End of the 34th over. Is that where we should be? Had we bowled at the end of day 2 or something?
Yeah, probably.
Probably knowing you, Gary. Is that right? Please let me know if
dog-
I'm right, if you're moaning about that still. That's defended back down the track.
Dog with a bone.
Yeah, exactly. Never lets it go.
yes. Gary is forever pointing out ways that cricket shoots itself in the foot to not play when it should be.
I know he gets. I don't really get that annoyed about that. I don't really notice it.
Not in the case of baseball where you are getting a result regardless.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a result, then it doesn't really bother me. That's left alone by Pope through to the keeper, and there's no run.
It's where you waste time and you're not going to get a result.
Yes.
That is particularly annoying, I think.
Yeah, in a close game, it's arguable. You could have had another 5 overs had anyone bothered to do it. Like at the end, all those games, New Zealand nearly won. Was it? Did they nearly win both games in Pakistan that they played in?
I think they nearly lost one.
They nearly lost one, but they were running out of time.
Down the track comes Pope, and I think Sandy probably saw him coming. Threw it a little bit wider, and it seemed to have a little bit of swing as well. Went wider, and Pope could only chunk it up to mid-on.
That was mainly due to the fact that they weren't batting fast enough.
Well, yes, it was.
For Pakistan conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
It's worth pointing out, too, this is the 21st pink ball test. There has never been a drawn pink ball test.
Oh. There's a lot fewer draws these days anyway, aren't there? Southey in, down the track again comes Pope. Southey again pushes it wide, and Pope just lets it through, no run. Looking to be aggressive now. He's had a couple of overs, seen a few balls.
I think it's about 10% now, down to about 10% on average.
What, draws?
Yeah.
What time period is that?
Except in Sydney, which is about 50% because of the weather.
Yeah. What's the timescale for that? Last 3-4 years, 2 years?
Pass. I remember seeing the stat, but I can't remember the reference data.
Well, that's good. Draws can be exciting. I mean, some of those draws in Pakistan were exciting. When it's a close draw and they're trying to hang in there, that is exciting. A boring draw is boring, obviously. Oh, that's short, and Broad's out. He's been done by a short one from Wagner. Is it going to be a no ball? Please be a no ball. I want to see some more Nighthawk. God damn it. We're not going to. It's not.
Well.
So the Nighthawk is gone. He didn't last very long. And we have to say goodbye.
The crowd says you're out.
Came off the handle, turned his head. There wasn't looking where the ball was.
That's pretty much the perfect Wagner delivery. It's the first one he's really got absolutely in line, because all the other short balls have either been down the arse or too far wide of off stump. Broad either had to duck that, which he doesn't like doing because he doesn't bend very well.
He could have Nighthawked it over square leg.
Or he could have played a better aggressive shot rather than just flapping at it. But either way, he decided to do neither and just spooned it up very neatly to go.
It came off the handle in the end, didn't it? And went.
I'll catch up on a couple of tweets. Jay Grover says, hello all. I'll attempt to actually go to sleep tonight. we won't be surprised if you fail, though, Jay. Mark Zip says, I just caught the first 2 video wrap-ups. Good job. ESPN Plus is giving us the live feed, but not any highlights packages, so your wrap-up was very useful indeed. Thank you very much for that, Mark. We had fun recording it, and we've really been encouraged by the positive feedback we've had. I'm sorry it took a little long to get up on onto YouTube last night because of some technical issues. Hopefully we won't have that delay tonight. And Gary Naylor says, you know me too well. It's not just time and results. It allows sides to platter a batter like Bracewell as 5th bowler. He bowls 3 overs instead of 12. Yeah. Don't let go of it, Gary.
But was that the correct was that the correct answer though, Gary? That's
it
right.
was. It was.
Yeah. Okay, Wagner in to the new man who's going to get a jingle after this ball. That's down the arse from Wagner, poorly directed, and it's no run. It's this guy.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
Hopefully he doesn't give it away today, Rooty.
Yeah, we were talking about this just before we came on air.
There's one player who doesn't need to play baseball. Wagner in. Oh dear. There's half a peel down the leg side. Nearly got strangled. He had a flap at that. It deserved having a flap at. It was a pretty shit rank long up down leg side. But he missed it. He could have quite easily got a feather through. There's a couple of appeals and they're not quite sure, but I think he was safely not.
Didn't bounce up enough. He went under the bounce, I think.
Yeah, he was well behind the ball. I think it was a kind of late decision to have a flap almost.
Still a very defensive feel for a new batter, isn't it?
Well, yeah. There's only one slip and he's about a 3rd slip. That's short, pulled. They've got an odd field. They've got a short leg. They've got a man at backward square leg.
It's the Wagner field.
It's the Wagner field, yeah.
It's the man deep. There's a man under the nose for the one that goes onto the body. And there's a man at short square for the one you don't control.
Yeah. And then the dark guy's back for the top edge.
And there's probably a man at mid-wicket for the one you do kick.
Well, there was a man at a forward mid-wicket. He's kind of wide mid-on / mid-wicket. It's short again, it's pulled again, and it's mistimed again. Root doesn't get it to Bracewell, who's at backward square leg. And there's no run. One ball left in the over.
Do you think it's stopping a bit in the pitch bit?
It might be. It might be just getting used to the pitch. I don't think the pitch is particularly quick. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not getting up where he thought it was. Maybe he's just, getting his iron because that seems to have caught it on the splice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I noticed.
I don't think he's getting beaten for pace. He's pulled that one though. Finer this time. Beats the man. Gets himself off the mark. Retains the strike. Root moves on to 183 for 3 for England. A lead of 102 over you, Messi.
Senor Peel, the Jersey Jingler, says, even when he's not on comms, the white-haired whinger from Liverpool still manages to complain to moan about modern cricket. Fuzzy, short for Fazala, a.k.a. Ravi, says, Bear playing the Robinson jingle for Pope shows us it's what's wrong with this team. Too many Ollies and Bens. I propose we rename them Ben Duckett, Finn Folkes, Ollie Pope. You might even get a sponsorship. And Josie Oak says, note to self, when you're 57, don't try to jog across the road to try to beat the traffic without checking for potholes. My left ankle is now a bit sore. Oh, I feel for you.
How?
Well,
and
down the leg side. I think Root got a little bit of bat on that. Nope, he didn't. It's leg buys, but it's 4 of them.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he's very, very fine glance off the pad. That's going at full pace pretty much off the...
Yeah.
And Blundell doesn't really have much chance of stopping that.
Yeah, you can't really blame him. But hey-ho, that's the wicket-keeper's lot. England move on to 106. Pope facing up. Southey is in. Oh, geez. He's not looking with it today, Rooty, at all. As he gets an inside edge. He's going to get 4 for it, though. Inside edge, beats the stumps. And goes down to the boundary for 4 runs. Root looks all over the place this morning.
Well, yeah, he was
like he's
playing,
not got out of bed or something.
he was playing away from his body there with his hands, and then got the inside edge off almost the splice,
Yeah.
and was very lucky it didn't clatter into the stumps.
Needs to
The
concentrate.
footwork's not going at the moment.
No, it's not at all. This is very unlike Rooty, but hey, that's more like it. Gets right in line, plays a solid forward defensive. Now it's a short cover, and there's no run.
We should also say it was the ball that Tim Southey brings back on the seam as well,
Yeah.
on the one that snakes away. So it was well bowled by Southey. He was just a bit unlucky.
Root's average 49.3 after 128 matches, 10,648 runs. How old
Yep.
is Rooty? 31, 32.
32, I think.
You get another 4 years. He should be. You'd have thought he'd beat Alistair Cook.
Yeah, he's got 2,000 runs to get, basically.
Yeah, he got 1,000 the other year, didn't he? Defended square on the offside, and there's no run.
You'd hope so. I mean,
You could even challenge Tendulkar if he stays there long enough.
if he has the length of career as Tendulkar, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
He was playing until almost 40.
yeah, true. Well, he plays till he's 38, so it all depends, I guess. I imagine while England are winning and it's all fun and games, it's all good. That's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. There's no chance that he was going to, retire from international cricket when they took the captaincy from him, was there? There's no way you can drop him from the side.
Well, he plays for as long as he wants to, I think.
He's earned that.
Yeah.
England 91
Well,
for 3. Go on.
I must say I enjoy watching him a lot more than I enjoyed watching Cook.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. That one's come back as well and beating the inside edge of Root's back.
It's another one of those ones where he's
Yeah,
played
he's
away
going-
from his body,
going
where his
on-
feet aren't moving across.
No, he's very out of sorts this morning. That's through to the keeper and there's no run.
So Tim Lachlan has tweeted in a great selfie of him and Drew with Kane Williamson, who's looking fairly cheerful, saying Tim and Drew checking in again from the front row of the terraces. The Gorillas enhancing the day's play nicely. Thank you very much, Tim. It does look fantastic there. It's good crowd on grass banks around the Oval. I can't think of a better place to be.
There are some lovely grounds in New Zealand. I mean, there's this ground. There is Hagley Oval. Is also a beautiful looking ground.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of others that I can think of as well. You think about Queenstown as well, with the background of the Remarkables.
Yeah.
Short, pulled. Oh my word! Is anyone down there? Well, there is, but they're not going to get it. Inside that has got Pope. Knew it was coming, I think, and has crashed Wagner over the boundary at fine leg for the first of these of the day. Didn't carry that far over the boundary. If someone had been on that line, he'd have been out probably.
But
Well,
he did get well inside the line. He did play it fine deliberately, I think.
Yeah. Oh no, I think he knew. Actually, it went far enough over. It would have gone over the top of the guy. It was, Wagner in again. This time he gets carved behind over the slips. There is a guy down a kind of fly slip actually. It's Daryl Mitchell. And Pope looks at the Q end of his bat. He's got a single.
And that's a
for it.
little bit of a schoolboy giggle there.
Yeah, I think so. Well,
He's just probably thinking, thank God I didn't get a hold of it.
yeah. There's a big top edge. And Daryl Mitchell is definitely a fly slip because basically behind about second or third slip down there. It's the Wagner field, as you say. This is short and it's pulled by Root. He pulls it all on the ground though, down to long
That's
leg.
more
Gets
like it,
himself a
Rooty.
single. Yeah, got in line with that one. Looked good.
Well, which ball in this spell is Wagner going to pitch up?
I'm not sure he's going to pitch any up at the moment. Ollie Pope has a first innings average of 44.68 and a second innings average of 15.95.
Because I think the second innings he tends to try and go in search of quick runs too soon.
Yeah, he had that terrible series in India as well, didn't he? Where
Did.
everything was pretty poor. But he's gone again though. Has he got enough of that? Yeah.
So, yep.
Into the grass bank. Well, Wagner is trying it on, and Ollie Pope is taking it on. It's 6 more. He's getting in good position. He's going early, right inside the ball, and he's getting it fine as well. He's making sure he gets under it enough. That went quite. I mean, no one would have stood a chance, even if they'd been in line with that one. On
Which is why I think Wagner will at some point bowl one full just to stop him from moving across, back and across quite so early.
Well, yeah, possibly. Well, the lead's already 124. I did say, if they get to, this England side, if they bat like they bat, they'll have a lead of 250 by lunch. It's pulled this time in front of square. That's a cracking shot. There is a guy out at deep mid wicket though. It'll be a single. Hit that hard.
We're just looking at the field, and the Wagner field has a man at fly slip, a long leg, a deep square leg, a man just in front of square, and a man at short leg.
Yeah.
And a man at mid wicket. So there's
all there for aerial slogs, basically. Well, Wagner's in, 5th ball, last ball of the over. It's short to Root. He rolls his wrists on top of it. Just picks himself up a leisurely single down the long leg and retains the strike again. England move on to 173.
I think they realise they've done the damage in that over. I think that's 15 or 16 off the over.
Indeed, 36 off 5 overs for Wagner. He's going over 7 and over.
Yeah. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, no Bolt, no problems for New Zealand so far. Wagner doing the heavy lifting and getting breakthroughs. I would argue, Ajit, that I don't think he's actually bowled very well. Broad's a walking wicket, and certainly in the first innings it took him a long time to get any decent bowling in, although he did end up with 4 wickets. Parrot Badger says, good morning and good night, a recurring theme for this test.
Yeah. They've got these differences in averages. Len Hutton, who's the other one there? I couldn't see. Jack Hobbs had averages of 60 odd in the first innings, and then a paltry 45 odd in the second innings. So we must have been very upset. Just left alone outside the off stump. Root advancing down the track, but Southey's chucking it wide.
Just going back to that Wagner thing, I made the point in the green room to bear that I don't think Wagner bowls very well with the new ball. I think he's a much better old ball bowler, and therefore he's been asked to do something that is not really in his repertoire.
No, he's not really used to it, is he? But they got 2 debutants. I mean, what can they do? That one is thrown up temptingly for Root, but he lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's wide. Did they ask Bolt? Did Bolt decline?
Bolt said he's not playing Test cricket.
No, he
anymore.
said not that he wasn't playing Test cricket. He said he was basically not taking a central contract, but he was still available. Presumably,
no, he's basically saying, "Please ask me."
Well, I can be asked to play at home if I've got nothing else on, sort of deal. Considering their resources, I'd have swallowed my pride and asked him. That one's just through to the keeper, and there's no run.
There's no franchise tournament going on at the moment.
I think the PSL's still going on, isn't it? Pakistan,
yes, it is.
And the Bangladeshi one maybe going on as well. The Bangladesh Premier League might be on.
It's just finished.
The Bangladesh one's just finished. The PSL's is midway through, I think.
He could have probably got a gig in a PSL if he wanted it. Maybe he doesn't. I mean, this is the thing. How much does Bolt earn? Down the track comes Root. Lovely shot. That's a very Root shot. It's clipped it down to wide, long on. Beat both a wide-ish mid on and a mid wicket. Split the 2, and it's made its way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She.
I don't mind if he plays baseball like that, because that's a controlled, just good shot. It's when he got out horrendously in the first innings. There was really no need to do it.
Got to say, that's a shot that Ollie Pope plays really well as well.
Exactly. Cuts that one behind square. I think he got a little bit of a hand on it.
Yeah.
Gully. It wasn't a catch. It went into the ground, but he palmed it, took the pace off it enough that backward point was able to field it. He's into double figures Root. He's on to 12. Pope's on 29. England 112 for 3 with a lead of 131.
Rooty is accumulating what I call ghost runs.
Yeah.
No, doesn't look like he's doing much, but suddenly, if you look at the score, and he's suddenly on 25.
Which is why he needs to just play route-like, isn't it? Because exactly that. He gets his ghost runs, and he's going along at a nice clip anyway. And if someone else is, doing their thing at the other end, England will score quickly and freely anyway. Left alone by Pope, through to the keeper, end of the over. Root will be on strike on 12 not out at the beginning of the next. Over to you, Missy.
Okay, we're up to date on Twitter. We've got lots of people joining us on YouTube. Josh Cooper, Cricket and Espanol. Actually, it's all them, but they're having a good discussion. So I'm not going to read all of that out. Some discussion about Southey, and everyone thought... no, I won't go into it, but just welcome to you guys, and thank you for being with us. There's 36 people watching us on YouTube, so I hope you're enjoying the site. I'm slightly crooked on YouTube, actually, Bear. I don't know if that shows up for you.
No, you're not slightly crooked where I am.
I've got half of Jason's face coming in on the top as well.
Not with me.
That's weird.
I don't know what's going on yours. It's not what's going out from here. That's pulled by Root. And backward square leg Bracewell managed to palm it off down to the boundary. Takes all the pace off it, and it'll just be a single.
I don't think I'm getting a special feed, Bear. It definitely is what's going out.
Well, no, what's going out is you in the corner and me and Jay sitting in chairs.
Yeah, I'm in the corner, but right next to me I've got Jason's head coming in as well. That's what I'm saying.
No, you haven't. Not on the broadcast.
Yes, on the broadcast. I can't get it other than on the broadcast.
Well, it's not showing up on my screen here. That's what I'm saying. That's weird. Cut by Pope down to the boundary, and there's no run. No, that's that. Yeah, no. That's the Zoom feed from here. That doesn't go out in the broadcast anyway.
No. I'm looking at the YouTube feed. Right. Have a look at the YouTube feed.
I've got the YouTube feed up in front of me, and it's like it looks like in the studio, and his head's not coming in.
A quarter of his head. I can see your arm coming across the top there. Anyhow, and it's worrying.
That's pulled for 6 by Root.
Whoa.
Another short one by Wagner. He's getting a treatment. He's gone for 44 and 5.3 overs. Dropped that one short. This time we don't see many sixes from Rooty, but he's climbed into that one and hit it sweetly. It's gone for 6.
2, 4, 6.
I'd say this has got to be Wagner's last over. They must try something different now. You must give the youngsters a go.
Well, yeah, I have to. Youngsters, none of them are young. That's the thing.
Well, in terms of international
debutants, you mean?
Yeah.
Wagner in. It's short again. I think slightly slower, but Root wasn't fooled by that and just pulled it down to a long leg.
Yeah,
single.
6 and a 1. The bowler hates that.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he only hit 3 sixes in the whole of last year, Joe Root. So not a lot of those. Yeah.
A Root rarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally.
And weren't 2 of those in test matches with reverse scoops off people?
Well, certainly one of them was off Saudi. Maybe both of them are off Saudi. Wagner, 5th ball of the over. He's round a wicket this time. It's been pulled again. Has he got enough on that? Yeah, he's got enough on that. It's gone into the bank as well. Fuck me. 6 more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
Suddenly England's lead is 146, and it started on 92. So we've got a lead. We've increased our lead by 50 in half an hour. Less than half an hour. Oh no, it's dead on half an hour. We're going to have a change at the end of the over. Which means 200 runs and a lead of 292 by lunch.
Oh, he shelled it in 20 yards beyond the boundary.
Terrible.
Have you seen some of the catching from the SA20 as well, where they were trying to do the catch it one-handed thing to get into a draw pot?
No, it had to be one-handed.
Has to be one-handed. Has to be clean.
Oh Christ. Wagner, last ball of the over, short, pulled. Not a great timing this time by Pope, but he'll get himself a single. out to the man at deep
But,
wicket.
yeah, they-
And that is the end of the over. We do a change. 40's coming in. Gary is going to take over on ball by ball. And Al's going to join too.
And Mog is the next tweet for you guys.
Hello, Al. I just want to say thank you for showing me how it's done with the roundup at the end of the day. Very good, very informative. But I've got a question for you, Al. Have you ever seen a bowler bowl for hit wicket? Which is the only thing I can think that was on Neil Wagner's mind.
I'm tempted to bring up the idea that what we're essentially seeing is that Neil Wagner is a practice bowler. Because he seems to be doing nothing more than providing regulation balls for the team batsmen to be practicing their hook shots.
Well, here's Southey well outside off stump, as I think the Australians did quite a lot of in 1985. I think they bowled a lot outside off stump. But left alone by Pope, there is no run. Is Forthy there? Because
he is there. He's trying to join. He might be having internet problems. I'm going to hang around until he turns up.
Okay, because I've got a question for him as well, because of a point he made yesterday, which I shall raise when we get our line to Melbourne. Southey's in again here, and down the track comes Pope, and he just punches that through mid-wicket. And as Jason said earlier, anybody who's been to the Oval much in the last 3 or 4 years has seen a lot of Ollie Pope punching the ball from halfway down the track through mid-wicket. He gets a single for his troubles.
Yeah, Gary.
Go on.
What did you think of the decision to bring Stuart Broad in as, quote, Nighthawk, unquote?
Well, I'm not quite as upset as yourself about it, because I do think there's something in upsetting the opposition, giving them something to think about. Down the track comes Root and defends, and there is no run. And, as the outcome was that it worked, but I would rather see it shelved as a tactic. I think the best thing for a night watchman to do is to protect the man who's coming in next, rather than try and score 20 off 5.
No, it just strikes me as being, a little bit worthless. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong. I mean, the dismissal today is a ball that you can't cope with, and you would get that. I mean, if you got that ball when he was batting at his normal position, he'd be out in exactly the same fashion.
Yeah.
I've got no problem about the dismissal this morning.
As down the track again comes Root, and he punches it. And it may have been aerial for a short time, but not for very long. It's fielded by Michael Bracewell. My thoughts about Michael Bracewell. He's in this side because New Zealand are bowling 80 overs a day. You can't have him as a fifth bowler against this batting attack that England have if you're going to bowl 90. But I shall leave that because it upsets other people. But the answer I always get is, there's plenty of results in Test cricket. It's not about that. It's about the balance between bat and ball. As Southey's in, and this is punched hard to the left of Devon Conway, I think, who's fielded in there at mid-off, and they're through for a single. If you're waking up in one part of the world, or if you're tuning in on the way back from the pub or something in England, and you're wondering how come the score is 130 for 3, it's because Broad got out early on, and then Wagner decided to bowl the hit wicket, and he was just hit for 6 over and over again by Pope and even Joe Root.
Yeah, it was it was quite.
Their ability to get inside the line tells you everything about the assistance of the pitch.
Well, a bit of that. This ball's through to the keeper. It also tells you that Wagner, for all of his wickets that he's got in Test cricket, and it's laudable, he is a fast medium bowler. He's not a fast bowler. So he bangs it in at fast medium pace, and a decent batsman ought to be able to hit them for 6, really. But we'll go to your tweets. I don't know who's doing tweets. Is it you, Al?
It was supposed to be Forthy, but he can't get in. Try again, Forthy, if you're listening. Someone tell him I've told him to. It showed him trying to join. I presume it's his internet, his end. He keeps trying to say it's us end, but it's not. I think I might have been on delay. Sorry, Bear. Yeah, I think you might have been messy. I kept fucking telling you. I know what's going out. All right.
While we sort out some technical issues, I don't know whether you were on yesterday, Al, when Forthy was talking about anchoring as a kind of concept in psychology. Were you on then?
Maybe not. What go on? What was
anchoring is the example he gave is that if you're a student and you hand in your first essay of the year to the tutor, and the tutor says, "Oh, that's good," sort of 70%, then the next few essays the tutor has in mind that you're a good essay writer and will give higher marks as a result because they've anchored the opinion of you as a good essay writer. And I think there's a kind of element of the Nighthawk today which had anchoring about it. The plan to bowl short to broad worked, and therefore they carried on for at least 4 too many overs, I would suggest, bowling it at rather different batsmen in Pope and Root. But they'd anchored the idea that the Wagner short ball was a good weapon. It wasn't. As Root goes back to Kugelheim and just eases it off his hips, and he's through for a single. Is that Forthy there?
There he is.
Hey, Forthy. Oh, you're there. Forthy, I've just been stealing your thunder about anchoring. I don't know if you heard it.
I missed it.
Well, I was saying that you'd introduced the concept yesterday. I won't go through it all again, but Broad was got out by the Wagner short ball, which anchored the idea that the short ball attack would work. And England plundered 6 after 6 after 6 as Wagner dug it in halfway down the pitch at 80 miles an hour. Here's Kugelheim. He has 1 for 3, and he beats the flinching Pope there, who didn't seem to know what to do with that. It's almost like he thought about going down the track to it, found it was short, and was left in kind of no man's land and just flinched as it went past him. Not very good there from Pope, who otherwise has looked immaculate.
He's done. I mean, it's. I think it surprised him for bounce as much as anything else. It's slightly back of the leg. But where we've seen plenty of balls this morning sort of die in terms of pace off the pitch, this one didn't seem to. Which seemed to surprise Pope.
Kugelheim's in again, and Pope does come down the track this time. He always looks better when he's got positive footwork, and he clips it to Kane Williamson, who's ostracised these days at deep square. Through for a single. The lead goes to 151. Kugelheim and Robinson are the two that have got unexpected lift from this pitch, and I just wonder whether it's a snap of the wrist that's bringing that more steepling bounce. I wouldn't call it completely steepling bounce. I mean, this isn't Edgbaston when Kirtley and Courtney were bowling on a kind of corrugated pitch, but it's there's the odd one popping from Kugelheim and from Robinson. This is just a short ball outside off, and Root cuts that to deep point, through for a single.
That ball's the example of kind of what I was talking about. It's similar sort of line. Similar sort of length, but Root all the time in the world. It almost like a softish tennis ball type bounce in terms of the deceleration of the pit.
I want to come to both of you and just say a few words before I, dare I say, offer my own opinion on Root and Bazball, as Pope rocks back and cuts in orthodox style to Devon Conway, who's down there at deep backward point, and they're through for a single. So just reflect on that. We'll come to your tweets at the end of this over, but maybe in the next over we can just talk a little about Root and Bazball, because I have a specific theory that I just wonder if you guys have one.
Is there a question?
Yeah, the question is, how does Root play Bazball?
Oh, right. Okay. Do you want me to take that one, Forthy, first?
You go first. Is that the end of the over?
Next ball. Yeah. So here's Kugelheim with this funny stuttering start, and he comes in, but he's got a big shoulder turn, and Root plays that to the man at backward point in the Collingwood position, the Jonty Rhodes position. No run. It's the end of the over. England have 134 for 3. The lead is 153. And we'll come to your tweets.
Well, we will, but stop me, in the words of Morrissey, stop me if you've heard this one before, because I'm not...
We're up to date on tweets.
Oh, we are.
Well, in which case I'll throw over to our man in the northwest. Well, they've got two men in the northwest. To our other man in the northwest on his roots theory.
Go on out.
I think that Bazball is a theory about is a concept of a theory that is about trying to win test matches. I think that Root's batting skill means that he doesn't. The secret of Bazball with regards to Joe Root is that Joe Root doesn't have to change his game. If Joe Root bats like Joe Root, Bazball applies.
I agree with that. I'm going to put a little gloss on it in a moment, but Forthy, what's your view?
Well, my view is an empirical one, that he's averaging 18 over the last two series, so something's not quite right.
Yeah, and that's my gloss, which I'll come to after this ball, because Wagner's in again, and I think he's had a change of ends, and no change of length, because Pope just swivel pulls that down to square leg for the easiest possible single. He goes to 41. I think that Root is the only batter in the England 11 who's trying to manufacture shots. He's trying to play the funny scoops and the reverse scoops and all of this kind of stuff. Bazball for the others is an attitude that says if the ball's there, hit it, and if you hit it bloody hard. So Wagner's in, and Root gets a ball that's there to hit from outside off stump, and he swivel pulls it down to backward square. They go through for a single. And I think what Root should do is take something out of Johnny Bairstow's book and out of Zach Crawley's book and some of the others who, and indeed Ben Duckett, which is play a normal game, except play as many shots as you can and hit the ball as hard as you can. And I think he'd be better for it.
Can I offer an addendum to the
Go on.
Which is that Joe Root is the only person in the 11 who was captain before Bazball.
True. And Pope comes down the track as if to prove me wrong, because he certainly manufactured that shot, although he does play it, as I say, for Surrey, where he comes down the track and he trusts his eye that no matter what length the ball is, he'll find a shot for it. It was halfway down, and he just dismissed that ball. It was almost like Andre Agassi's return of serve. He got on his toes and he just slapped it through the vacant extra cover area. New Zealand are not bowling well here. 4 runs.
This
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's so much space in the offside field. It's packed with leg side fielders.
It is.
If you drew two hemispheres, there's no one in the forward hemisphere at all. Fielding.
It's Wagner who's in, it's short, and that's a slap by Pope, but for some reason there's nobody at mid-on, nor indeed anybody at long-on, presumably because Wagner doesn't expect him to play a tennis shot at it and get it over there, but he did get it from a horizontal bat through mid-on for 4 more. England have a gross 144 for 3.
There's not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And they must be getting flashbacks to Trent Bridge here, because this is what Stokes and Bairstow in particular did in about half an hour at Trent Bridge and won the match and won the series, really.
The genius of that shot is that they had just moved mid-on across to the offside field.
Wagner's short again, and Pope misses for once. There's the most half-hearted appeal you've ever seen.
No,
he's out! Oh, well, there you go, you see. They were right, I was wrong. It was a top edge. Pope had been middling pretty much everything since the start of play. Edged it, and it's gone through to the keeper. They're looking to see whether it's up or not, and of course they always go upstairs. I have never seen 2 umpires come together and consider whether a catch is carried and not gone upstairs. But the soft signal is out. I think Ollie Pope's walking off. He's happy enough. Tom Blundell was happy enough. I think England are 144 for 4.
Now, do they have to review it because Pope started to walk? Hasn't Pope essentially given himself out?
No, he's not. He's not out till he crosses over the boundary line, is he? He can wander around all he likes till then, can't he?
I think he can. I don't think walking is in the laws at any point.
Unless you cross the road.
Even then, you could be recalled, I suppose. Ian Bell was famously recalled.
Yeah, but you'd have to be invited to be recalled once you cross the road.
But it's just a straightforward catch,
It's certainly been caught.
Yeah, the 30.
Now, if their only point of view is whether it's been caught, then they wouldn't go. Yeah, he's already been given out.
because the soft signal is out. So I know that they say it's the complication. I know they say the soft signal doesn't count because the decision is made by the third umpire. But if the soft signal is out, then surely the umpire has seen an edge or detected it.
Here's the thing, just interesting, is that they haven't checked about whether he hit the ball.
No, because England didn't. Yeah, England didn't give it a DRS.
But if you go to DRS, they will check everything.
Yeah, if England had gone to DRS, they would have checked that because they would have been obliged to. Because
it just strikes me that the umpire calling for us, can you review whether that's out? He's only going to check about one thing, but DRS will check all the possible rules of possible dismissal in the game.
Because it's the umpire's privilege to call for the third umpire's assistance on whether a catch is carried. It's England's privilege to call for the third umpire's assistance as to whether the ball was gloved or not. England chose not to.
I think DRS should be limited to one form of dismissal.
Well, that's a whole new scorpion's nest you won't know.
Well,
meanwhile, Harry Brooks come in at 6.
Yeah, he has.
Look at Wagner celebrating like.
And he's in. Wagner, and believe it or not, he's short to Harry Brook, who hits the ball very, very hard to a man 3/4 of the way back at backward square, and they don't take a run. That's how hard it is to 60 yards. That sounded like the theme from Steptoe and Son.
You did a bit. Some tweets. Josie Oak, shocker. Gary offers an opinion.
Yes.
Mod, gross. It's costume day at the ground. Lowest form of crowd engagement. Mayank, if you're up to date on tweets, why was my last one not read out? Unless it was and I wasn't paying attention, in which case, never mind. Might get to that, check whether it was read out. Josie Oak, Root is the only England player who should be told not to play baseball. Play his proper game and make as many runs as he can, and the collapse is on. I'll just add a gloss to Al's addendum, which is, I wonder if Joe Root's such a good guy and so keen to not rock the boat under the new regime that he's gone out of his way and acted against his own interests almost by signing up for baseball.
Well, Cougar Line is short and he's swivel pulled by Root down to long leg and they walk an easy single. Yes, maybe when he gets out he says, "'Tis a far, far better thing I do today than ever I have done before." If that's a quote or a misquote, I'm not sure.
But it's not. But it's not.
But it is. Well, it wasn't the Sydney Carlton either, was it, really? But, you know.
Tale of Two Cities.
Yes. Speaking of a Tale of Two Cities, we know it costs well over £100 to get in at Lord's for their test match. How much does it cost to get in at Mount Manganui? Be quite interested to know what the admission charge is. As Cougar Line is in, and this is over Brooks' head and almost over Blundell's head, who slightly holds the pose the way wicketkeepers like to do, and before tossing the ball to slip. 145 for 4. The lead 164.
I mean, considering that there's no, I was going to say, considering there's no seats, it'd have to be quite cheap, wouldn't it, before? I'm not going to pay £100 to sit on a hill.
Royally entertained, though.
Well, you don't. I'm not asking. It's not about entertainment.
The Cougar Line's in. It's a half volley. It skews off the outside edge, and there's a sprawling stop there at Gully by Bracewell, I think. Beastie. And there is no run. Brook yet to get off the mark.
One slight disadvantage, quite a big disadvantage really, of having a Nighthawk is that Harry Brook, who's the most informed batsman in the entire team, is coming in at 6.
Yeah, 6-8's so bad, I don't think.
Bloody Nighthawk.
We've got a proper 8 as well now in Ben Folkes, so I'm happy.
Wasted.
I think Australia showed the benefit of a proper 8 in the test match currently underway in India against Australia. And if you want, I'll come to that in a moment. That's through to the keeper, no run. If you want to know the value of DRS, watch a bit of India against Australia. It's a very difficult job umpiring, but they need all the help they can get from DRS with that ball spitting and kicking from the near genius bowling these days of Ravindra Jadeja in particular.
Well, I know that there was an overturn in the first over while Warner was on no score, that he was given at LBW but got it reversed.
That's a horrible little poke at that shot by Harry Brook. He didn't look like a man in form there, because one of those shots where the feet more or less stay together and the batsman sort of watches the ball, and as the ball's just going past him, he sort of flicks a bat at it. I mean, if he gets a connection on that, that's going to be caught at slip anyway. So, he did well to miss it, really. So
it's almost like
have a word with himself here, Brook.
It's almost a preordained shot to a scoring area he's identified.
That's currently filled by 3 fielders.
Yeah, I'm going to dab this down towards backward square or third man.
Well, that's a forward defensive. That's one of his great strengths, is that his forward defensive is extremely good. So that was a maiden. So no, what was it? A maiden? Might have been a run off the first ball, but Brook is yet to get off the mark. So no Baz ball, more Brook ball at the moment, and England continue, and we continue with your tweets.
Well, just one to put on the top of the pile. Josie Oak, classic Gary, proper number 8.
Yeah.
And just in case Mayank's tweet wasn't read out, it read, "Evening all, this is what is all about, A. Cricket after dark while it's cold outside. Complaints of the over rate already begun online, and Messy Jez and the Hofbear arguing about whether or not the feed's a bit crooked. That is what I love. That is what I love about cricket." That's nice.
2 for 62 for Wagner, and he'll have 2 for 63 now, because his first ball of this over has gone down to long leg, and there is no run. Those 63 runs have been conceded after 7 overs and 1 ball, which shows you how many boundaries have been taken from Wagner. But his captain is persisting with him, which surprises me a little bit, because I think the captain should be bowling, to be honest.
Well, you got your wicket, didn't you? Going back to your anchoring theory.
Suppose
couple of
2 wickets, yeah.
Couple of very improper number 8s for you, Gary.
This ball is well wide of off stump, and swung a little past the despairing dive of Tom Blundell, and that'll go through for byes. Always like to see the byes signal with a hand held up in the air, like, who was it in Brief Encounter? Celia somebody or other, and
Celia Johnson.
Yeah, the hand is held up like a kind of farewell, bye. Gone through for a single. Sorry, Forky, go on.
Well, actually, Brief Encounter is one of my favourite films, so we might get onto that in a minute. But and Andy, both from 1999. How about Andy Caddick as number 8, England, New Zealand at the Oval, and also, but how about Adam Dale from 1999 for Australia?
Well, that's been short, needless to say, and Root was waiting for it and just happily pulled it to long leg for a single. Caddick did get some runs in Test cricket. I think he might have got a couple of 50s. He wasn't the absolute worst number 8 in the world, but the horrors that came after Caddick were occasionally Mullally, Tufnell and Giddens, which really is opening the door to hell, isn't it? If you've got Caddick at 8 and then Mullally, Tufnell and Giddens after him. Here is Wagner, and that inevitably is short, and Harry Brook plays that short arm jab to get off the mark, and I think he'll get back for 2. Yes, he will. England have the 150 raised, 150 for 4, and we'll go to some of your socials.
We will. Well, we've not got a ball to go. Maybe you're right.
Okay. No, there's non-cricketing paraphernalia that's being shown on the television.
Okay. Dr. Soothsayer, guys, what should England target in the second innings?
You were right and I was wrong, because we did go to an advert, which is why I went to tweets, but we were almost in danger of, believe it or not, missing a short ball that was pulled to the square leg boundary. In the air by Brook.
Oh, what do we reckon? Half chance?
I reckon he's got to hit the man exactly the way Khwaja hit KL Rahul yesterday for that to be caught.
If he jumped,
not a very high percentage shot, is it?
If he jumped at all, he gets a hand to that.
Yeah,
maybe.
It's just such a low percentage shot.
this is short and through to the keeper. There is no run. I do take that point, but I also think you can't just let Wagner bowl short, and England haven't let Wagner bowl short. We're seeing a replay again now. It's in the air for a fair while. I think he is jumping, but
his legs. Only one leg is off the ground.
Okay. I think if you play that shot 100 times and you connect as well as that, you'll be caught once in 100 times.
Well,
so
it's the fact that it's gone right over his hand. Just the slightest of altitude would adjust the probabilities there. It's the fact maybe it's because of the speed at which Brooks timed the ball and played the shot, but yes, it's all a bit dramatic after the fact.
Dr. Seuss there, guys, what should England target in the second innings? If they don't make 350, they will likely lose this test match. I'm concerned that 4 wickets are already down. Messi Jez day tickets at Mount Manganui are $30 New Zealand, or the 5-day pass was $90 New Zealand, and a New Zealand dollar is worth about UK 50p.
It's about 15 quid for a day. Amazing. Brook is helping himself to a single, and he gets that by a push to the right hand of mid-on.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing subjecting ourselves to like 100 quid for a day's play?
The proof of the pudding is in the eating, because it sells out. But I'll come to that in a moment, Al, because one of my other bugbears, which I haven't talked about for a little while yet, I'll come to in a moment. This goes off the outside edge of gully to from root, and there is no run. I think that that cricket matches, in fact, a lot of sporting events should use active pricing the same way as you have on planes and on trains. So you start off, early on. If you get in early, you might get your seat for 50 quid. If demand goes up, it might be 100 quid. And if you come in late, you might get it for 30 quid. But this idea that there is one price for pretty much all first 4 days of a test match, and that is the right price for a seat, just strikes me as ridiculous this day and age. This is pushed into point, and there is no run. We've all got used to paying different prices on trains and planes, and the idea of optimising a price, or the problem of optimising a price for a seat at a cricket ground, is exactly the same as the problem of optimising a price for a seat on a train or on a plane. So
it's not exactly the same. It's not exactly the same. Well, not really.
Exactly the same.
You can look at a timetable from a year out and work out where flows of your most popular trains are. You have to do that the night before and make an subjective judgment on what the state of the game is, which is quite difficult.
You just build the algorithm as this goes to square leg, and they're through for a single. And that was, I think, Southwest Airlines invented it in the 90s, and a lot of the other airlines were sniffy about it, saying it'll never work. And then Ryanair and EasyJet were flying at 99% capacity, flight after flight after flight. And wouldn't you know it, then the other airlines had to swallow their pride and say, yeah, we'll have to do the same thing because it works. And I think the first time, I think they sell out American sports like this. I think the first time that somebody moves to active pricing and realises that having a seat empty is also no money in the concession stands and all of that, as this ball is pushed into the offside, that's what Joe Root does really well. Steals a single with a dead back to point. Through for one. England have 156 now for four.
So long as we're not talking about the Ticketmaster approach of active pricing, which is to put a massive increase on price based on the number of people who are trying to buy a ticket.
It's not price gouging I'm talking about. It's active pricing, and there will be some times when it feels higher. But how much higher is it going to go than like £140 for a seat at Lord's?
Well, considering I was being asked to pay 350 quid in order to watch Bruce Springsteen later on this year, the answer is it can get an awful lot higher.
Well, the answer is an awful lot of people want to see Bruce Springsteen, as this ball is pushed deep to point, and they're through for a single. Now 156 for four.
Does that mean you're in favour of pricing out the proletariat, Gary?
No, I think there has to be a balance. I think sporting things. I've often said that county cricket should be treated like a listed building, and so it shouldn't be tampered with. I think there is a balance, but I think we could have significantly more active pricing to make sure that when sporting events are held, they're not held in front of empty seats, where someone who wants to go, who can't pay £100, could pay £40, and it would actually be more profitable in the end because they'd spend £20 in the concessions and everybody would make more money. But it's the end of our little spell. I think I'm staying on, but I'm talking less because I'm summarising.
Okay, I just wanted to very quickly say I don't think that Celia Johnson does give a little wave in Bruce Encounter. Yes, and because Dolly Messiter interrupts Trevor Howard and Celia Johnson in their big farewell in a sort of pathetic scene. So I'll just leave it with there, and I'll see you all later.
Jolly good, Forthy. Thank you.
Goodbye, Forthy. Goodbye.
We enjoyed that brief encounter because it was briefer than it should have been. You only got on for 10 minutes.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
And we're on a drinks break, so it gives a chance to catch up on some tweets too. Josie Oak says, "What does Gary think of Dyche? Is it Dyche or Dyche?
Dyche. Sean Dyche. He's got a big game later today. That's what I think.
They're all big games.
They're all big games."
Chris Sequire says Brian Robson. There's a proper number 8. Fuzzy, short for Fuzzella, says, "Can we call it Basil Ball, please, to reflect both Baz McCullum and Hendo's tendency, 40 Tower style, to get over dramatic at the slightest setback and start hitting a car with a branch?" I like that concept.
Yeah, I like that concept more than I like the idea of a remake or a reboot of it. That's for sure.
I don't want a reboot. It's had its day.
I don't want to call it Basil Ball and make a pesto of myself in saying so.
He's on fire. Mayank, I think, has a really good point. He says, "You don't want dynamic pricing, trust me. That's the bullshit that Ticketmaster does in the US, and in the end, bots will snap up the good cheap seats, and then the rest of us poor chaps will get stuck with either double price or the resale market at 5 times pricing." But dynamic pricing is a system for touts, in my view.
Well, it's not in airlines, because believe me, if you've lived in two countries
but that's a very
like
different
I've had,
thing. I agree. I agree with airlines, but in terms of events, it enables touts in a way that is beyond belief, and I think it stinks, frankly.
You have to stop the touts, but that's a different issue. It's not, you'd have to introduce other aspects of law and particularly enforcement to stop that.
But touts are electronic and almost unstoppable.
Yeah, but there's no touts at Hamilton in the West End, because if you've ever been to see Hamilton, you'll realise how hard it is to get in. You show a passport and you show an email. These things can be done.
Is Hamilton on dynamic pricing?
It's not on dynamic pricing, but it is on a ferocious anti-tout policy. So they enforce
what I'm saying is if you go to dynamic pricing, it's almost impossible to stop electronic touting.
Well, when it's on, there are plenty of theatre resellers in the UK, and you can't get Hamilton tickets on the resellers because they know you won't get in unless you can show their passport that ties in with everything else. At least that's my understanding. I don't think those issues
I don't
insurmountable.
disagree with that. Well, I just think. I tell you what really shocks me is that anybody would actually pay $350
that's the
pounds to go to sit in a crowd of 50,000 people watching television screens showing someone who's way off in the distance.
The Madonna tickets are crazy, but if that's what people will pay, I think it's quite hard to turn around to somebody and say, somebody wants to give you 200 quid here, but actually I'm only going to allow you to do 100 quid. I think you can do it in the national interest, which is why I think a version of listed buildings, or it used to be the list of televised sporting events free to air. I'll break off.
And the cricket resumes, ladies and gentlemen. Wagner bowling short and Brook pulling behind square in a well-timed shot bisecting 2 sets of 2 fielders, and that has gone for 4. Insert your own ching. Has Bear's gone away just for a second.
But there will be empty seats at the Ashes this year, and those empty seats are not because people do not want to see England play Australia. It's because the seats are priced too high. There should be a way of finding the right price for the seats.
Short pitched again by Wagner, but this time he finds the fielder. completely safe. Just backward of square on the leg side for him. I think, well, I mean, there's a couple of other reasons why. The midst of an economic crisis, at £100 a ticket might be a better reason why there are maybe a few empty seats inside the Ashes. But Wagner is in again. Brook moves away to leg and hoiks the ball. Not necessarily out of any coaching manual, but it goes over mid-on, it goes over long-on, and it goes over the boundary sponge, I think. 6, but we'll wait to see some sort of official sign, which of course we won't do this. We'll see some replay. 6.
He can't continue with this, can he, Wagner? He's got 2 wickets, but it's like watching a spinner try and buy wickets in the old days. Bisham Beatty coming on to toss a few up.
Well, these are poor figures in a one-day international.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8.5 and over. That's just nuts.
Shaw pulled away, despairing dive by backward short leg. Oh, they thought about turning it for 2. Joe Root wisely sends Harry Brook back. He's now on 17.
And the lead is 185.
But this is it's a really interesting thing, because you turn around and you'll start going, well, England have come out and they've been aggressive, and Bazball, and they're trying to get runs on the board so they can put New Zealand in and face the openers in the slightly more testing conditions of the second half of the third set. As that is short, and Root has pulled this down to long leg, and there'll be a single. But the thing is, though, that New Zealand have been more than complicit in providing England with the fodder by which they can pad this lead now to 187.
Here's the thing: Southey's gone for 3.4 and over. Cougarline's gone for 2.4 per over. So that's not Bazball figures. 8.94 per over is shit.
Technical term, that, folks. Usually meant 2 down in golf, as that is again hoiked towards long on. This time it skids off the surface twice before it thuds into the advertising hoardings. That was a blessed relief at the end of Wagner's over. Southey showing a lack of decision-making ability as being captain. This is just carnage.
I'll just say one thing: is that when batters are as aggressive as this, brains do get scrambled. I'm not making excuses, but it happens.
The reason they're being aggressive is because of the mindset of the bowler.
Yeah, I think that's.
This isn't the pitch. This isn't the conditions. But insanity is to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
I think they hit 5 sixes this morning, or 6. Not sure.
Yeah.
It is Kugelheim who's gonna bowl the next over. Jess, if we put some tweets in between balls.
Okay, we'll do.
Kugelheim in, and that is short down the leg side, and Roots flip that down towards fine leg, and this time there's no one there, and it's full.
Mayank says.
Go on, mate.
Mayank saying England should make massive stadiums instead of your little 20k grounds. Look at the football grounds in England. 50 to 70k should be standard for cricket grounds that host tests.
Yeah, there's only a couple of those, and also there isn't the space.
No. I quite like a cricket ground rather than the cricket stadium, and in the main we've got cricket grounds.
Yeah, there's arguments both ways.
Well, actually a decent length delivery, but on the hip of Root, he turns it to deep square leg for a single.
Edgbaston's a stadium, but pretty much all the others are grounds. It's quite nice to go there, and they'd only be really full for the Ashes. We get decent attendances at the other matches, but
the Ashes and Ed Sheeran.
Well, that's at Old Trafford, isn't it? Ariana Grande seems to play there more often than Joss Butler. So,
well, that's because Ariana Grande isn't on a central contract.
Very good. I just Neil Wagner that up and you hit it for 6.
But if she was, my God, would Lancashire be popular? As that is driven handsomely by Brooke. Shot of the day, extra cover drive, chef's kiss, 4 runs.
The economy of movement there, just put the foot exactly where it needs to go, brought the bat through, ran Rod straight, hit the ball directly under his eyes. That is how to play the extra cover drive.
Damien Martin would be proud of that.
It's perfect analogy or simile.
One thing or the other. Anyway, that one's actually defended. Scorers everywhere struggle to remember how to put a dot ball into a scoring book. So, at the rate at which we're going, if we turn around and say that England would face the least amount of balls, they're not going to pad the lead unnecessarily, are they? They're going to turn around and basically go, the moment we think we've got enough runs, we're going to put you in.
I think they'll want to have New Zealand in for at least an hour tonight, even though it's day 3, not day 4.
Because the lead is 200 now, as that is short, outside the off stump, pulled away. Difference between Kugelheim and there's a scramble for a second run there, or maybe a third to throw in from Williamson. Wagner was bowling with a heavy leg side field, whereas it's far more of a balanced field, so there's acres of space there. A quick call for 2 from Brook. Root was running to the danger end, but always relatively safe.
England are batting like they're playing for a declaration on day 5, and they're looking to get 250 ahead by lunch, give them 2 sessions to bowl about. But we're not halfway through the test yet.
Well, that's just it.
As Hendo says, they're scoring much too fast.
Well, indeed, that was it's amazing. Forward defensive shot by Root to end the over. Jez, I'll give you all the time you need to read some tweets, man.
Josie Oak says airlines are dynamic pricing, but the person named on the ticket is the person who has to fly. Events tend not to do this. Fuzzy, short for Fasala, says for an alleged socialist, Gary Naylor really loves his capitalism, not Fred's influence or simply the hatred of the BBC licensing fee resurfacing. Mayank says that a dynamic pricing would start at £100. Let's be honest. ECB won't start at £50 and work up to £100. That's the problem with capitalism. It's all about eking out the most from the consumer, and they know people are paying £100 year in, year out. And cricket says, well, hold on, let's do some cricket. New Zealand bowling seems very monotonic.
Wagner
no paces, no fast bowlers, no spinners.
Wagner in, short pitch delivery, leg side theory again abounds. Stopped on the 45 for no run, root facing.
I'm a very pale pink socialist, and I'm not even sure that I can lay claim to that particular description. So pale is the pinkness. But what I do think is that when it was introduced to airlines, it enfranchised a lot of people who were not able to fly to be able to fly.
Short, pulled away. Joe Root, sliding stop at deep square leg, but they will take 2 runs.
Now, you can talk about the carbon cost of that, and I think that's a different argument, and one that might need to be addressed. But we went from paying £270 to fly to Sweden to paying 99 pence in the space of a year, and even now probably pay about £29.99 for a flight from London to Sweden. We were paying £270.
I have a counter argument to this out of bitter experience, which I'll come to after this ball, which is that it's short, but this time so far outside off stump that Root declines to play a shot, and Blundell has to run in order to be able to catch the ball. We were going down to London first weekend in February. There was a train strike announced, and British Airways, thanks to the beauty of dynamic pricing, managed to increase the prices of their tickets by 50 quid a ticket in the time it took for us to find out, and to find out that we wanted to fly. So there's your dynamic pricing for you. As that short, the leg stump, pulled away by Root down to long leg, and they'll take a single. The price of the ticket when we went onto the website was 60 quid a ticket. By the time that I'd said that I didn't want to book in, sorted out all the various options, they told me that the price had jumped up to £110 a ticket.
I'm not denying that there will be winners and losers. My point
Well,
is
winners
that
are owners.
Well, no. I've just told you why the consumer is a winner, because airline tickets dropped precipitously.
Oh, that's a terrible delivery. It's complete filth. That should be a wide.
Should be.
Come on. Brook backed away to leg. Wagner followed him, but went even further down the leg side. It would have been a horrific delivery. I did see a terrible wide, by the way. If we keep this on cricket, between India and Australia, is it?
It should have been a no ball, that one. I think it was no, it wasn't Shami. It was Shami. Yeah.
It was Harmison like, as that is short and pulled away, but no run fielded at mid wicket.
Yeah, it bounced outside the return crease, so it should have been called a no ball, not a wide.
Yeah.
Tweet.
Jersey Jingler says, lovely to hear the name Bishan Beatty again, Gary. My all-time favourite name, though, has to be Farouk Engineer.
Yeah. Lancashire Stalwart, Farouk Engineer. He'd need 2 seats, never for dynamic pricing or not. Farouk,
he's a big fella.
He's a big lad these days.
Jersey Oak said a while ago, shocker, Gary offers an opinion. And Fuzzy says, I'm shocked, I tell you, shocked. Ian Dirk says, can you turn the jingle volume down, please? It's deafening, especially at this time of the morning. We had this question yesterday, too. So some people saying it was a bit loud.
They're all at different levels. Blame Mog.
And Jersey Oak. Let's face it, Gary's a champagne socialist. Derek Hatton wannabe.
No. You do not get to invoke the name Derek Hatton. Anyway, as it's not even around the idea of socialism. That man is evil.
What he did do is, I was at the National Theatre last night, and it was a play, as I mentioned, about essentially about social housing in big cities. And what Derek Hatton did do is plough a ton of money into social housing in Liverpool, in houses that people actually wanted to live in, and that legacy is considerable, even if nothing else is.
Home and Away extra Blair Tickner is going to bowl. We'll jingle in just a second. What Derek Hatton did was enable another 8 years of Thatcherism.
There's a bit of that, for sure.
Well, I mean, that's where I'm going in terms of all this dynamic pricing. It is designed to maximise profit. And at the end of the day, I look at something like British Rail. The cost of travelling by train in England is ridiculous. And
without dynamic pricing. Without dynamic pricing.
Well, there is a
short, wide, pulled up, short, wide, cut away. Thank you, gentlemen. a fielder behind square on the offside gone. Get there for us. If we can keep sticking to the cricket, boys, we'll be fine. Thank you.
But there is an important point. There is an important point about the Ashes. And if Mount Manganui can charge 15 quid, Lord's charging 150 or whatever is a point.
It is, as that is short and almost soft tennis ball like bounce. The route leaves it well outside the off stump. He's on 42. Brook is on 27. England 190 for 4.
Yeah, we dare not even get into rail pricing in England yet. It's so
the dynamic
crazy.
solution. The dynamic solution is to increase the capacity of Lords.
Right.
Well, they are doing.
Let's draw a line under this. Quite frankly, because we're starting to retread the same old ground. So let's so whatever you guys want to talk about now, you can take it offline, and we'll carry on talking about the cricket, as this is possibly a drivable ball, just pushed up by Root. Short cover cannot. Short cover will prevent the single. Bracewell proving his worth. No, that's not right.
You know
it's interesting. He was only bowled. This is only his 5th over. Gary Tickner,
I know it's all very strange from Saudi, and I'm not sure Bracewell bowled 3 overs in the match so far.
But I don't, he's certainly not bowled in the second innings. As that is, an inside edge which beats the wicketkeeper Blundell, can't stop it, and Root will get to 46 with the squeakiest of boundaries.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yeah, I know people have mentioned it once or twice, but it is worth restating it, that there's an optical illusion about baseball, which is that you watch an hour or so's cricket and there's been a couple of chances and you think, oh, England are being chancy. You look at the scoreboard, they scored 80 runs in that time. So you take two half chances for 80 runs.
50 partnership up between these pair, for contributing 27. The last ball of the over, though, by Root cannot beat mid-off. And that brings us to the end of the over. Jez.
Moggs says, listen to you privileged buggers talking about theatre tickets and airplane flights. Think about the poor people in the world. He also says, and fuck you, Nigel, my jingles are all set at peak around 6 decibels.
I knew that'd get your goat, right? I knew that'd get your goat, Moggy.
Alternative porn bots here with us. It says, sometimes Gary's so full of shit, it's really like a dirty porn film. Click here for more.
Yeah.
Click here for more, indeed.
Mike says, airline tickets drop because of competition and demand. There's no such issue for a sporting event. There's only one England test match going on at that specific ground at that specific time. Fair point. Okay, we'll leave that out.
I'll leave it there, I promise you.
And fair point. Tom Fay, cricket, says, my dynamic interest level dropped significantly over the last 10 minutes. Can I have some money back, please?
Very good. Very good. We'll just charge you £4.50 for a cup of coffee. So is this? I mean, Wagner seems to be the go-to guy here, despite the fact he's nearly got 100 up.
Does he just know where Southey's bodies are buried? Yeah. Surprise, folks! It's short, but this time well directed, and Brook fails to make contact with anything apart from his chest, and he will take a moment on his haunches to contemplate some life decision. That's right in the stern there. Oof. That's gonna leave a mark.
Yeah, it would have just missed the chest guard too.
Yeah, he hasn't missed many in the last 20 minutes or so, but he missed that one, did Brook. But he's at 1 on the close scale for bruises. If he gets up to about 27, then he and Brian Close can go to a séance and discuss it.
Do you think it might? I know this is a bit radical. It might be worth Wagner actually pitching it up.
Define pitch up. Does that mean in their half? As he's in, and Brook moves to leg very early. Wagner decides to bowl like a robot and not take anything into consideration. And Brook slaps him down the ground through mid-off and long-off for 4.
I mean, it's just like batting against a bowling machine set to halfway up, isn't it? I mean, he knows where that's going. He might as well take guard sort of 2 stumps inside leg to give himself some room, because he knows the ball's not going to hit the stumps, and just swing.
This is short and pulled away by Brook. There is a despairing dive by deep square leg, which of course will only give encouragement to Wagner. However, Conway dives over the top of the ball, having to dive forward, and that will go for 4 more. He's made a lot of ground, Conway, but just needed to make an extra yard. He's unlucky having to dive forward there, Gary.
He is, but New Zealand are playing the percentages all against them here. They're just sitting there and hoping that A, the ball doesn't go for 6, and B, someone's there to catch it. And it's just not happening at the moment.
Short. And just outside the off stump, and pull, straight bat shot, horizontal bat shot, but pulled straight down the ground, straight pull, 4 more runs. carnage.
Super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
I'm reminded of a golf coach that I watch on television who at the end of every session says, if you keep on doing the same thing, you'll get the same result.
Yeah.
Is he right?
well, he got Pope out on 49, didn't he, with the top edge? So it's not been completely useless, but it's more or less.
There's a change in strategy here, folks, which is that he's gone around the wicket, but he's still pitched it short, and Brook has still moved to leg, and he's still hit the ball with the horizontal bat, and this time it's gone over and long gone for 6.
You've heard of you heard a round of applause from me. That was for
Alarm.
that round of applause was for Neil Wagner's 100.
Well, indeed, and what 100 it was. This last ball of the over is short, but so far down leg side that Brook can't offer a shot. He's now on 45 and Root's on 46. England are 212 for 4, leading by 231. And if this was a boxing match, it would be stopped.
Well,
yes,
it would be like Spitting Image sketch where Henry Cooper is fighting against Julian Lloyd Webber. One of my favourite Spitting Image sketches.
Well, yeah, Mayank shares my view. Wagner is trash, man. This is the worst bowling I've ever seen. He knows short isn't working, but he literally won't try anything else. And I
put your mic over your mouth.
Oh, sorry. I blame Southey as well. I think Southey's licensing this, and I think it's ridiculous. He's going at almost 10 and over. Oh.
There's lots of runs, and it's not entertaining. And it's not England's fault, by the way, folks. Tickner in, and this is hit Root on the pads, and I think that's a great shout for being out. Been given not out by Alan Durr.
Going down the leg side, I think you can see 2 stumps. I think you can see middle and off when it hits him. I think it's down leg.
Southey's alive, and Southey's gone for the review.
Ooh, I think, yeah, the best he can hope for is clipping the top of leg slump.
That's what I think. The best is
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
The surprise tactic by Tickner of bowling the ball on a good bowler's leg.
Tom Faze says the description of Brooks' last 6 just gave me a coughing fit laughing. Bravo.
This is missing by a mile, isn't it?
It's way too.
It's got to be. Yeah.
It's too high.
It's going to go way over.
So
and
it's
going to mislead.
Hitting in line but missing. I mean, to be honest, it's the first ball that we've seen in maybe 20 minutes, which has actually been pitched up enough to be able to hit the pad. I didn't know how to react. It's a lost review by Southey, who should be instantly stripped of the captaincy by a violent coup by Kane Williamson.
Well, Kane's talking to him now, and I think he's saying, "Look, son, do you want me to take over here?"
Do you think he's just turned around to him and went, "Stop being shit. Stop being shit, mate. Take him behind the shit, Kane."
I think Kane's going to come out with some lifts on his shoes and clean shaven after the break with the dark glasses on, saying, "I'm Tim Southey. Honestly, I'm Tim Southey. I'm captain in now."
Southey should be strapped. Should be gaffer taped to a chair and pelted with rotten fruit at lunch.
Yeah, if I was in the crowd, I'd be booing him. I really would. Bullshit.
Tickner is in, and a good length ball just outside off stump, proving that it's possible.
We had the Jessup Claxon, but what does Brook need to do to get to Jessup? Is it 100 off 72 balls or something like that? Is that the Jessup mark?
I'm not familiar with the statistical comparison.
I think it might be 78, 72.
Well,
I'm pretty sure the fastest 100 in Test cricket is 51. Is it? Gilchrist and Richards have it, I think.
No, isn't it McCullough?
No. Yes.
Oh,
I think so.
Tickner bowls so hard he falls over. But it's a ball that Root is able to comfortably clip off his hip down to deep square leg for a single. Harry Brook, it's showing us on statistics here, has scored 640 runs in his first 8 Test innings. The 8th is, I'm assuming, the one that he's currently...
It is, because he's been rising through that table. He's in some good company there.
Well, I was going to say there's a few outliers in there, but there's also there's an awful lot of really good cricketers in that list. And not just modern cricketers as well, right the way throughout the eras, as Tickner forces a sound forward defensive shot from Brook for no run.
Yeah, if you were going to ask me, I'd say England will declare with a lead of 400 an hour before the close.
I was thinking somewhere between 375 and 400.
But if you want to predict, of course, you can do it via the GPL, and I think Messages will be able to inform you thereof in the break between overs. And indeed, we'll be swapping over then as well. So, Jez, that's a fine opportunity to cover it.
Indeed.
Have you got your GPL entry in, just? Because that is dabbed down and a sort of a wide-ish fourth slick field to the ball, and there's no run, and there's one ball left in the over. So we're going to have a change at the end of the over.
I think so, is it?
Yeah. The GPL is currently £79. There's one entry.
But tell us how people can enter and what they need to do, Jess.
So if you go to gorillacricket.com/competition, or just click the link on our website, it costs you £1 per pick, and if you get the number of runs for today spot on, then you win the jackpot. Currently at £79.
Well, there's been a lot of runs so far this morning. That's been clipped by Brook down towards fine leg. He'll take a single. He's 46. Root is 47. And England are 214 for 4 with a lead of 233. And let's have a change.
I'm off to read Das Kapital, and I'll see you on day 5. Day
All right, Gary. Thanks.
Mog says, I sent in a couple of 100 jingles yesterday, but failed to do one specifically for bowlers. That's not a couple of 100 jingles, it's a couple of 100 jingles. And Josie Oak says, the bowling can at best be called beige. And Mog says, is it too late to back a truck full of cash up to Trembold's front door? And we're up to date on tweets. There you go. Cheers.
It would have been very impressive of Mog if it was indeed a couple of 100 jingles in the middle of the night.
It would have been indeed, but it wouldn't surprise me with Mog. Morning, Jacob. You're here
Morning, Bear.
Here for a bit of baseball.
Yeah, I am. And speaking of baseball, here's Michael Bracewell. Let's see how often he ends up in Rosed.
Well,
that's probably jinxed it, but
yeah, you could have done. But let's see.
Even if Michael Bracewell sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just 1 of 5.
Well, the fact that Gary's saying they'll declare on 400 an hour before the end. Shit, they'll be on 400 about half an hour before tea.
If Brook keeps going, definitely.
I mean, the lead is 233, and it was 92 when they came out this morning, so that's 140 with half an hour to go before tea.
Well, here's Bracewell, and Brooks straight down the wicket and gets it into the leg side, and there's a man diving at mid-wicket to cut it off for no run. That was a bit skewed by Brook. He looked like he was trying to get down the ground, but actually just played it to mid-wicket, as Bracewell is already back at the top of his mark. God, that was quick. I've barely got time between breaths as Brook rocks back and cuts that through the offside. That does beat the fielder, but there is a man in the deep covering. They'll come back for 2, and Brook will move to 48 as we see Stokes applauding. Quickly, Bear, get in here before it happens again.
Well, so if England carry on as the rate they are, they will have a lead of what? They've got to get another 40 or 50 in the next half an hour, presumably, which means it's 270, 280 going into what is the break, and then you've got another 2 hours of this.
As it's played nicely to long on by Brook, and he'll probably just come through for the single there. Yes, he will. He moves to 49.
I mean, they're virtually going at 6 and over again, so you got to think if they have another 2 hours and 2.5 hours of this, they'll be on 400 easily by then. Could even be 450. Because I mean, once it starts to go apart and England get a lead of 300, they're going to go harder, aren't they? Everyone's going to be flinging about.
The worrying thing, I think, is that they haven't flung the bat. Root hasn't flung the bat very much at all.
He's fine. Root doesn't need to fling the bat because he's got 47 off 51, and he's just played Root-like, which is fine.
A pedestrian effort compared to Harry Brook's 49 off 35 as Root reverse sweeps of Voltas backward of square. You can't put the fielders everywhere, and that's gone down to third man, but there is a fielder there sliding dynamically. I think that was Henry Nichols.
No, I think it was Kane Williamson.
I thought it was Williamson.
I think it was Kane Williamson.
It was one of the two, and they've got back for 3. That's a fabulous effort, and Joe Root goes to his 50.
Nice. I should give him a jingle, really, shouldn't I? Milestones.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
That was a very dynamic and aggressive dive from, we believe, Kane Williamson. He came out of nowhere at 200 miles an hour, and in the most sort of Brexit tackle manner, slid legs first to cut that off from the boundary, but Root still got his 50.
No, it wasn't a Brexit tackle. It didn't have 2 feet and the studs up.
Yeah.
As that short, and Brooks actually seems almost a little surprised by that. It's just punched it back down towards Root, and Bracewell's cut it off. That's all I have to say about that. Carry on there.
What's Jessup's record? 70 balls?
It's about I think it was more in the terms of minutes when they did it, but they worked it out subsequently at something like that.
Was it 69?
I don't know.
So I think, didn't Johnny Bairstow get 70, or was it 71 he got? Anyway,
Yeah.
Brooks on 50. He's got a single up to long on. 50 from 57.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
Some tweets. Mog comes up to us and says, "There's still issues with buying GPL entries?" Because if I might just have donated 20 quid to you if there is.
If you have put 20 quid in, I shall find you and give you 20 tickets.
I've just fixed Mog.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there is. We're going to migrate the site hopefully to our new site next week.
And I'll carry on after these balls.
We have a new site, as that's defended into the offside by Brook for no run.
Yeah, we have a new site. We're moving over to WordPress.
Much better.
Yeah, much better.
Well, much more maintainable and lots more talent across the board for that.
Yes, exactly. Apparently, the server currently has stopped recognising curl, whatever that means.
Curl. It's a
protocol, isn't it?
It's a Linux or Unix utility to pull things from websites, which is why your streamer across the bottom didn't work very well.
Yes, well,
here comes Tickner, and that's driven down the ground through Joe Root's legs. He's spread him there to let that through, but it won't get a run, unfortunately. He's put out for nothing.
For some reason, no one's changed anything, and suddenly, if you try and buy tickets, it doesn't return you to the website from PayPal. Don't know why. And because we haven't got a web designer anymore on that website, it's time to migrate so that somebody knows who made the website knows what he's doing, can fix issues as they turn up.
That's short from Tickner, and it's back cut through the slips. There was a diving effort there, and it's gone down to the third man boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Got a lot of pace on that. That's off the middle, like a rocket.
Yeah, but it was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? He just punched.
Not a million miles away from the diving slip, but too
Nah,
much pace on it to be catchable.
Yeah, I think he hit it down as well, didn't he? It bounced before it got to the slip.
54 off 40 from Brook. He's steaming along, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Here comes Techno, talking of steaming along. He's in. That's full of... Oh, it's edged! And it's gone!
No.
It's gone! It's a
Be a
it's
no
bit of a
ball, god damn it. That's boring.
It's a bit of a poor shot from Brook, actually. He's just hung the bat. It's come off the outside edge and gone straight into the bucket hands of Daryl Mitchell.
I won't look
Good catch.
back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
It's a nothing shot, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no footwork, really. He's just tried to guide it. At least the ball before, he's played an active shot. This is just sort of trying
He's
to
almost tried. He's stopped, I think, from guiding it. Realised that he might not quite be there.
Right, I should get some tweets whilst we're waiting for the new bat. Tom Fahey Cricket Crapton says, "Oh, Neil, you're bowling is shit ass brew." Squawked a passing seagull to Neil Wagner.
Yeah.
Fuzzy short for Farzana says, "Things you expect to hear on Gorilla Cricket number 331. And speaking of Bazball, here's Bracewell." Jacob bowls a Jaffa of a segue. Very good. Ravi. Josiek says, "I can report that my pothole hole caused turned ankle, is now stiffening up badly after putting it up in my hotel room for a couple of hours listening to you lot."
I'm sorry, Josie.
I prefer
No liability can be accepted by Gorilla Cricket LLC.
Yep. And we also prescribe alcohol for all these things.
Indeed. Now this is a bit funny, isn't it? Folkes is coming out before Stokes. What's going on?
I think they've decided they want to keep on attacking with right-handers.
Really?
Well, they don't really have a left.
Especially with Bracewell on the other end.
Just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks. Oh, he can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Folks, you're the best.
Or maybe the captain just wants to get his feet up for a little bit
Yeah,
longer.
I thought I don't want to come out 20 minutes before lunch. I just want to.
Yeah. The thing is, he when Bracewell was over in England, he took a bit of a shine to him. So I'm surprised that Stokes hasn't wanted to come out and have a go. But maybe, as you say, he just wants to save himself till after lunch. He's looking forward to chicken tikka masala or whatever they're serving at the Bay Oval today.
It'll be chicken and rice, won't it? To be all healthy.
He's busy eating lettuce and drinking lots of water to widen his stomach. That's the competitive eater's trick, apparently. That's ducked under by
What?
a short ball.
What do I do?
Yeah, eating lettuce and drinking lots of water, and it like expands your stomach before you.
With gas, yes, but nothing else.
And then I guess you pop it or fart it out, and then you have extra space. That's interesting.
I suppose. Also, while we're here, I want to pay tribute to Gary Naylor's moustache. I hadn't seen it because last time I saw him, he was in a slightly darkly lit room, and I've just come on and seen him at the start of my sim, and it's a brilliant moustache. I'm enjoying it greatly.
Well, he's a Scouser. He has a moustache. What, you know.
So is Blair Tickner a Scouser as well?
Well, no. He's
No, Blair Tickner does have
Antipodeans.
a slightly better moustache, actually.
Their
I must
relationship
say.
with moustaches is just weird.
As that's jabbed down on by Folkes for no run. End of the 37th, 2-2-5 for 5, England.
Mog says, counterpoint, no one with a moustache like that, don't know whether he's talking about Gary or Blair Tickner, should be able to take wickets in a game played after 1989. Although, to be fair, all the tashes that they put on for Movember, they seem to then take them and use them for the rest of the year.
I don't know. I just think it's a thing down there because there's some Australians do it too. It's just fucking hideous.
And Fuzzy Sort for Farzana says the mangoes are coming into season. I prefer of absolutely nothing. And says there's a very fuzzy picture
Of a mango tree.
Obviously, because he's fuzzy for Farzana, of a mango tree.
Yeah.
Was that actually turns a little bit from Bracewell, just a smidge, and Root walks across his stumps and tucks it into the leg side for no run.
He's been getting a bitter turn from ever since ball 1 when he's been bowling. It's just not very quick turn. It's slow
not
turn.
very quick, slow turn. It's very predictable, not unpredictable bounce. Anything, is it?
As that's again played by Root, and they will just scamper through for a single on the leg side. Bracewell did well to collect that. It was quite a hard, low throw from the fielder, and Root was sort of in his eye line and in his way, and he did well. Jack Leach will probably be a little bit encouraged by the turn, although, as you say, it's fairly slow and predictable, but Leach is, you'd probably say, a better spinner than Bracewell, you'd hope.
I hope, yeah. I mean, it's not a spinner's wicket. I mean, Leach got a wicket, didn't he?
I'd say Jay Bracewell's a better spinner than M Bracewell, and that's saying something.
No.
As in comes Bracewell again, and focuses down the track to that one, and it beats him on the inside edge and hits the pad. There's a very, very muted appeal, but it's really not much chance of anything there. It wasn't turning enough, and he did play a shot that hit him well outside the line.
I wonder if England are just going to slow it down a little bit here. That's why he sent Folks out.
As in comes Bracewell, and that's tucked off the legs by Folks into the leg side. There's a fielder running round to get it, and one running in from the deep as well. And they just take the single. Maybe you're right there. Maybe it's
going to chill out.
Calming measures.
Chill out for a wicket.
The human speed bump.
Well, this is it. I mean, they've got a lead of 246. I mean, they want a lead of 300 minimum. I mean, if these two just chill and get 50 runs between them, they're there, aren't they?
Well, that's a hard sweep from Joe Root. Out to the man in the deep, who is Blair Tickner, the wonderfully mustachioed and mulleted Blair Tickner, who collects it, and they just get through for yet another single. Root moves to 52.
Tony Bishop has come back to us. Says the Jessup record for fastest England ton is 76 balls.
76 balls. So yeah.
And Bairstow did it in 77 or 17.8, didn't he?
Yeah, he had a big chance to do it as well, didn't he? And he just.
The last few balls he couldn't get it. He was on 98 or something. As that's Folks plays a sort of gentle drive shot at that, and it really doesn't go anywhere. And no run. It's the end of the over, and they've already taken the score off before I could read it out.
And Josie Oak says, I can confirm that pies and beer do expand my stomach.
Well, yes. Not for competitive eating, I wouldn't have thought, though.
No. Mayank responds to Fox Cricket about us. Just look at the context. It's news out of India that Warne is now out of the second test because of concussion, and Matt Renshaw is a concussion replacement.
Does that do them any favours?
Wait, who's out of the test?
Warner.
How did he get concussion? Did he get scone?
I don't know. I haven't seen the first day's play.
Anyone know? Anyone know? Someone tell us out there.
I heard he got hit on the arm, and I quite cruelly enjoyed that fact. Oh, was that? That was.
No, it wasn't dropped.
That wasn't dropped. No, it was sort of edgy, but down along the floor. And
well, you do wonder how he can be concussed if there's no brain to start with.
Well, yeah.
I was told off by Messi Jez and Al Hotchkiss for being too happy about Warner getting hit in the arm.
Wow.
I was admonished for my cruelty. I had to row back significantly.
I'm sorry if you're listening, Messi and Al. It's Warner. Fuck off.
As that's cut backward a square by Joe Root. It's a very nice shot. And there is a man in the deep there, so just the one run. That's the sort of shot which would get him in trouble, as it has in Australia on faster, bouncier pitches when it's a bit closer to him. But on this fairly placid New Zealand surface, that's very manageable for Joe Root.
Yeah, it's very placid. Weather's very nice. Pitch is pretty flat. The odd one has kept a little low. That's the only thing I would say. But I mean, it's it literally is the odd one. It's not like it's happened that often.
Here comes Tickner. Oh, that's Fuller. And Folks plays across it a little bit, and I think he may have got a bit of a leading edge there because it's just gone straight back down the wicket, but all along the floor. It seems, of all the bowlers, you'd probably say it's a wicket for Ollie Robinson, if it is any bowler in favour of it.
He's a very good bowler. He's got height. He got 4 in the first innings.
Well, yeah, you need height on this to get the lift. That seems to be the only thing that surprises people. I mean, Kukeline's got a bit of lift, and Tickner has as well, at various occasions, but it's very occasional.
Yeah.
It's the height, and we have seen a couple. Robinson obviously has that fabulous nip backer, and we have seen a couple just nibble a little bit. as that's short. Obviously, that's short and ducked under. It's harder to see one nibble when it's halfway down the pitch, as much as what New Zealand has been serving up has been. But when they've got it fuller, a couple on the length have just ducked back in a little bit, and Robinson does like that. It's how he got Daryl Mitchell in the first innings.
Exactly. Tickner's gone down again now. I mean, Tickner's hitting 140 Ks pretty regularly, so he's not slow.
Yeah, but he does have that bit of the collapsing Bruce Reed look about him.
Well, yeah.
No, a bit of a twig, you could snap him a little bit, you think?
As that is a little too straight on the pads, and Folks just clears it off his pads. But there is a man at a sort of wide mid-on who dived. Dived is the correct word. I always get it confused with dove, but that's not a word.
Well, I don't know. I switch between the two, dived and dove.
Or dove.
Well, dove is a bird, but dove is, you know.
He dived and stopped it.
Yeah.
I think
he dove and stopped
they
it.
got through for a single. They did get through for a single. Folks is on 2. 2 off 8. That's a very slow rate for Bazball. He'll be dropped now. As Root defends that no run. End of the 39th. 230 for 5, a lead of 249.
Josie Oak says, competitive eating, you've never seen me eat a pie.
It's that eat 20 hot dogs in 2 minutes type.
And Mog says, I'll say it again, you have my full anti-Warner support at all times, Jacob.
Of course.
Mayank says, a couple of balls I've been hit on the arm, Siraj hit him on the side of the head near the left ear. Talking about Warner, must have been that. Message S also says, apparently Warner was struck in the head during a barrage of short balls in the first innings, but did not undergo a concussion test before being dismissed, caught behind for 15.
So who will open? Will Renshaw go up to open? Will Head be bumped up?
I would say Ranshaw's opened before, so it would be more sensible to bring him up the order.
Yeah, sounds like it.
And he looked completely out of place at number 5.
Yeah. I didn't see. There's only 2 scores on there, Hanscom and Smith. Smith got 70 and Hanscom got 70 or something.
Hanscom got 79 not out, and I think Smith got
70.
a few.
I think he got 70 dead on and he was out.
Oh, as Folks come down the wicket and he's flicked that aerially off his pads. It's going out towards the boundary. Blair Tickner runs round from deep square to collect it. But that's a nice shot from Folks. Actually, he's jumped out and across. And just cleared that off his legs.
I'd say Folks is not another one that's not really in the Bazball mould. He's much more of a manipulator and work with the ball like Root.
Yeah, but they can still go along at a fair lick if they're positive.
As that's just a little check drive up to mid-off for no run by Folks. So if Warner's now been subbed out, if he was hit on the helmet, surely they have to assess him on the field. So how did he pass that assessment but later be concussed?
Yeah, see, that's a bit of a weird one for me.
As that's defended into leg side by Folks, no run.
I didn't see any highlights or anything, so I can't tell you anything about it.
Well, they didn't make the highlights, I don't think, on what I saw.
I watched the BT Sport highlights about an hour ago and it wasn't on there. So.
Well, okay.
As that's played off the back foot by Folks, but again there's a man at mid-wicket and they won't get any run for that.
Are they putting a full test on BT on another channel, or is it just they go over to it after this one's over?
Pass. I watched the BT highlights for this game yesterday, and I missed the broad fracas at the end of the game because that wasn't in it either.
As that's again played to mid-wicket for no run by Folks.
Broad fracas?
The drop catch.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah,
but that was in the Black Caps highlights on YouTube, which come out a full 12 hours earlier than the BT Sport highlights have been.
Interesting. Well, all these people. So much content. It's all everywhere.
As that's played up to mid-on by Folks. No run, end of the over. 232 for 5.
And there are no tweets.
Rubbish, people. I mean, let's face it, everyone's a fucking broadcaster or podcaster these days. Or TikTok.
Anyone who likes the sound of their own voices.
Exactly.
Well,
Ego voice. Do a podcast.
Let's not punch down, shall we?
Yeah.
We're not in the most secure of positions.
I mean, there's
quite.
that guy. I mean, we were uptown today, and the kids always going about this guy. There's this guy in America. He's a TikToker, and all he's famous for is shrugging his shoulders. That's how he made it big.
Oh yeah, I know that guy.
And now he's fucking, advertising boss. It's like the guy's completely talentless, except for he could shrug his shoulders. And now he's fucking everywhere. Everyone wants to be his mates, and he's earning billions. It's just like, for fuck's sake.
I suppose it's
it's the reach. It's who you know rather than what you do.
What is the world coming to, man? I mean, Jesus.
The skill is having the idea, I suppose. And
it's not even an idea, is it? It's just a shrug. We can all shrug.
Yeah, but it was done sort of juxtaposed in quite humorous ways with people overcomplicating things, and then he would show how to do it a very easy way. It was kind of a satire in a way, as Root pulls that, not connecting properly with it, and they'll just get through for a single. Yeah, it was sort of a satire on things like, you see on TikTok all the time, these viral hacks of how to do things, or like rubber
or reaction videos, where you do absolutely nothing apart from...
But it was like, rub an onion on your car window to stop it frosting up, and then it'd be like, okay, or you could just scrape the ice off like a normal person, shrug of the shoulders. And it was kind of a making light of people overcomplicating things, and I suppose there is an idea in that which gains
it's
traction.
quite a random one, though, isn't it?
Well, that's the internet age, isn't it?
Yeah.
Random ideas.
It's like striking gold in the Klondike.
Yes.
Offended by folks for no run. Oh, look at the Kardashians.
Yes.
That's where it all started.
Well, she did a porn video.
Is that a talent? I suppose.
Well, in some circles it would be seen as that, yeah.
Then again, it wasn't a particularly professionally done porn video.
No, apparently not. And rumor has it that her mother released it. But there you go.
As that's clipped off the legs by folks. I like that bear. Apparently.
Yeah, that's for the legal eagles out there.
Who knows?
It's been out there long enough.
Tom Fahey, cricket captain, says, "How do you perform a concussion test on a window licker like Warner?" Oh, that's a bit harsh. Asking for a friend.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Can he count to two for two fingers? I don't know.
In the interest of rowing back on my previous meanness and complete impartiality that guerrilla cricket is famous for, because that's clipped off the legs
Well, that's a good shot.
Very nicely worked into the leg side. He won't get a boundary for it, but they might come through for two. Yes, they do. He moves to 56. Rowing back on my previous horribleness, Warner, it is said, is actually off the field a very pleasant and intelligent man. It's just a shame that on the field he comes across as a bit of a knob.
Because he has white line fever.
No.
But apparently he's very nice and also quite intelligent.
I'm sure a lot of the Aussies are, but they're just Aussies and they're cricketers, and therefore,
They are the big bad.
Yes.
As that's defended into the offside by Root, and that's the sort of thing which will really annoy bowlers and particularly a bowling captain. That just a defensive prod which just works it into a gap, and that's what Root has made a career out of, really, just being able to tick over when no one else can.
Mike Meehallwood gives us a concussion update. He says, "I can actually give a concussion update. You can easily pass a test on field and then fail after. Smith 2019. Symptoms can be delayed. Actually happened to me on Monday. Banged my head playing rugby league and felt fine for over an hour before going south very fast."
Ooh, nasty.
Hope you're all right now, Mike.
Yeah.
Thunder by folks for no run.
I mean, Smith did pass the one on the field, but I mean, he never looked right after it, did he? I mean, I remember watching that and thought, nah, he's not right at all. So I don't know how he passed that test.
Is there something perhaps that cricket could do similar to rugby union about the kind of withdrawing the player from the field?
The HIA, where you get the shepherd's crook whether you want it or not.
Yeah, and then you could
come back.
You could be put back on if you pass the...
I guess it's a lot easier than something like rugby where you've got millions of substitutes and everyone comes on and off, and you can't come off and go back on, can you, in rugby? Or can you?
Oh, yes, you can.
As a substitute, yeah?
You can for blood or for a yellow card. Oh, that's reverse swept and it's a little edge. It's a little edge from Joe Root and it's come.
Why are they always getting to 50 and getting out?
Yeah, they're all getting to 50 and getting out. It's
Bracewell's got him. It's come off the gloves of Blundell and into the hands of Mitchell.
I can see Hendo having fucking fits in his lounge right now.
Oh, it's that.
That was not fabulous.
It's that bloody reverse sweep again.
Yeah, it's a toe end as well, wasn't it? He's got it right on the Q end.
Right,
we've now gone from England having a lead of about effectively 220 for 4 to now 256 for 6.
Right, let me get through some tweets. Oh, that's annoying. Right, come back. Yep. Oh, Bear, you're being taken to task by Dana Patterson. She says, Bear, stop seeming superior. Think of what you do online for all of us to watch. What are you famous for?
I'm not famous for anything, and I don't pretend to be either. If I was famous, I'd be making loads of money, Diana, but I'm not.
Oh, I don't know, Bear. There's that clip on YouTube of you doing an interview with Indian telly.
Well, yeah, I don't know if that makes me famous.
And Messenger says, I don't think there's much doubt that Brooks' dismissal was brought about by the premature playing of memory events Clessop Jackson jingle. So you're saying we kiboshed him?
Well, possibly. I played it a bit too early. He hadn't even got to 50 at that point.
Mog says, isn't it great to think the whole Kardashian thing came up because of some pneumatic
What's that?
Pneumatic slapper releasing a mediocre sex tape in an effort to get clout.
Well, yeah. Who said that? Mog?
Yep.
Well said, Mog.
I think that might be also the
oh, that'd be lunch.
Break.
That'll be the break. Yeah, tea, dinner, whatever. Sandwich break.
It's a short one.
Yeah, it's a sandwich break. Right, so Root gets out right on the bloody cusp of the sandwich break. England are 237 for 6. 57 from Root, 54 from Brooke. Ollie Pope got a 49, a couple of high 20s early on. That's a problem with Bazball, and that'll be what Hendo will be fuming about in his lounge, that no one's going on because they're all trying to hit it too hard and be too imaginative. And, you know, England have kind of thrown away a pretty good position. Having said that, if they hadn't gone at 6 and over, they'd be on 130. A lead of 150. So,
which is what we used to do.
Which is what we used to do, and then the wicket still might have fallen. Who knows? So, I mean, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it, with Bazball? You get excited about it, it's fun to watch, and then you go, yeah, you've thrown away quite a good position. But if you're going to carry on playing like that, occasionally you are going to throw it away, and it can be a bit annoying to watch. But England are in a good position. 4 wickets left. Stokes still to come in with folks that, you know, another 50 run, a 300 run lead may well be enough against these Kiwis in the 14s. Of course, they'll have oodles of time to get the runs, but England are quite attacking, and they certainly will want to be out there when the lights change. Will Blundell get another ton? The only other batsman who got any runs was Conway
got 70, but he was dropped badly by.
He was dropped badly by Crawley, wasn't he? Yep. When he was on about 4. And the question is, some of the other players like Kane Williamson, who didn't get any runs in the first innings, maybe they may well score runs in the second. Yeah, but then you think, well, Blundell got runs in the first, so he hopefully won't get second inning runs, or Conway. The ones you worry about, I suppose, Daryl Mitchell against England has had a fantastic run apart from that last game. Kane Williamson is always a danger. Tom Latham can score runs as well. I mean, they do have a fairly decent top 6, I'd say. Bracewell at 7 and Wagner at 8 makes them, a reasonable batting unit.
Oh, let's not forget Southey at 9, who can slap it everywhere.
Slap it everywhere. I mean, they are quite a lengthy batting unit, and they've all got fairly decent averages. So it could be quite tight for England, even if they get a lead of 300. It's not certainly not a done thing. History would suggest it's massively in England's favour, but it only being a third day pitch as it is, and all that time in hand, could be fun. Certainly, you won't go to day 5 though. I don't think, by the looks of things.
No, I wouldn't expect it to go.
Seem that way.
do go late into day 4, but I imagine he won't get into day 5.
Yeah.
On that note, I'm going to go and have a nap for an hour before I'm back on.
Yeah.
Let me just get through some tweets whilst we wrap up for 10 minutes or so.
Yes. Well, this is it for me. I'm out for the day as well. You're
Fuzzy
taking
says,
over.
did Jacob grow up on Buffy reruns? The Big Bad? ? Message says, to be honest, Bear, I think it's more likely that Hendo is snoring in his bed right now.
You think he's a
He's
an
a
insomniac.
night owl.
He's an insomniac. He's awake. Come on, Hendo. Tweet me in. Tell me that you're throwing things around your lounge in
And
despair at Masball.
Tom Fahey says, England could still lose this and look like a right set of dicks.
Yeah, they could do. They never won a pink ball test away from home, so there's a good chance they will.
Mog says, so Warren didn't even get a concussion check on field. These are the people who think it's a good idea for Pukowski to play again.
Oh, wow.
Who had, 5 concussions in about 3 years.
He's had more than that. Apparently, we were topping him up last time. He's had 11 or 14 or something.
Yeah. And Mark Zip says, would it be anti-Bazball and not allowing to express himself if we just said no more reverse sweeps for route?
Yeah, it would be.
And that's up to date on Twitter.
Okay, we're going to flip over to some more audio. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Well, I won't, because I'm going to go home and go to bed myself. But some other people will. See you later. Bye.
Good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and the 3rd episode of our new quizcast. Who's That Weirdo? A competition that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers, but possibly sound as if they could be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined today for an absolute corker. I mean, you could only have this combination during a World Cup, I think, a World Cup year. 2 incredible heavyweights of guerrilla cricket, all the way down there in that country that's a little bit down under. In fact, they're probably nearer. They are nearer to each other than we are to them by an enormous distance, because they are both in Melbourne. And first man I have to introduce is none other than jingler extraordinaire, man with more swords and axes than you can wave a sword and axe at. It's Mog. Hello, Mog.
Hey up. Hello.
Hey up. He said hey up.
Hey up.
Hey up. He's pretending to be English. I can't believe it. And also joining us in Melbourne. I hope I'm keeping you guys up and you've got really early mornings tomorrow, have I?
Hopefully, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. We have none other than Forthy. Forthy, how are you?
Very happy to hear. Even more excited to see Mog effectively for the first time in the flesh. Something I can tell my grandchildren about.
The day I was on with where were you when Forthy was on with Mog? That would be what people ask instead of various things about Kennedy and things like that. Anyway,
Bastard of Box Hill versus the Ormond originator.
Something like that. I should now also introduce my Richard Osman to my Alexander Armstrong. On my left, because I forgot to introduce him last week, is none other than the Bish, Tony Bishop, who will be providing us with all and every detail about the people we talk about in this particular 40 minutes to come. And of course,
judiciously edited.
And of course, it will be the most amazing things that you've heard about people on any radio station anywhere. So, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, a quick rundown of the rules. I've had to write them down because otherwise I forget them, because I'm getting a little bit elderly. So we toss to start with. Have we got a coin? We haven't got a coin.
I don't actually know.
We don't have a coin. Well, I've got Ipsy Dipsy and something like that, and we will just bring you in. Basically, I give you a name and a nationality, and you have to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. And in fact, if you think they're not a cricketer at all, you have to say, who's that weirdo? If you get it right, it's a live or dead cricketer. Contestant then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If, though, you get it on the nose, you get a big 4. You've just hit it through mid-wicket, clipped it away, and picked up a lovely boundary. If, however, you are wrong, the question is passed over to the opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, the age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. And then at the end of it, we shall add up, see who's got the most points. And of course, you know, if you get really close a couple of times, I might use a certain amount of judiciousness to give you an extra point or half point here or there. So
you are looking very handsome today, Hendo.
Thank you very much. I think so. I mean, I do try to tell people that, but not everyone believes me. Right.
Hendo, are they Test cricketers or could be any cricketer?
Oh, it's any cricketers. Any cricketers at all. Right. Male, female, and from any nation or associate nation, which I know will interest Mog, who I'm sure will have been catching up on his Namibians.
I've been checking out the Ugandan.
The Ugandans. I don't think we've got any Ugandans this week. I'm sorry to say that. I could be bluffing you, couldn't I? I could be bluffing.
No Ugandans.
No Ugandans.
You've just lost a Ugandan audience for a start.
All right. I'll tell you what. Pick a number between 1 and 10, Mog, and tell it to me.
6.
Unfortunately, that means the toss has come down the wrong side. Fourthy, you get the decision whether to bat or to put Mog in first. What are you going to do? What are the conditions looking like today?
Well, it's been a wet spring. It's overcast tonight, so I'm going to put. I'll put Mog in.
You're going to put Mog in to bat. So this is your first name to deal with, Mog. I hope you're not too nervous. Just take your time.
Fourthy's already mentioned Cataline in a conversation today, so his erudition has already intimidated me.
Well, I know he's like that. You know, he writes these incredible Smackmum articles, which I feel like I've read a philosophy essay by the time I got to the bottom of it.
It's not going to help me with this game, though, is it?
It's not going to help you with this game. Well, it might do, because there may be philosophers. Who knows?
That's true.
Yeah, so it could be. Okay, the first name that I'm going to read and give to you, Mog, is Gregory McLaren, New Zealand. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Gregory.
He's obviously he's a dead cricketer.
No, he's not a dead cricketer. So I can pass it straight over to Fourthy. So he's not a dead cricketer. So he's either a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo. What do you reckon? Fourthy?
Well, McLaren sounds like one of those names from the sort of late 19th century. I'm thinking of Archie McLaren.
Yes.
I think that he's a. Did you say a live cricketer?
He said dead cricketer.
You said dead cricketer.
Yeah.
In which case, I'll say, oh shit, there aren't New Zealanders though.
Yeah, but McLaren, it sounds such a Kiwi-sounding name, isn't it?
I feel I should have taken longer to answer now.
Yeah, I think yeah. You see, you were intimidated, weren't you?
I'll say cricketer, but whatever the opposite of what Mog said was.
So you think he's a live cricketer, and I can tell you that Gregory McLaren is neither a dead cricketer or a live cricketer. He's a who's that weirdo? Tell us more about Gregory McLaren, Tony.
I can do that if you wish. Yeah, so you're right. Well, he's better known by the name of Lucky Diamond Rich. And he was born in 1971. His age is slightly indeterminate, but it's either 50 or 51, therefore. He is the world's most tattooed man. 100% covered in tattoos is Gregory Paul, or Lucky Diamond.
Eyeballs as well.
His entire body, including his mouth, ears, foreskin, even the insides of his eyelids are covered in tattoo. He's held that title since 2006, which you all know very well. He took over from Tom Leopard, known as the Leopard Man of Skye. He also used to be, or still does, he dazzles the crowd as a sword swallower and juggler while riding a 13-foot unicycle. He's done that in Covent Garden. He has the word nomad on his stomach and Buddhist writing on his arms. And he lives a rather nomadic lifestyle and performs now still, I believe, in Adelaide in Australia.
Mog, you sounded as if as soon as we said Lucky Diamond Rich, as if you actually knew who we were talking about. Did you know him?
Absolutely not.
Oh, right.
Confidence is important, I feel.
Sounded good. How the hell do you tattoo someone on the inside of their eyelids?
Well, I was more intrigued by his foreskin, I've got to be honest. I mean, do they have like some sort of extendable message?
Oh, please. Oh, yes, I suppose it could be, couldn't it? Depending on...
If he's 100% tattooed, how can you tell what's written on him?
That's a very good point. Yes,
You can see plenty of pictures of him. You can find him in the Guinness Book of Records.
Philosophical question, which I'll put to Forth. How would you know?
I was going to ask the same question. What defines 100%? Because there's got to be gaps in the ink.
Yeah, good point.
Well,
good
I don't have a picture of him here, but one is. He has been quoted as saying, "I'm not a lunatic. I'm in the most published book in the world." The
Bible.
Yes, well, that's what I thought. I don't recall the book of Gregory of Lucky Diamond Rich, but maybe there was one.
One of those apocryphal.
Failing that, it's the Guinness Book of Records. Yeah, that's there it is.
It's like being a completist in anything, though, really, isn't it? Once all your skin's gone, that's kind of like the end of the journey. Who's the only man in the world then who can't get a tattoo because he's full up?
Well, you could open him up and you could start etching his bones or the inside of his skin.
Do it from the inside. Now that's That's incredible.
That's next.
Yeah, that'd be the next thing. That's. I mean, it throws up all sorts of possibilities, doesn't it? Really, but I'd like to know a little bit more about him and perhaps get him on a show at some point. That would be quite good fun. Anyway, moving on. Since that Forthy put Mog into bat, it means that Forthy now has to reply.
Okay.
I have another name for you, and the name that I have is Frederick Fane, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Frederick Fane.
Yeah.
Frederick Fane. Fane. It doesn't sound in. Frederick sounds again like a 19th century name, although it's come back in again a bit recently, isn't it?
Oh, it has. Yes.
But you get little
Freddies and things. Yes.
Kicking around children's. Frederick Fane.
Frederick Flintoff.
Live.
I'm going to say. Did you say England?
I did say England. Yes.
Dead cricketer.
Dead cricketer, absolutely on the nose. He is a dead cricketer. You get the first 2 points of the show today. I'm going to have to sort of fill you in as we go. 2 points to Forthy. He is indeed a dead cricketer. Now, this is the point. Can you get a bonus point? How old was Frederick Fane when he died?
Well, process of elimination. I don't think he was post-war because Frederick Fane. He may even be pre-First World War. He could have died. It could be a tragic story. Oh, so it's got to be how old was he when he died? Okay.
Yes.
Which is absolutely nothing to do with anything I've just said. Doesn't matter when.
Not how old is he now, because he's obviously been around
dead,
for a while.
Yeah.
But
I will say, I get the feeling, I get a vibe that Frederick Fane was. I think the reason you wouldn't choose him if he died at the age of 78. I mean, what would be the point? Well, you might have done.
Yeah,
so
this is the beauty of this competition, you see.
He could have done,
or he could the nuances of it.
Yeah, he could be. He's either like something like 37 or 96. I'll go for 96.
No, you're nowhere near. Well, you're not that far away, to be honest. He went the right way. He was 85 when he died in 1960. So you don't get the bonus point. You do get the 2 points for getting a dead cricketer. Don't get the bonus point.
Okay.
Tony has more information about the great Frederick.
Great Frederick Fane. Well, I can tell you, he was born in County Kildare and he died in Kelvedon Hatch in Brentwood. In 1960, as we've said, at the age of 85, he played 14 tests between 1906 and 1910. He averaged 26, had a higher score there of 143 versus South Africa at the Wanderers in 1906, although England still lost by 243 runs. He was caught at the end of that innings by the great Albert Vogler off the bowling of the one and only Sibley Snook. What it was to him on that, indeed. He captained England as well on a couple of occasions. Good-looking front-foot player, that is him. He also represented Essex with great distinction for 20 years and scored close to 20,000 first-class runs for them.
So I'm a bit disappointed you guys haven't heard of him. I'd have thought, he's
that Vogler guy, was he South African?
He was Albert Vogler, yes, indeed.
Yeah, so
he is
Q Henderson. I know all about this.
I'm going to give you half a bonus point for that, Mark. See, now you'll be nice to me. So moving on from Frederick Fane, who should that come up in a quiz that you find yourself over Christmas, you'll know all about him. Right, moving on back to
and you'll be having a very dull Christmas.
Oh, now yes, well, Won't we all?
It'd be my sort of Christmas, but
Absolutely, absolutely.
Best Christmas crackers ever.
Now, I'm thinking that you guys should get this one. Dexter Kruger, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Dexter Kruger.
I won't just immediately blurt out an answer this time. I'll
put it through the mod computing facility.
Dexter. That's an old name. I've already forgotten his surname. Kruger. That's
not to be confused with Freddie.
That's of German extraction, so he's clearly going to be from South Australia.
Oh, I like the way you're thinking.
And
Nightmare on Grace Road.
Nightmare on Vulture Street.
I'm going to say again, dead cricketer.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It's not a dead cricketer, which means it goes over to Forthy. Is he therefore a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo?
You say his name again, Dexter Kruger.
Kruger, yeah, Kruger, like the national park in South Africa.
No relation to Freddie.
No relation to Freddie. Done that.
No relation to
Sorry, pay attention.
With a K, not that it makes any difference.
Okay, yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, Dexter Kruger. He's going to be a weirdo.
You're absolutely right. You get a bonus point for saying that he is a weirdo. He is a weirdo. And why exactly is he a weirdo? Tony.
He is Australia's, or was
Australian is weirdo.
Australia's oldest man. He died at the age of 111 in 2021. He's a Queenslander, and he
We're back.
We're back.
Hello, all.
And you're back in the room too with my point.
Thank you, guys. Am I on ball by ball? I think I am.
I think you are.
Yes, okay. Well, welcome back to whatever we're going to call it, the second session of the day. Welcome to Al.
No, you're not, actually. Al's on ball by ball, I beg your pardon.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Am I somewhere wrong? Al, you're on.
It is the difficult second session as Bracewell bowls and Stokes defends. England are 2-3-7 for 6. An interesting first session. One of contrasts, as this is defended again by Stokes. England, I believe the technical term for it, have scored a shit ton of runs, but they've also conceded wickets at a fairly profitable rate, which means that the game still hangs in the balance, because England are 2-5-6 for 6 in terms of game, as that spins away from Stokes, but it was way too far outside the off stump to be threatening. Taken by the keeper. 2-5-6
I don't think we
isn't safe, is it, by any stretch?
No. There's another ball. No, look, I don't think we can have it both ways. There's a dot ball. I don't think we can have it both ways, can we? We can't say, England have got themselves out or left runs out there. Their strategy involves getting out earlier than they would otherwise and leaving some runs out there. That's just the way it is.
Seems to be the case. That is overly forwardly defensive by Stokes, and that is the end of Bracewell's innings that was truncated, that was bisected by T. Yes.
Sorry, if Michael Bedford on YouTube, you said you should release a handcrafted selection of shorts entitled "The Bear Loses It." It'll be a full-length feature, actually, Michael.
Yeah, it's an opus rather than a short story. That it's going to be Kugelheim who's going to bowl from the other end. There's a part of me that's surprised that it's not going to be Wagner, even though he was, without doubt, horrific in that.
Well, I don't know whether you covered this because I popped out, but that is the most expensive opening 11 overs in Test history of any bowler.
I absolutely had no idea that would have been a thing.
That doesn't surprise me, though.
I was going to say it was pretty goddamn awful.
I think Bryce Carson was the previous incumbent.
That doesn't surprise me either.
It's a weight lifted off that man's shoulders, as that is. Defended by Folks towards mid-on for no run.
He was one of the inadequate spinners that Australia invested in after the post-war era. I don't know whether he was the worst of all of them because there was a bit of competition for that mantle.
Well, I mean, history will show quite a lot of spinners who had a very small number of tests while they were being tried out, I suspect.
Yes, that's correct.
Was this pre or post Benno?
Pre or post?
Benno.
Richie
Pre-Benno.
Benno. Pre-Benno.
Oh, this was just after Warney.
After
my
Warney,
apologies.
sorry.
Short pitch delivery, which Stokes backs out of the shot, through to the keeper.
I thought you said post-war.
That's what I thought you said as well. I heard.
Oh, sorry, I understand the confusion now.
Yeah.
Yes, there was Jason Frazier and Cameron White and it was Beer, chap called Beer.
Yeah.
Michael Beer, Bo Casson.
Michael
Yes,
Beer.
yes, all pretty ordinary.
All comes flooding back to me now. Those were the days. Those were the days.
My friend.
Kugelheim wide of the crease. Folks plays the ball defensively towards square leg. Takes it kind of chest high as he does so.
I think the truth is we're coming to an age where the term post-worn will resonate with more people than the term post-war.
Well, in a way, that's good. Don't need a regular war to keep that phrase on vogue, as that is a good length ball just outside the off stump, defended for no room.
Which war is the question?
To quote the song by Billy Bragg, you could say that Shane Warne was sometimes between the wars, in the sense that he stood between. Rather clever.
This is why we pay him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, if you should see my salary check. Yeah.
If it's as big as mine, then yeah, we're rich.
Oh, yeah. I've no idea. I've no idea.
I've just negotiated a 20% increase in my salary. That is a slower ball, Yorker length delivery on the leg stump, though, when folks is able to turn that to deep square leg for a single. And that he's protecting Stokes as best he can, just leaving the number 8 with one ball to face.
Is that going to impact on my 3/5 to 5/8 of fuck all?
Yes, right. Well, I suppose.
You'll have to take that up with the.
Sorry.
I was going to say you'll have to take that up with his union rep. Bad news for New Zealand. Bad news for New Zealand. Neil Wagner is about to re-enter the field of play.
Oh shit! Maybe he's been whipped.
It's difficult to say. He probably enjoys it. As that is defended to point by Stokes, last ball of the over Kugelheim, as figures for 124 off 7 overs, and England's lead is 257. Jez.
Mark says Bryce McGain on Michael Beer were the worst of the post-war spinners, and he says, I'll have you know that 20% Algot came out of the jingle budget.
And don't you forget it.
George McPherson says, well, this is yet another shambolic batting by England. Shows why England should have a 3 or 4 day tour match instead of the bloody unwanted 2-day.
Well,
yeah,
was that a satire or was that a straight comment?
I was going to say that they are leading by 257. Yeah, I mean,
and it's been highly enjoyable as well.
It's been all sorts of chaos. We'll bring you in between balls, Jess, as that is Bracewell starts the next over. Flicked to mid wicket by folks, but no run.
No, I'm all up to date now.
You're up to date, are you?
How much would you two? Well, no, not Messi. This is not one for him. It's one for Al. How much would you mind?
Oh, that's kind of beaten, folks. I'm sure he's trying to play that to mid wicket. It's gone down towards long leg. There's eventually, I think it's Conway who's going to field the ball, throw it in, but I think there's taken 3 there. But that seemed to flummox and Fox folks there from Bracewell.
Foxed folks. I was just sort of observing. I wouldn't mind too much if New Zealand won this Test match. It wouldn't bother me too much.
From a gambling point of view, I think you can get them around about 11-4.
Oh yeah, well, I wasn't thinking from that point of view, but yes, that as well.
Well, I'm always happy for England to lose. You know that.
Well, are you there?
And I'm actually, except when they're playing Australia, I'm always happy for New Zealand to win. I do like New Zealand.
A full length delivery, which Stokes bunts towards mid-off, and there'll be no run.
And there's a big part of me that wants to prick the Bazball bubble too.
Why is that? I don't understand that. Bazball's a good thing, isn't it? Not a bad thing.
Oh, look, I think it's done some fantastic things for cricket. Sorry, there's a ball there.
Quicker, sharper delivery, just defended back to the bowler, and there's no run.
What I don't like about it is the way in which it has impacted the way some people behave outside of the cricket team.
I will come to for more clarification, as that is defended to extra cover for no run. Who's the people behaving differently outside of cricket?
Not outside of the cricket team. I think there is a really weird vibe going on with a number of particularly England supporters about the way they think that somehow or other they're responsible for Bazball and what's changed.
The last ball is defended back to the bowler. There is no run. Jez, I'm gonna press you for an example of. Are we talking about commentators in the round? Are we?
I'm talking. Well, in some cases, I think some people have left leave of their senses because of Bazball, and they're making really weird statements about what ought to happen and how things should change, which defy logic. And there's almost a view that Stokes and McCallum can do no wrong. Whatever they touch turns to gold. And I think, last night with Broad, that fiasco demonstrated how flawed that view is. Nobody's perfect. And frankly, they can fuck it up as well as anybody else can. And yet somehow it's either all good or all bad in the view of some.
Well, there is less nuance in the world as Kugelheim comes in, and this ball is defended straight back to him for no run. Yeah,
it's an interesting point of view, and I do have some sympathy with a kind of what can I say? A unilateral view, which is sort of imposed on people. So you're kind of not allowed to criticise something that is working. To be honest, in some ways, that kind of mystical Aussie team, which was very reliant, after all, on some incredible players for 10 to 15 years, that got wrapped up in the baggy green and the mystic of the baggy green.
Yeah, that was all bullshit stuff, wasn't it?
That was all bullshit. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
One can only improve through the acquisition and use of constructive criticism as Kugelheim. Short ball, folks, off his feet, pulling that to deep square leg for a single, and he moves to 10.
Does anybody else share my view that Kugelheim's visually offensive in terms of his action?
Euphemistically put.
I just hate the way he bowls.
Well, there's an explosion of energy which goes nowhere because he then lurches wide of the crease. I've seen one or two other bowlers do that. I think someone should have got hold of him when he was young and said, "Well, you're wasting that explosion of energy by lurching to the left."
Yeah.
There's so many things about Kugelheim and his life which we could talk about as a result of those two comments, which leads me to the next ball is defended by Stokes towards cover for no run. So, visually offensive, wasted lurches of energy, morally offensive.
Yes, right.
You're listening to Radio 4.
None of that was intended, I might add, which sort of adds to the strength of it.
He's also got a name that looks more like an anagram than a real name, but that's the least of his problems.
Yeah, the least of his problems is that his name is the last 10 letters of a Scrabble game, but as that is left by Stokes for outside the off stump for no run.
Oh dear.
Yes, I sort of see what you're saying. I feel that way about some types of music or artists sometimes. Any form of criticism of them is some form of sexism or racism or whatever it might be. And say, no, I just want to critique that particular song or album, but then, a whole lot of other things get thrown into the mix.
There seems to be an upswing in the number of people who have allowed us to remember that fan is short for fanatic, as that is short pulled away by Stokes, and that has beaten Conway to the boundary sponge, and that is a well-timed full shot by Stokes, and haven't there been a lot of those in today's play. 4 runs for Ben Stokes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a shame Gary's not here, actually. Is Ben Stokes the most overqualified number 8?
I was thinking exactly the same. Yes. Yeah, I think both of them, when he right at the start of his career, occasionally came in at 8, which was fairly low down.
Seems to be a bit of a waste. Stokes comes down the track and cuts this ball away, and it's beaten cover, but it's also beaten gully too, and that is 2 consecutive 4s for Ben Stokes. And 250 in the innings, up 269 the lead. So
that's the end of the over.
And they ended the over. Jez.
So Mog says, breaking news: Messi calls Kugelheim a chucker. Mike says many would say Kugelheim is visually and morally offensive for a variety of reasons on and off the ground. Mog says, I agree about the music stuff, just trying to call Beyonce an over-marketed middling artist with no outstanding talent and
the
see
views
how the Hive copes.
They are not. Those are not the views of Guerrilla Cricket. Those are not the views of Guerrilla Cricket. I'm not having that bunch after me.
I share Mog's point of view.
Who's Beyonce?
I share Mog's point of view on that.
Bracewell starts the next over. Bracewell starts the next over with a ball outside the off stump, which Folks defends. We will. Oh my God! Is this how I'm going to die? Is this again defended just outside the off stump into the covers? You know what? So,
it's funny how some things arrive beyond criticism, isn't it? And she's one of them. That's for sure.
This ball, that ball kept a little bit low from Bracewell. Folks defends watchfully. She's also there's at least 2 separate occasions where there's been public protest at her losing an award in the Grammys.
Oh, you're joking?
Oh yeah. No, it's quite remarkable as this ball's outside the off stump, and this time Folks cuts the ball. It will be cut off by Point moving across, but not before Folks takes a single. So Harry Styles won Album of the Year. Make of that what you will. But as he was accepting his award, there were boos from the crowd because Beyonce didn't win. And of course, famously, when Taylor Swift picked up an award, Kanye West stormed the stage as Stokes almost yorks himself coming down the track to Bracewell's ball, but he punts it down to Kugelheim at mid-off, and there'll be a single. And Stokes is now on 9, and the lead is 2-7-1. I'm trying to think about this lead in terms of Hendo's levels of safety.
Well, that's a very good question. Because exactly that question.
Folks backs away. Bracewell balls the ball anyway, which clatters into the middle stump, but it's been declared a dead ball. And
they wanted to rush much later.
Tell you what, he was in the beginning of his action there. I mean, it's how late can you back away?
Well,
it's right on
there
the
was a
cusp.
case in the India test where the ball had left the bowler's hand and he pulled away. I can't remember who it was, but it was a lad.
Folks, forward press. They eventually plays the ball off his hip to mid wicket, but there'll be no run. The lead is 2-7-1, and yeah, Hendo's levels of safety, Jeff.
Well, Russ McD has just tweeted the same thing. He says, "Afternoon from Korea Gorillas. What kind of lead do we think is bulletproof here? 350, 400." Well, I'd think of it in the terms of a sort of conventional test match assessment. Probably around 400 is bulletproof, in my judgment.
How might we rate these Hendo levels of safety?
Well, Hendo would have 1,000, you know.
Well, no. At 271, are we saying that Hendo is wary?
Oh,
is he?
No, Hendo is very, very pessimistic.
Very
at 271.
Highly anxious.
So Hendo would. So our Hendo level of happiness is anxious still about this England lead. Does Kugelheim has to abort his run up as someone is in the Stokes eye line?
It's a pretty flat. It's a slightly puddingy tennis bounce, sticky pitch, but it doesn't present too many difficulties. It doesn't seem to be too. Because the odd ball is kept low, but it hasn't really followed through. So you could imagine chasing 320, 330 maybe.
Yeah, I think that's true. Mind you, the quality of the England attack is the thing going against New Zealand.
Yeah,
but they got Williamson still. Hasn't done much lately.
Kugelheim bowling around the wicket, outside Stokes off stump. He taps and runs into the covers, and will take a single.
I know he reminds me of a little bit. It's a very, very poor man's Imran Khan, I think, Kugelheim's action, isn't it?
Oh no, there was such a graceful leap in Imran's runner. You know what I mean?
I did underline very, very poor man.
Yeah, bargain basement. No.
Yeah, bargain basement, an Aldi version.
So when would we? How many runs does the lead have to beat before the Hendo level of safety goes from from anxious to pessimistic? Would that be the 300 mark?
300.
Yeah,
300.
I think about that. Yeah.
Okay.
The foothills of pessimism around 300.
That is filth down the leg side, which Blundell does well to move to his leg side to his left to be able to field. The foothills of pessimism, wasn't that Tolkien's rejected title for the Two Towers?
Well, actually, it was a rather good second album by Young Marble Giants, which they never got round to completing in the studio, and is still unreleased. So it's not. It's not. In case anyone writes in, there is no.
Short pitch delivery, which should be a no ball on height, or should be a wide on height, but isn't somehow. That was way too short.
I think it's an excellent concept, this Hendo index of pessimism, though. Or is the index of anxiety.
I think we could be onto something. Yeah, we could colour code it. There could be warnings.
It could make Hendo the gorilla of the day for 2 days in a row, even though he's not on today.
Even though he's not on today. Yeah, you be the judge, folks. You be the judge. This one, good length ball just outside of stump. Sound defence by Folks. And it feels...
I can't remember because I haven't looked it up, but I imagine Folks' test batting average may very well be higher than Butler's. And he kept Butler out of the side, despite being an obviously superior wicketkeeper all those years. I suspect that we get more runs out of him in the end.
I think it's just... I think there's been a realisation that it's like... Yeah, and I think the captaincy of the one-day side and the T20 side has kind of helped with the idea of, like, you know, I think you might just be happier doing those two things rather than all three.
Butler. I always enjoy watching him play, but he never quite cracked the test thing.
He looks amazing, as this is filth down the leg side and helped on its way by Folks. Blundell cannot make the distance, and that's 4 runs off the bat.
Mate, you're bowling fifth, man, disgusting. Fifth, mate, you're bowling fifth.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I think that wasn't off the bat. That was definitely off the heel, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's off the heel. I think he. Yeah. Yeah, right off the heel. You're right.
If did someone say it was meant to be fancy dress day today in at the test match? Because
No, I didn't hear that.
I've only seen one person in fancy dress just there, and it wasn't pretty. That is a horrific short pitch delivery. It's a thank you, umpire. That is, a wide on height, and it was awful bowling by Kugelheim. There is there's the lack of discipline and control that started with Warner with Wagner. Seems to be spreading to Kugelheim. Maybe he was just too close to him at lunch and caught some. At tea and caught something. Because that is a good ball just outside the off stump. Defended. Folkes is 15, Stokes is 10. 2-7-70 lead. Jez.
I just want to not correct something, but clarify something. Despite my negativity about some of the impacts of the baseball stuff, I do want to say how positive it has been in terms of changing the English psyche when it comes to actually batting without fear or pessimism with their bat. England have been characterised, in my view, for quite a long time with the capacity to worry about what might happen, and the lack of that fear of failure has changed so much for them, and it's very un-English, I've got to say, because basically that's not what the English should be doing.
I know it's about a different sport, but former All Black coach Graham Henry used to talk about England's rugby union side as world champions of wasted talent, because that is a quicker ball by Bracewell, which is too close to Stokes to cut, but he tries to cut anyway, and he misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. Yeah, just hurries him along a little bit.
I always think that Stokes has gone off the boil since the advent of baseball, but in fact, I always get contradicted by the hard data.
Yeah,
it's weird, isn't it? It's very annoying.
He's pushed that ball. He's pushed that ball to mid-on and taken a sharply taken single, and he's now on 11.
I just cannot remember any significant innings since the advent of baseball. I'm sure they exist, and I just have mentally deleted them. Maybe one. I don't remember it though.
I think there's been times where he's been a second banana behind a sort of a greater contribution by somebody else.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing. We're used to him taking centre stage. This is late period Stokes.
Well, yeah, I've got another comment on that. I'll wait till after this ball.
Good ball defended back to the bowler, no run, Jess.
Well, I think Stokes stood out in the past because he was the only one who stood up in a period of failures, whereas now he's surrounded by people who are much more successful.
Good point.
This ball slightly shorter from Bracewell, which allows Folkes to go back in his crease, plays that to mid-on, and there'll be a single.
Do we know, anyone know how Bairstow is getting on medically? Is he near recovery?
Good question. I'll do some research on that.
Jason's giving a big thumbs down from the studio. So not good, Jace? No, nowhere near.
Not selected for the Bangladesh tour, and I don't think he's going to be starting the season county-wise yet.
Oh, a swing and a miss. Bracewell has tempted Stokes into a big heave, which he fails to make contact with. He was trying to fetch that a long way from outside the off stump into the leg side field. Nice
bit of bowling from Bracewell, actually, wasn't it?
just toss that up a little bit more. Tries to repeat the dose, but Stokes says, "Fool me once, but you shall not fool me twice," and that's the end of the over.
Okay, so I've missed a few. Leah says I'm against sexism, racism, queer fervour, etc., but I have no problem with discriminating rapists. Ross McD says I also agree with Mog about being incredibly talented, but the cult of personality around her leads to massive overrating. Tim at the ground says, Tim and Drew here again. Hope the $20 came through. Apologies for our rubbish currency, the New Zealand dollar, the peso of the South Pacific. Oh, thank you very much, Tim. I can't confirm that with the bear having gone home.
We're gonna have a change. Messi, you and I are off. Jason is on, and so is Richard.
Okay, thanks, guys. Brian Barish is the next tweet.
Yeah, I'll leave you in Forty's capable hands. See you later.
Thanks, Al. Thanks, Messi. Hello, Richard. Not sure we've been on before, although we might have been.
We have not. Pleased to meet you, Forty.
Very pleased to meet you. And hello, Jason. How you
Hello
going?
again. I'm good, thank you. Voice is a bit croaky because I've had a cold for about a week.
Oh, I don't know. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi, doesn't it? A certain...
Not when you're doing video conferences for like 6 hours yesterday.
That doesn't help.
That sounds painful.
Whereabouts are you, Richard, in the world?
I am in Austria, in the one bit of Austria that doesn't have mountains, all the way over in the east. Yonder of Vienna, yeah.
I've got a tour of Switzerland rather unexpectedly lined up later in the year with my youngest son, but I don't think I'll be able to get to Austria. Anyway, we'll come back to this in a moment, perhaps. Kugelline comes in round the wicket to Ben Folkes, who chops that, swings on it and pulls it down, and they come through for a single, gets it past the man at leg gully, and he moves.
You might want to keep Austria in your back pocket when Switzerland gets too expensive after one day and you've got no money left. It's the poor man's Switzerland. The mountains are just as good.
No, I've experienced
somewhat lower as well.
I don't think anything is quite as expensive as Norway, but perhaps Switzerland takes the laurel for that.
Oh, Switzerland is brutal. I refuse to go there.
Really?
My bank manager won't let me. No, I really won't go there. So I can't afford even a drink there.
All right. Well, maybe just once in a lifetime will be sufficient. I doubt I'll ever go back again. But my son got me a discount. He works for a company that specialises in tours, so I got a 30% discount. So I thought, why not?
That will help.
Yeah, it perhaps sounds like it might level it down. Okay, Stokes now on strike. Kugelline continuing round the wickets, and what happened there? My feed just cut out for a second. What happened there?
Stokes ducked under it, and it was a dot ball went through to the keeper. We haven't seen much of Kugelline around the wicket in this match, have we? Or was that my?
We haven't. I was just going to make the point. I'm taking Kugelline as in using the enforcer role, but as a right-hander rather than Wagner as a left-hander. He's bowling very short. He's got the Wagner field to the leg heavy field, but he seems to be doing a better job of it than Wagner at the moment.
Wagnerian field. In he comes again.
Anybody see the irony and all that?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And Stokes has launched that into Rosed.
Yeah,
a huge helicopter action, and that's disappeared over the leg boundary, and it got 6.
Yeah, I commentated, cursed him there with the perfect ball.
Played the Wagnerian role to perfection there. That was a mirror image of the shots we saw in the opening hour.
Now, am I right in thinking that the Richard Wagner, he was Germany rather than Austria, was he?
Ooh, if he was Austrian, if he was Austrian, I think I would have heard more about him as a classical music Philistine. So I'm going to say probably not Austrian. Don't quote me.
They claim to Mozart. In comes Kugelline again. This time.
Don't do that.
All I can now see is a man sprawled out on the boundary edge.
And how about the irony that it's Wagner down there?
Oh, so okay. So that was
taking that
launched.
catch.
It was the 2019 final all over again with Trent Bolt stepping over the Toblerone, and it's ended up as 6. It could easily have been a catch. It would have been a little shorter.
We see so much footage, so many memes or whatever you want to call them, clips of people leaping up into the air to keep the ball in field in that kind of situation. This was the absolute opposite of that. Neil Wagner catches it on the rope and then falls over like a skittle, and it's 6.
Yes, he should have taken one step forward. Instead, he took one step back, and it's 6.
He didn't even try to throw it in and then regather it. He just fell over.
But he
Having a
got it
terrible
more or less
test match he is.
Got it more or less at neck height, so he could easily have taken it above his head one step forward. Cougar line in again. This one, somewhat normality is resumed. Just played down to sort of Point Gully region. Dot ball. Most test 6s we're having a look at. Not sure why.
Well, Ben Stokes has just gone ahead of Brendan McCullum, I think.
There we are. That's the reason. There's all sorts of records have got broken in the last 12 months for this England team, and that's yet one more.
Baz is happy to cheer that moment.
That's a leader for you. Not everybody would have been applauding in the boundary in history if their record had been taken off them. That one's pinged in again halfway up the pitch. Stokes tries the ramp shot, completely misses. Dot ball at the end of the 49th over. England and 273 for 6. Jason, what's happening out there?
Brian Barry says, "Good day, cricket friends. It's 10:45 p.m. here. You're keeping me company while my special goats, cheese, stuffed pepper dew peppers for a board game party tomorrow." Nom nom nom. Very nice. He sends us a picture of it as well. I sent a tweet in saying, "Hendo's index to pessimism. Would that make him a hip person?" Question mark. Moggs says, "Hey, Forthy, if you're going to be in Switzerland, can I get you to pick up a few bottles of mead? I can't order it here for me."
Only too happy to.
Mayank says, "Went to Austria and Hungary during the Christmas break. Drove from Vienna to Salzburg and Innsbruck. It was beautiful. And as a Norwegian, I can tell you, Switzerland is definitely more expensive." Yes, that was my experience when I went skiing at Verbier as well.
Oh my God! More respect. My wife and I finally cracked and went for a glass of wine in I think it was Oslo, and $50 later we decided that was enough of that. In comes Bracewell over the wickets to Folkes, and he just defends, and that's a dot ball.
That was for a round, hopefully, not just one drink.
No, it was for a glass each. I think Bracewell's been bowling quite well, hasn't he? Yeah, quite nice variations here. Runs in the family. And this one, he slightly fools folks who doesn't quite get on top of that one, but there's no great alarm.
He's the nephew, isn't he, of John Bracewell?
Yeah. Just got the thick inside edge, which saved folks there. Looks a little bit like he's not reading him at the moment. I think it's more in flight than any extravagant spin. Racewell again. Oh, what's happened there? That's poinked. Not entirely elegant, but rather ended up in cow corner. 2 bounces and 4 of these. Yeah.
He's the only New Zealander with respectable figures, I would say, at this stage. Very respectable.
Yeah.
Only gone for 23 and he's in his 8th over.
He's a late convert to spin bowling as well. He didn't grow up that way. He's that wasn't his trade, as I understand it, for many years. But he's probably about the best they've got. What's happened to Mitchell Santner? Why isn't he in this team?
He's still around. I guess he must have just fallen out of favour. But I was thinking.
Yeah. I think he also got tagged as being a bit of a white ball specialist when New Zealand had a very good white ball side.
That's just a dot ball, forward defensive from Stokes.
That's close, but it's just outside off stump, thank God.
Extravagant sweep from Stokes, but he's outside the line. sort of thing that morally perhaps they feel they should put in an appeal on, but I imagine that.
Well, they did one earlier on. They did a review, didn't they? Which I think everyone on planet Earth knew wasn't out, just to stop England hitting sixes for 2 minutes.
Exactly, that's right. Just give themselves a breather. It's like when a player goes down in a football match, just to get a bit of.
Don't get me started on that. I'm a rugby man.
Oh, I think he's hit that as well.
Where injuries are real.
I think I'm between two rugby guys here, aren't I?
You are. Let me get in some tweets. Richard Raw says Stokes is, of course, more than his average. Caveats aside, what do you think his end of career Test batting and bowling average will end up being? And after his 258 in 2016, which I was there for, and his 6 for 22 in 2017, will his end of career numbers be ... disappointing? I think he's often sacrificed his personal scoring and his personal average for the sake of the team, which has diminished his aggregate scores at the end of his career.
Yeah, I think if there ever was a team player, I'd say Ben Stokes is the archetypal team player. Folks over his bats. In comes Kugelheim, pings it high, he's taken over the Wagnerian role, up at neck height, and it's smashed straight to the man at leg gully. Deep leg gully, no run.
It seems crazy to talk about career numbers and averages because of the way the game's developing so fast, particularly thanks to England. I mean, what is a good batting average now? What is a good strike rate? And what's it going to be in 3 years? Can't project that stuff the way it's going.
No, very good point. There's been a paradigm shift. There really has.
That's the term I was looking for.
The Kuhnian paradigm shift, as I saw. We haven't got Leah on tweets today. She'd be able to pick up.
We do have Leah on tweets. In fact, she's the next tweet.
Oh, she'll be able to talk about a paradigm shift. And Kuhn. Oh, that one is smashed for 4. Past the man this time at leg gully by Folks. And he's quietly motoring along quite nicely. He moves on to 26.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, Leah says most of Austria doesn't have mountains. Also, the feeder's gone wonky. I'll have to look at that. The Hawkster says something's asked about Folks and Butler. If Folks got out now, he'd average 33.6, whilst Butler has 31.9.
There we are. There's the answer.
And he's also got an interesting stat about Stokes, which I'll try and get in after this ball.
And I think I'm right in saying, and we're getting after that's a bit of a rinse and repeat from the previous shot, but this time he's picked out the man. It's all along the ground, so no chance down at long leg, comes through for a single. But I think Ben Folks' average is now higher than Alan Knotts, and he was generally regarded as the archetypal batsman wicketkeeper back in his day. So things do move on, as Richard pointed out.
Paradigms will shift.
Yep.
Can I go quickly to what was being spoken about in the previous stint? What's a good score? What's a good lead?
Please do.
At that stage, it was 271, which happens to be exactly the score that Pakistan registered in the second innings. It was an unsuccessful chase, December 2020. So we're now about 30 runs past that.
Kugelheim in again. And this one is ignored. That'll be a wide, it should be. No, it is. One over.
So it was signalled a wide.
It was signalled a wide, yes.
So 271, the highest fourth innings score that's been registered in the brief history of games at the Mount. The highest successful one is 42. But it is a very brief history. That was Bangladesh last year, and that memorable upset of the Kiwis.
That's funny, yes. 42. They're having a look at the ball.
Well, they've been banging it into the deck so much it will go out of shape eventually, especially the way that England have been hitting the ball.
Yeah.
It's also been banged into the stands and be ricocheting around bits of concrete out there, so no doubt.
Oh, out come the handcuffs.
Well, it went through really easily, though.
It did.
No trouble at all.
I think Alim Dar just was so annoyed about it, he just forced it through.
Aline Dart looks more sort of, he looks a little grumpier as the years have gone on. I remember him being a little more sort of mild-mannered in disposition in his early years. Perhaps I'm imagining that.
I remember him being pretty stoic all the way, but I've missed a lot of his tests.
I mean, I remember him back in 2005. He was umpiring during that famous Ashes series, I think.
Oh, that long ago.
I think so. Okay, Kugelline time again. Halfway through his 11th over, he's at 1 for 58. Oh, that's interesting. He sort of floats that wide in an attempt to fool Stokes, who reaches for it and comes back for 2. He moves on to 25.
He's mixed it up a bit, Kugelline, and he's come in for his share of punishment as well, but at least the batsmen have to guess a little bit of what might be coming next, unlike with Mr. Wagner earlier on.
Yeah, that was quite well manufactured by Stokes, because that was a wider full toss, which he managed to get the toe end of the bat on and get it over point cover region.
It was odd, wasn't it? Because I don't think England could believe their luck that every ball was identical. Stokes plays that out through the point area and ambles through for a single.
It was almost like when you go into the nets with a bowling machine and you know what's coming. I mean, if I do that for long enough, even I will be able to hit the ball. And I'm a rubbish
that's right.
person.
They were almost by the end playing double-handed tennis shots, really.
Yeah. Well, they were baseball swats.
Yeah, baseball swats, because there was no one in front of the wicket fielding either, so there was no protection. It was rather brainless cricket, really.
It is the one disadvantage of having a Wagner field is that, well, there's virtually nobody in front of the wicket.
Yeah, that's a 50 partnership between Stokes and Folkes off 58 balls, which seems quite leisurely by some partnerships we've seen, but still racing along by any normal test match. Kugelline in for the last ball of his over. Starts like a horse in start of a dressage competition, and then gradually extends his pace.
Not the first time that's been said. I love the analogy, and having been to see those famous dressage horses in Vienna, I can concur it's a good one.
Another reason to go to Austria. And at the end of the 51st over, England are 287 for 6. Anything happening out there, Jason?
Yep, Hawkster says to us about Stokes' averages. Averages 36 overall, but since Bazball it's 39.
Right.
Messenger says, do paradigms ever get a mention when they're not changing? Al Hotz says, leader 300 means we've reached the foothills of pessimism. At 325 we've reached a Hendo safety level. This can still be all thrown away.
Speaking of paradigms not getting mentioned when they're not shifting. Oh, here's more bowling.
It's brace spell again. Down the wicket comes Stokes, and he manages to connect and smashes it for 4 through the long off region.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Yeah, there was a mid off, but he hit it so hard he managed to get it 3 yards wide of his left hand. Very nice shot. He looks in good nick.
Oh, you've done him now.
Yes.
I was going to say, one of the pet hates I've got going on is that there's no record of cricketers who are not in teams and why they're not in teams. You can't Google why someone isn't in an 11. Like, for example, Mitchell Satner.
And that one is played out similarly, but this time wider and with less force, and it is fielded by the man out at mid-off, sort of longish off.
Well, I think he's
comes through the single at 31.
I think he's fit. I think it's just a case of not being selected.
Well,
I imagine he will probably play the one day towards the end of this series. This tour, sorry.
Racewell in again. He's got something in his left pocket which is making it bulge outwards. Don't know what that would be. Nothing sinister.
Toblerone, perhaps.
Maybe a Toblerone if he gets peckish. That's played out by Folkes to the man in under the helmet.
Mints, wouldn't it? Mints. MINTS, not MANCE.
It's nice to have some mints. And that one's played down through the square leg area by Folkes, I think. Yeah, sorry, my feed just cut out for a minute for a single. Folkes 20 up to 28. Stokes to face the last ball of Bracewell's 9th over. He's kept a lid on things. He's on 1 for 30. And, Stokes has managed to get himself out. He's been stumped, charged down the wicket. Bracewell did him in the air. Well done, Bracewell. And England are now 293 for 7.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? No!
Yeah,
About says it all, doesn't it?
Root and Stokes, 2 well-deserved wickets.
He's bowled well. And that was a classic delivery. Whether he saw him coming or not, I imagine he probably did. And just pitched it that little bit shorter, and it was a classic off spinner to the left-hander's dismissal.
Yeah, well, I do wonder when they see the ball turning just a little bit, why they don't go and cover the line of the turn and let it hit the pad if it just comes straight on when they go down the wicket. Anyway, I shall get some tweets in whilst we're waiting.
Stokes out for 31, England 293 for 7 at the end of the 52nd. Jason.
Tony Cook says paradigms are like chameleons. That's the only time you get a chance to see them. Hawkster says he confirms that if Folkes is out on 37 or more, he will average more than Alan Knott. Mayank says, I don't know where I heard this, perhaps on Guerrilla Cricket, but a tracer bullet is slower than a regular bullet, which is why it's an idiot statement in cricket, just like saying sheet anchor. Yes, they are slower because they are expending the. They have space for the tracer element, which is they would have powder in for otherwise, so not as powerful around as normal full power bull ammunition.
What is a tracer element? What is tracing?
The tracer is it leaves a trail, a visual trail, so you can see where the bullet goes.
Okay. But then your opposition can also see it coming.
Yes. But by the speed at which it's going, they can't do much about it generally. It's more for the.
They go about 1,600 miles an hour. It's not going to help you much.
Depends how long range we are. You get these long range missiles, or so I've heard. But I'm no expert and actually have no wish to be.
There's also this. There's quite a lot of work for DARPA in America and other places about steerable bullets, where they've got smart chips in them and they can steer with it by changing the amount of rotation they have on them, basically.
Meanwhile, Robinson has come to the wicket, but it's Folkes to face up to the new over from Cougar line that drifts way down the leg side. Dot ball, couldn't get a bat on it. Do we want to rustle up a Robinson jingle, perhaps?
It's ready to go. I was just waiting until he was on strike.
Going to wait for his on strike. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll consider it on pause. I think Stokes will be. Well, I think he'll just think that is the nature of these things. He wanted to get on with it, and that was a very good ball from Bracewell. Cougar line in again. Round the wickets to Folkes.
Shot.
That's a very nice shot. It was full. It was a half volley. It was there to be hit, but it was on middle stump, and he's managed to clip it all the way along the ground, wide of the man at mid on. Are you a Folkes fan, Richard?
Yes, I was actually very impressed with him when he sort of came into the test team in Sri Lanka 3 or 4 years ago.
Come back to that in a second. Cougar line in again. This time Folkes plays it out to the man on the boundary on the offside. Comes through for a single, and it is indeed Robinson on strike. So we might just jingle him up and then back to Richard. Are we dead on the jingle? Can't tell.
We're done.
Yep.
We're done on the jingle. Yeah. So Folkes he showed he could bat, and he showed he was a proper specialist keeper, the best gloveman around. And then England went back to fiddling about with all sorts of stopgap solutions and chopping and changing keepers all the time. I couldn't understand it. Just long overdue that he's back.
Yeah, he had a sort of 3 years in the wilderness, which seemed really quite misplaced.
I mean, if you have the best keeper and he can also bat.
No, it did seem odd. Well, Robinson's got off the mark. Yes, well, apparently there was. And when he lost, Robinson threw off the mark her first ball, just plays it out in the offside, just between the two men out there, and he's off the mark, as I say.
And apart from anything else, having the chance to say Stokes, Wokes and Folkes in the same match should never have been passed up when it was there.
It did happen, didn't it? We did get...
But not enough.
But not enough, yes. And folks can't be getting... Well, none of us are getting any younger, but what's he, early 30s by now? Dug in by Kugelheim, and the tennis shot only results in it being smashed into the ground by folks, no run.
Well, I don't know how many more Wokes appearances we're going to be seeing. How old is Mr. Chris Wokes? He only plays in England
32,
anyway.
33. He's
I was going to say
pretty much the same age as all the other people who won the 2019 World Cup. And they're all about 28, 29.
Anderson's got another 10 years left in him. He won't be relinquishing his spot anytime soon.
Goes without saying. Was it Ironmonger who was the oldest? Was certainly the oldest man to make his debut. He was about 49 as a spinner for Australia.
Yes, what, Dainty. Bert Ironmonger. I think he was called Dainty because he was an absolute hulk of a man.
Yes. From a long line of ironmongers. There's a little bit of a delay because I think Folkes has been hit on the arm and he's having a look at it.
So Folkes, or is it Robinson?
Yeah, as Folkes said, I think he was through that last shot a little prematurely.
Yeah. And on YouTube, Easy Ollie says, Ben Folkes is just class. When Bairstow is back to fitness, Folkes must keep the gloves. I think I agree with that because Bairstow was in the form of his life as a batting 6 or 5 when he was last in the England side.
We were talking a little bit earlier about memorable performances from Ben Stokes in the Bazball era, and let's not forget he was part of that epic day at Trent Bridge. It's just that we forget his 75 not out because of Bairstow's antics.
Yeah.
So he was part of one of the defining, probably the first real defining day, wasn't he?
That's a very good point.
The ethos.
They've slightly merged. I don't know if you find this, you guys, but all those Bazball days have begun to merge a bit because there's been so many of them. But also Headingley. Obviously well ahead of Bazball in terms of time. There was a pandemic in between, I seem to recall. But it kind of did sow the seed, didn't it, that innings at Headingley?
It did. I should get through another tweet, one from Hendo, which says, "Are we trying to win the game or just prove how adventurous we can be? Fourth innings chases go out the window when your opponents are batting on day 3, especially if you're bowling 90 minutes before it gets dark."
That's the Hendo we love.
Yep, I think, as you said, 1,000 would not be enough for Hendo if they had 3 days to bat.
Well, I mean, he may very well be proved right, and New Zealand will win.
And
I won't mind too much if they do. It'll be a good match.
Hawkster comes in with this stat about the oldest Test debut. It was James Southerton for Australia in March 1877, i.e. in the first Test, at 49 years and 119 days. Rest in peace.
Yes, bizarrely, for that very first Test match, there were a lot of records. There's obviously the Bannerman. He broke 2 records, one of which still hasn't been broken but could be. Well, the other one could as well, which is the highest score by an Australian on debut, still.
He's 150 what?
No, it was more than that. It was 176, something like that. Yeah, no one's beaten that yet.
Decent shout.
Yes. What's happening? Nothing
Is
at all.
this actually drinks? Does that mean we should be doing a change? We're probably within a minute of doing a change. We're supposed to flip to ball by ball. So shall I pick that up after the drinks break?
Why don't you? I'll make myself scarce because we're 1 minute short, but nothing's happening out there.
Yeah,
so
they've taken an early drink, haven't they?
They have.
Very nice to meet you, and I shall
See you
head
later.
into the Melbourne afternoon.
And we welcome back Jacob, who I let in a minute ago.
Hello, Jacob. Can you hear us
Hello.
loud and clear?
Hello, Richard. Yes, I can. Hello,
Morning.
Did you have
Joe.
your sleep?
Yes, I did, and I'm on for another hour, and then I'm back for 2 more hours of sleep. It's an on-off system that we run here.
And then you get to do the Gorilla Roundup with me this evening.
Well, hey,
You're evidently quite good at dipping in and out of sleep. I'm rubbish at it.
Mog says, play the Stokes Wokes Folks jingle. Any excuse will do.
If I can find it.
Oh, no, we did that. And Mog says, little known fact, Bannerman was the inspiration for the noted Doctor Who story Delta and the Bannerman.
We've just seen a glimpse of the ice cream van, which takes me back about 24 hours and makes me want to tell you about my dinner last night. I, inspired by Guerrilla Cricket conversation, cooked up a delicious kedgeree.
Oh, that's all right. I was afraid you were going to say you had a fish and tartar sauce ice cream.
No, there's a lady in the crowd currently on screen carrying an ice cream, but it looks like chocolate and vanilla. Very traditional. No fish in sight.
Yeah. I reckon that's just an advertising gimmick.
Yeah.
I bet they sell some people just to taste how disgusting it is. But yeah. By the way, I can give you an update. India are 34 for no wicket after 13.2 overs.
Cougar line to resume after the drinks break, and it's flipped around the corner with the cross bat by Ben Folkes, and it is not cut off by the man at backward square leg. So that's 4 to start the mini session after breaks. Folkes to 37, and the 300 is out for England.
1, 2, 3, 4.
nice shot from Folkes. He's just tucked that round the corner. He hasn't tried to hit it too hard. It's just guided.
It's the story of the day, isn't it? Helping it on its way. He just did it on the floor as opposed to up into the sky with the wind behind him. But that was just the one ball of the over that needed to be completed. So we've got Bracewell to continue now with spin to Robinson.
They're surprisingly dangerous, Michael Bracewell. When he came on, I thought he might get sent a little bit, but he's actually bowled pretty well.
I thought so, yeah. So that is much to his credit, because England have been whacking most of the others out the park. And he's going for exactly 3 and over and picked up 2 big wickets. Here he is now, looking for a third. It's reverse swept convincingly enough by Robinson, and I hope there's someone chasing that. And if there is, they haven't made it in time because it's gone to the boundary for one of these.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
Caught that entirely on the full, so not one of Bracewell's better balls actually. Didn't really have to reach for it with the reverse sweep.
He played the shot very nicely.
Yeah, he can hold a bat, he can, as he showed in the first innings.
He's a big man, he had to get down low, and there he goes again.
Same shot, the ball bounces this time. Slip possibly got a hand on that. It's just trickling towards the boundary, and I think it was Nichols that managed to haul it in. And they've crossed for 3 surely in all that time.
Yeah, he's playing that reverse sweep with confidence, is Ollie Robinson. He seems happy with it, although I personally am an exponent of having 2 shots, those being the forward defence and the reverse sweep, so that could be what Ollie Robinson is aiming for. It's sometimes easier to play than a drive.
Here's Bracewell to Folkes, who just advances and chips it to wideish mid-on for a single. Are you talking about your own club cricket, having 2 shots, or is that a recommendation? Aha.
Yeah. No,
Reverse sweep and forward defence, did you say?
Yes, those are my 2 shots.
That needs unpacking.
And with them, I carry a mighty average of 3.
I'm glad you're not intimidating our listeners.
Ooh, and you've inspired Ollie Robinson into a delightful forward defence shot there to Bracewell. No run.
My bowling
nicely
average
done,
is a bit better. But it's just...
What is your bowling average?
Last time I checked, it was something like 23 or 24, which is not awful as an off-spinner.
Bracewell drops one short there, but he's allowed to get away with it by Robinson, who seems surprised and just bats it out towards mid-on.
That's very respectable. Are you any good as a fielder, Jacob?
No, I'm awful.
Ooh, Bracewell, if he's been hit on the back pad there, that's a good shot. They do shot. Umpire says no. I suspect there must have been some bat involved on the ball's way through, but there's a conference in the middle of the pitch amongst the keys.
Jason in the studio is definitely giving that out.
He's convinced. He's very much throwing up the signal.
If he's missed it, it's got to be a good shot. And this is Ben Folkes.
Oh, I think he might have been hitting outside the line. Or maybe umpire's call outside the line.
We're having a look at it now for the first time. I think that's going to hit him in line. But it's probably the edge. I think it.
Oh, there's an edge. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's in line and it's got a good chance of hitting. It's hit in front of middle.
I mean, would you have thought he'd be beaten in flight by Michael Bracewell?
Yeah, I think there's a thick edge on that.
I think it's an inside edge. We'll get the confirmation on that in just a minute, but I'm sure that was the umpire's reason for giving it not out.
It does look close, but it was a bit of a beauty from Bracewell if it... Yeah, it did take the edge.
There's the nick. Nice try, New Zealand. But they're going to have to try again on that one. Still, well bowled. Looked good.
Umpire Gaffney, resolute, shaking his head. He knew what was up. He knew what was going on. I have absolute faith in Chris Gaffney.
Jason's doing a mea culpa in the studio.
Alim Dar, on the other hand, I'm not entirely certain.
Jacob, what is your club?
Well, until recently, my club was St Gluvius in Penryn, Cornwall, but that was a couple of years ago, and since then I've been seeking a new club.
Did Gluvius get to be made a saint? That's really good news. I never knew that. St Gluvius.
I didn't know that either, but apparently he was, or she was, or it was. I have no idea.
It's a very interesting name. It sounds like a rather disturbing condition of some sort.
Yeah.
But if anyone if anyone is listening from Finchley Cricket Club, reply to my email.
Hawkster says, for your information, the oldest Test debut was James Southern. Sorry. Yeah. No, I've got the wrong one. The highest innings on debut for an Englishman was R.E. Foster, 287 in the second dig. Highest first innings was Lawrence Rowe and Matt Sinclair, both got 214. Yeah, the 165 not out from Bannerman was the highest by an Australian on debut.
We've got a bowling change. Do we have a Tim Southey jingle?
We do. Bear a sec. I'll do it after the next one.
Yeah, so that one's just popped up to mid-off for no run.
It's lovely.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey here tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. Then again, I just might.
I think that... Oh, here he is again, bowling to Folkes on 38 is very respectful in defence, which brings me to the point I wanted to make. Southey's been treated with quite a bit of respect, compared to most of the others. Southey and probably Tickner as well, today at least. But Southey I think he's underbowled himself somewhat. How is it that Wagner got the most overs in the first innings? And when being absolutely thumped today, he was kept on for an hour, when you could have this man who has induced yet another dot ball, who is also the captain and can bring himself to bowl whenever he likes.
And it's interesting that we're saying that he's been treated with more respect. I mean, he's still gone for 41 off 12.3 overs, so that's almost 4 and over.
Yeah, it's all relative.
And that's him being treated with the utmost respect by England's batsmen.
I've discovered that Gluvius is a legendary early 5th century Welsh king. There you go.
Great. That's excellent. As folks picks up a single through the covers there.
Good to know.
So that's going a long way back.
It certainly is.
So a Welsh king gets a town named after him in Cornwall.
Legendary.
Not even a town, because the town is Penryn, but there's a church in Penryn called St Gluvius Church, and then a few streets away there's St Gluvius Cricket Club.
And that one is just glanced away by Robinson off his legs. It was angled a little bit down leg side. Deserved to go for a single, and it did.
The legend says that he and his wife were said to have 22 children. All male bar one. There you go.
And thus the concept of the second 11 was born.
Very good. Very good.
I like that. And Bog says, if you think Gluvius is a fun name, you should check out a lot of the early popes.
As Southey to complete his over. It's nice and straight. It's played straight back down the pitch. 313 for 7.
So we're up to date on tweets.
Oh, okay.
So, except for Fuzzy says, I hope England declares soon. Hashtag Bazball. Yeah, I don't think Hendo feels that way.
I don't think declaring is necessarily on the cards. I think they're going to be bowled out by the time that they want to bowl by anyway.
I don't know. Stokes is probably getting a bit itchy looking at this, going, look, we've got a lead of what, about 330? Yeah, that's enough. Get him in.
No, I think what you'd look for is 50. If you had your choice, you'd wait till there are about 15 overs left in the day, so you get a second bite of the new ball tomorrow, and you get the darkness, if that does make any difference.
As Bracewell has found some good turn there. He throws it up quite wide outside off stump, and Robinson deals with it defensively. He'll wait for the next ball, having a good look around the field in his England sleeveless jumper. Bracewell again. That one's short, and this time it is cashed in on by Robinson, who whips it away to the boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I think it's probably worth Jack Leach picking up on the fact that Michael Bracewell is doing his best work on this wicket when bowling quite slowly. And he's just sped that up by 10 kilometres an hour and got driven for 4. Or for 4.
Sort of half pulled by 4 as there's a dot ball there into the books. The last 2 short balls did look a bit quicker and they kept low. And really, I think any top batsman would have got rid of both of them. Robinson got rid of one.
But no, the slower ball seems to be achieving more, and Leach at times has been guilty of trying to bowl too fast.
Well, that one was a bit on the quicker, flatter side, but not short, and Robinson doesn't do much with it, just drops it down into the leg side. He's looking quite patient, which is probably the cue for him to go for a 6 off this ball, and he tries to cut it against the spin, and I think it went under his bat or possibly a bottom edge, but ends up behind the wicket keeper, no run.
I've got to say, looking at both his batting performance and his current figures bowling at the moment, Ajaz Patel must be watching Michael Bracewell and being absolutely furious.
As Robinson defends the last one, and 317 for 7 concludes the over. Yeah, there's a school of thought in New Zealand that Patel has been pretty poorly dealt with, let's say.
Mike says St Gluvius has a feast day on the 3rd of May. I assume the cricket club treats it as a holiday. They should anyway.
And provides a feast.
Well, yeah, that's a very good point, actually.
That's why we all play club cricket in England, isn't it? For the teams.
There actually, are some superb teas.
I'm speaking to you from a land where there is cricket, but tea culture is non-existent. And in fact, at my club, where we play out of what do you call a prefabricated, converted container, and there's no shop within miles, you have to bring a sandwich with. It's sad.
That's a bit dull. Yes.
Yeah, here's Southie again, second over of his spell. That's down leg side. Folks has not much to do with it, and Blundell takes it. Dot ball.
Our own Annie Chave at one stage shared some photos of some of the afternoon teas at some of the games she went to, which were frankly spectacular.
That is cruel. But we recently got a kettle in our converted container, so we're
well
trending in the
done.
right direction.
You see, that's how it starts with Austria. First it's no teas, and all of a sudden there's nothing else to do, and you have to get involved in world wars.
Boy, that's defended out into the offside by folks. And I won't be doing any defending of Austrian. They're annoying me at the moment. They're annoying me. If you think you have high national insurance payments in England, don't complain. I just got a bill for €1,800 per quarter, regardless of what I earn. Yeah.
Don't worry, Richard.
Bloody communists.
It's just the rest of the tax here that's high. As well.
No, we've got higher tax on top of that as well. Oh, that is nicely timed out in the offside by folks. He'll get a single for that. Not much width on offer from Southie, so he just settles for the one, and no grand flourish of the bat. He moves on to 40.
Stop complaining when your trains actually work.
That is a fair point.
And in fairness, despite the lack of tea culture, the food is fabulous.
If you like schnitzels and very heavy stuff,
which I do.
Yeah. and there's nothing wrong with that. Southie again into Robinson, who plays it with a straight-ish bat out towards mid-on, no run. Yeah, schnitzel actually was my favourite food growing up in South Africa. Randomly, so I guess it was my destiny to end up in a land where you can order schnitzel to be delivered to your door like a pizza.
No,
I actually ordered a pizza. I had my first pizza in about 3 years last night, and it was delicious.
Wow.
All the better for the drought, isn't it? Here's Southie again.
Yes.
And that one actually seems to surprise Robinson in the way it stood up. Of presumably fuller length than he thought it would stand up from, but he manages to fend it away. It was actually quite a short ball.
I think we should now make it compulsory to roll the R on Robinson.
I think there's been a couple of balls like that one, which was actually quite short, and the one from Bracewell earlier, where he seems surprised by things that are not really surprising, that it bounces up higher. I don't know, it's like he switches off occasionally. This one is elegantly defended. He was concentrating over that one. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. I think 318 for 7 the score.
Our tweeters are taking something of a rest at the moment, so it's a good time to mention Patreon, which is the means by which you can offer us just that little bit of support that we need to keep us going. Financially, there are a number of costs for us to bear, although none of them, unfortunately, is in the form of anybody's salary. But I'm pleased to say that Tim Loughnane, who is at the ground, has become a Patreon today, and thank you very much, Tim. We do appreciate that, although
Yes,
it doesn't show what tier you're on. Maybe that was just a donation using the Patreon platform, which is always a possibility as well. And Mark Zips come in and says, "Lol, that's the sound of all American listeners rolling their eyes at your discussion of medical costs." Yes.
Folks plays the first ball of that over back down the pitch. Bracewell fields off his own bowling.
Yes.
He's
Sorry,
already into
Mark.
his next one. And it's just turned into the onside by folks who thinks about a run but decides against it. Neil Wagner clapping his encouragement of the other 10 men on the park, as you would. Bracewell again, and folks plays a similar shot really to the same part of the field and doesn't think about a run this time. So
Glad they've given Wagner a bit of a spell to calm down, because last I saw of him, he looked like his head was about to pop off with the stress.
He does always look that. Even on good days, he looks like that. This time, Folks finds a single down to deepish mid-on. So the scoreboard begins to tick slowly again. Very slowly compared to earlier. Wagner's getting a lot of camera time at the moment. I think we're supposed to be saying what's going through that man's head. He's hiding behind some poker player glasses at the moment. It's really hard to know as Robinson defends that one. Just one off the over so far.
Wagner's popped up again on our screens. They're very keen on him.
And Robinson defends another one, so just one off the over, and it's gotten pretty slow, hasn't it? The last couple of overs.
We'll just calm down a bit.
Fuzzy tweets, plus for Richard, you have a country so distant from its neighbours that you can do a fritzel too soon. That's not in the best of taste, Fuzzy.
Well, it's not.
Yeah, you can't hold the whole country responsible. Mike says US medical costs aren't really that bad, especially considering the NHS literally doesn't work. So I'd rather have not have to deal with that conservative, underfunded garbage. Well, I'm surprised to hear anybody come to the defence of the US medical system, I must admit. Although
maybe they meant the Austrian medical system. Maybe that's what they meant. Here's Southey again. And we do see an attacking-ish shot from Folks. He pulls it gently to back at square leg, and I'm sure he knew there was a fielder there, and there was only one in it, and he's taken that one.
Before we get into the intricacies of the US's private healthcare system, I think I can lighten the mood with an interesting fact. Do we know what sort of grass is on the outfield at Mount Manganui?
Yes, we do. I think they said it on the first day.
They have been talking about it quite extensively on the TV commentary.
Yes, Southey once more, and it's pretty much the same shot from a different batsman, just in front of square this time, and another single to the England total.
Shall I let you in with the answer, or shall I let Twitter come to your aid?
You tell us.
One of us will reveal the answer. Go on.
I think they said couch grass, which I misheard as gooch grass initially.
It is couch grass.
Yeah, well, a lot of couch grass in the southern hemisphere because it grows well under the sun.
Timothy Southey once more. It's just outside off stump, and it is nicely timed towards the boundary, just on the onside down to long on, but it is reeled in, and they will get 3, or was that 2? No, I think it was 2. Nicely timed off the back foot for those couple.
Certainly feels like there's something in the sentence couch grass grows well under the sun, but I'm almost too tired to kind of formulate that.
Well, it was
blocked by Folks.
We've just entered a slower period of the game, it seems.
Well, the last 2 overs have had but a single in each of them. We've already had, I think, a couple of singles in this over, however. So, yeah, we've had 3, I think.
If we're not careful, God forbid, there may even be a maiden.
Get ahead of yourself. Oh, there's another block. It's a long time since I've seen so many blocks. At least 3 days. And it's almost as though, England got their silly nonsense when the tail enders are out the way early today. And maybe there is something in what the TV commentators said earlier, which is they don't want to be bowling too early.
Well, there's no Nighthawk to come, of course.
Yeah, he's already been used up.
He's already been deployed.
Southey in to complete his over. It is down the leg side. I think he's bowled about 3 of those onto the leg since I said he was one of the tighter bowlers in the New Zealand lineup. Folks picks up another easy single with the glance away, and that's the end of the over. 324 for 7.
Update from Delhi. I can tell you KR Rahul is out for 17 LBW to Lyon. India are 46 for 1 after 17.1 overs. Lion has 1 for 6. There you go. And Couchgrass sounds sexual, says Mike. It's the only major cricket ground in New Zealand with couchgrass, apparently. And Fuzzy, replying to Hendo, says, nonsense. There's little prospect of rain. 2, run pressure will always tell. 3, Bazball has never given away more than 350 runs in the 4th innings. Never is a big statement for something that's only been going for 10 or 11 tests. Your negativity is like a black hole that tries to suck the joy out of everything. Oh, come on. It's Hendo.
Here's Bracewell again, and Folks just comes forward and drops the bat on it and takes the easiest of singles down to mid-on. Speaking of the youngness or the youth of Bazball, it was, I guess, invented last May, if I'm not mistaken. And if things continue this way, England may have to declare a public holiday going forward, Bazball Day. Just a thought.
Not the worst idea, I'd say.
Bracewell again. Out comes the reverse sweep from Robinson. And there is apparently no fielder down there. And although the ball's rolling very slowly down to the Toblerone, it gets there with ample time to spare for one of these.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Another reverse sweep. Nicely played by Robinson. He's expanding on my theory that he only has 2 shots.
That is true. And here's a conventional sweep, so there goes
Damn.
just for the one this time, because as we've seen throughout most of this test match, there are plenty of fielders on the leg side.
Damn and blast.
We're getting an aerial view of the rugby field nearby, and of course that shows what we already knew, that rugby is the priority sport in New Zealand. Bracewell again. This one turns nicely in towards Folks, who turns it in turn away to backward short leg for no run. He's on 46 now, so can he find a boundary for his half century? Not yet. He's settling for an easy one off the back foot, down to long on, and strike goes back to Robinson.
We have been laughing about how it's an industrial estate in Mount Manganui, but it's the nicest industrial estate I've ever seen.
Well, it's up there as there's a dot ball to finish the over. Robinson continues his defensive sojourn.
So Hawkster says, loved your talk of couchgrass, and awaiting comment from the porn bot. And Leah says, fuck me, King Legend fails again. He really shouldn't open. Well, I think he should really be. Oh, bloody hell. Australia they'd already burned 2 reviews today, and they decided not to review a Lion appeal against Pujara. The replay just showed it was out. Oh dear, oh dear.
It is. Sorry to go at your home country, Jez, but sometimes it is just nice to see the wheels come off for Australia after years of it happening to us, particularly against them.
I get that entirely. I fully understand that sentiment.
It never gets old, and there I stand with the English after having grown up with many years of bullying by Shane Warne and company. At similarly uncivilized times of night, it must be added. We have a bowling change. Here's a Blair Tickner.
You lived in Australia for a while, didn't you, Richard?
I did. I spent 9 months there doing various things as Tickner comes in, and it's quite short. Folks just rocks back and plays it into the onside. He manages to find quite a sizable gap, gets back for 2.
You somehow managed to make that sound vaguely sinister, Richard.
What?
I was doing various things.
Things
which I shall not discuss.
I have actually written books about those things.
But Outback tracking was there involved, was it not?
Indeed. Yeah, it was more like I'm never going to fit this in between 2 deliveries, so I'm not going to start as the next one comes along. Tickner, it is blocked defensively by folks straight back down the wicket. He'll have to wait at least another ball for his half century. 6 months as editor of a golf and lifestyle publication in Sydney, and 3 months as an outback truck driver based in Perth.
That wasn't the magazine called Golf for Cunts. Sorry, Golf for Bradmans.
Neither of those, no. It was,
You'll get it shut down, Matters.
Sorry, yes. No, there's a parody magazine with that title. I've got a copy of it somewhere. I'm seeing if I can find it.
That one's played away into the leg side by folks. No run.
Never fear, viewers and listeners. The censorious tentacles of Ofcom cannot reach guerrilla cricket.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear. We're on Triple Nelson, by the way. As
Lord.
Robinson's waving towards the dressing room for something. I guess he'll get what he's after at the end of the over. Or no, something's happening already. I think it's another ball inspection, isn't it?
All things going well, we should have a swap at the end of this over as well.
We should indeed. We could even do it now if they're going to be fannying about, if people are ready.
Well, it's just
I'm
me.
staying anyway.
It's just me for Messi.
Three of us.
Okay, well, I'm not ball by ball anymore.
Well, hello. Hello, listeners.
Okay, well, Mayank is the next tweet. There you go.
Yep.
Thank you, Masters. I'll see you later for the final stint and the roundup.
Indeed, you will.
Yeah, mine. Just giving us more information about the Pujara thing. He says Lion got Pujara second ball LBW, but it wasn't. It was given not out, and they didn't review it because they've only got one remaining. Their faces seeing it on the big screen is hilarious.
Robinson's receiving some treatment, it seems, and the nuclear briefcase of slightly used balls.
And Message also gives us an image of the golf magazine he was talking about, which I will leave for our listeners to look for themselves. Fuzzy says
Robinson might have tweaked his knee during the run as he turned.
Left side, and he was shaking it about a bit as he completed the second. So, possible worry for England. We already thought he was not quite at full fitness. Whether it's the same thing again.
Fuzzy's for short for Farsana says, I like Richard almost as much as I like Jacob, whom I like almost as much as Message Yes. Thanks, Ravi.
I think I can speak for where we sit on the totem pole.
Exactly. Yeah, now I know where I stand.
We like being liked.
And going to YouTube, there's no updates on there, but Michael Bedford, Teresa Nikiltichuk, Easy Ollie, George McPherson, Frank Rockefeller, they're all there listening to us. So welcome to you all. And we'll see whether or not Ollie Robinson is fit to resume. I think he is. They all seem to be back at their marks.
It'll be Blair Tickner resuming this over. He's done half of it. Here comes the other half. In he comes. Folks on 49. And that's pulled out into the deep. Will the man get round to it? Yes, he does. It's a nice diving effort, but they should get back for two. They do. And it's 50 for Ben Folks.
Half a 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 century.
A positively pedestrian 51 from 79. That's not very Bazball of you, Benedict. Or Benjamin, or whatever your name is.
It's Benjamin.
Well, what is quite Bazball is making 50s. I mean, hundreds haven't been a thing in this game, but the English have made 50s for fun.
Oh, it's gone. 50
there's
and
another
gone.
50 and there's another 50 in the book.
It's a beauty from Blair Tickner. It's just kissed the outside edge of Folks' bat and gone straight through to Blundell.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Seems like bowling more traditionally outside off.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
it was so good. I thought it had actually just beaten his bat, but it just tickled the edge, gave it a little feather as he hung the bat out to dry, as a few England batsmen have done in this innings, and through to Blundell it went.
Did we give him the Indian sign by saying we've had a lot of 50s, but no one's gone on to make 100? Is that a commentator's curse?
Possibly.
Could have been. Well, he was never going to get 100 at batting at that rate.
Well, not with
with only 2 guys left at the other end. I don't know. I wasn't expecting 100 there.
I'm
not calling it a curse.
But he's still done a very valuable job being a buffer for Stokes at the other end, and keeping on Robinson company.
Here comes the real star of England's batting lineup, Jack Leach.
It's the bespectacled wonder himself. Where is his jingle?
In the Channel. It was a classic Channel dismissal, wasn't it?
It's in England 1A, presumably.
We'll get there in the end, Jason.
We will. No? He seems to be
just taking his guard, left-handed.
There it is.
Here we go.
Coming up, here's a face that I know.
And round the wicket is Blair Pickner, and
It's
that's
Jack
leg side by Jack Leach. And he won't get around to that.
Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
Stokes looking very chilled, very relaxed on the England balcony. He's got his round shades on. Messi Jez also informs us that Rohit is out, and India are 53 for 2. The collapse is on.
Still the best part of 200 behind the Aussies, aren't they? That'll be some good watching when this New Zealand contest is over for the evening.
Don't be ridiculous, Richard. We're all going straight to sleep.
I'm up. When I'm up, I'm up.
As down the wicket comes Robinson to brace well, but opts just to defend. He always still...
Yeah, he had to he was hopping gingerly back to his crease after having run down the wicket.
Yeah, he's not enjoying himself with what's going on with his knee. Hopefully it doesn't affect his bowling too badly. As that's defended, just propping forward onto the front foot.
Wonder if Jimmy and Brody might be in for some extra work.
Well, that's his front foot, isn't it? That's where all the force comes through.
Or this man, Stokes. He'll be your filler and your bowler down.
As Robinson takes on the big slog sweep, and there is a man out there in the deep, and he's just very, very groggily got through for that single, just jogging through at the end. There was nothing kind of rapid or sprinting about it. Let's see what Jack Leach thinks of the off spinner. He's made a habit in recent matches, in Bazball matches, of trotting down the wicket and playing some quite beautiful straight drives for 6.
He's also trotted down the wicket and missed a few as well.
Yes, he has. But, you know, live by the sword and all that, as that's played out into the offside for no run. As Bracewell back in his mark. Leach, the switch hit reverse, and God, it's gone nowhere. He's taken a huge swipe at it, switch hit, reverse sweep. So it almost sort of an orthodox sweep once he's switched, and it's just bottom edged into the floor and gone out to the man at short cover, which became short mid wicket. As that's left alone outside the off stump, it's just turned away from the off stump and is collected by Blundell. End of the over, 3:36 for 8.
Leia says Kuhneman, talking about the Aussie debuter, is a very German name. Too bad he plays for the Antipodes in Reich. We get some kudos from Scott Burton. He says, really glad I found Guerrilla Cricket. They really alleviate the problem of being an England cricket fan living in one of the last remaining gasps the British Empire. And I also get a bit of love from Fuzzy Short for Farzan, saying I was talking about people I haven't met. Jason G. Hitchcock hosted us nearly 11 years ago at the Oval Members Pavilion, and we had a lovely meeting in the pub to the west.
As Robinson evokes memories of the disastrous Last Ashes tour as he steps away and has a bit of a cut at that one from Tickner. Of course, on that Ashes tour he was famously bold stepping away. This was a little shorter, and he just missed it as it went through to London. It was a pretty poor shot.
Talking about that meeting, I still remember that, Ravi, which is quite surprising given quite the amount of alcohol that we consumed, the amount of singing we did in the members area.
As that's dabbed down by Robinson into the offside, man comes in from deep point and gets the throw back into Blundell. Robinson gets a single and Leach is on to strike.
Plenty of singles on offer for Robinson. He is being treated very much as the recognised batsman by the Kiwi.
Well, they want
captain.
him to work that injured knee so he can't bowl, I think.
As well, yes. Get him running.
Which is why
he's padded up.
Which is why I saw Michael Bracewell bowling lots of loopy balls to be played with the front foot where he had to stretch out to get to them.
Anderson is padded up, but he was just having a word with Stokes. Could that word have been, "Don't bother, I'll be declaring"?
Anderson really is someone who only has two shots, forward defensive and reverse sweep. As that's left alone, short and down the leg side for Leach. Although you have to say that Anderson, despite being a number 11 and averaging all about 8 in his test career, plays the reverse sweep about as well as anyone in world cricket.
Yeah.
Did you write your doctoral thesis on reverse sweeps, Jake?
No, I didn't. It was on US campaign finance law, but I could have done it on reverse sweeps. I probably should have.
Could have snuck in a footnote. No one would have noticed. No one reads the footnotes.
It's not like anyone read it.
I'm sure they read the main text.
Well,
maybe the introduction, as Leach defends on the back foot for their run.
This is all very non-baseball at the moment, so I'm wondering whether they're just trying to play till tea and then look at Robinson's knee and work out whether or not it's worthwhile him continuing.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. You can't really assess a declaration until you know how many bowlers you've got.
As in comes Tickner to Leach. That's full. It's a full toss and it's driven, but there is a man there. Didn't quite time it. Leach grins under his helmet as he realises he's missed out there a little bit. Pujara's out as well. India 54 for 3, Messages tells us. The collapse really is on.
Just apropos baseball, since it was mentioned again, and we talked about making it a national holiday in England. Actually, it was invented in June the 2nd. The first test against New Zealand last year, the start of the Stokes-McCullum era. That would be baseball day.
As Leach ducks under that, I never thought I'd hear the two words apropos baseball together, just next to each other. Who'd have thought that would be a thing that we'd be saying? But
that's what makes life interesting.
Yeah.
You never thought Bangladesh would win a test match in New Zealand, but it happened in January last year at this very venue.
Farong asked the question for us is Saturday greetings from Nong Na Khan. Hope everyone's well. England lead by 250 plus. Will Anderson bat? ? Black Keps will have about 210 overs to chase down his title unless Mother Nature and rain intervenes, which I don't think it will.
Robinson just tucks one into the leg side, jogs through for the single again, moves to 22, Leach on strike.
No, I think the implication is that there'll be a result one way or the other. Either they'll be bowled out, no one's got this score before, or they'll get it comfortably, I would imagine.
Floaty tempter outside the off stump by Bracewell, but Leach takes one look at it and just leaves it alone. In comes Bracewell again. Shorter, flatter, quicker, punched off the back foot into the offside for no run by Leach. He's now on a very stodgy 0 from 10. Brendan McCullum's having a fit in the stands. And there's the reverse switch hit again, just to placate the coach. And he's missed it. He's
missed it by miles as well.
Not even bottom edge that one, it's just a miss. And it's hit him in the body, but it was well outside off stump. And then Leach drives towards the mid-on. Bracewell recovers. Still no run.
This should be a maiden warning. And we've had 5 balls, and I don't think we've got a score yet.
Will it happen? Defended, no run. Maiden over, I believe, the first of the innings.
Let me just check the scorecard.
Please do.
The money would have been on Jack Leach to be the one to see up the maiden.
We await eagerly on tenterhooks.
Yeah, where do they hide that
talk amongst
information?
yourself a minute whilst this page loads.
I'm looking at scorecards as well, but where do they keep those?
We're also waiting in suspense for the graphic to change to see if Tickner is back on. Matty Jez tells us it's the 4th maiden. He is the font of all knowledge, and he brings forth. It flows from him, and he brings forth many facts, as that's left alone by Robinson.
Yeah, Southie's had a couple. Cougar Lines had one. And Neil Wagner most certainly did not.
Yes. Well, Neil Wagner did well to keep it under a run of ball for most of his overs.
As we take a look at Tickner's speed, he's had the fastest speed of 147.7 kilometres an hour. He's averaging just under 140 at 139.9 as Robinson ducks under that one. It's gone down the leg side and recovered by Blondin.
He doesn't look quick, does he?
No, he doesn't, but he's quite slingy, so I imagine that when he gets it all right, the body mechanics work out, it does come out really quite rapid.
I'm sure. I wouldn't want to be down the other end.
The aerodynamic effect of the moustache and mullet. It clears the air and sort of funnels it round his head, gives him real, just that extra couple of kilometres an hour, which can make all the difference. As he's defended by Robinson. Not necessarily in the quality of his bowling, but in his action. There's almost... so maybe it's just the moustache, but there's something of the Richard Hadley about him. Just the kind of... the long limbs, the...
Well, were you on yesterday when someone referred to him as the love child of John Cleese and Richard Hadley?
I was indeed on that stint. It was very funny.
Yeah.
And he does look like that. As in he comes, that's tucked off the hip by Robinson. Another man in the deep. It seems to be... there's a single, by the way. It seems to be contained from New Zealand. They're just containing Robinson, trying to work on Leach, and it's a slow passage of play. It's not something we've seen from England really in the Stokey-Cullum era.
Yeah, and you almost forget that it could have anything to do with the bowling. It's like if England want to go fast, they'll go fast. It maybe isn't that simple, but it feels like it is. And England are going slowly because they
nevertheless, you still realise that, no, they've only bowled 65 overs and they're on 340.
It seems like there's a bit of bowling dry going on though. It's a lot dug in short, lots of fielders on the leg side. That's clipped off the hip by Jack Leach. Oh, it's going out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there, but he will get off the mark. They've come back for 2, and Jack Leach, after 14 deliveries, is finally over the start line and on 2.
Well, he's doing a job for the side, which is to bat till dinner.
Which is in roughly 12 minutes, my calculations make it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Be interesting to see what England decide to do after that. I'll be asleep probably when they make the decision, but I look forward to waking up and finding out, as that's ducked under by Leach. And ends the over, 65 gone, 341 for 8 with a lead of 360. Jason.
Apropos of nothing, Mog says, I had a friend who used to work for a government department writing training material. He loved to sneak in obscure references to his favourite bands. and movies into his example questions. Mark Zip tells us that Lyon has now got 3 wickets for 5 runs. Wish Leach approached that. And Hawkster says, can I ask, do local Austrians pay €1,000 a quarter for national health too?
Well, it was 1,800. Let's round it up to £2,000. Yes, anyone who is an independent, what do you call it in English? A freelancer, a self-employed. This is quite normal.
Oh, was that? What's gone on there? Oh, it's a pretty poor bit of business all round, to be honest. It's a horrendous full toss from Bracewell, which Robinson just tried to sort of turn into leg side. He got a massive leading edge, which then looped up in the air over the head of Kane Williamson running back, and he couldn't quite get fingertips to it. It was just pretty poor from everyone involved. Other than Kane Williamson, it wasn't really his fault. As that's full and drifts a little bit, gets the inside edge of Leach's bat. There is a short leg in, but it avoids the pad and just squirts out into the leg side. No run. Umpire Chris Gaffney there, looking fabulous as always. Love that man. As Leach just tucks it round the corner, but there is a man at backward square leg, short in. There, no run. And in comes Bracewell again. He's very quick on the recovery. I don't even have time to catch breath as Leach just defends that.
Just to how the fast bowlers feel.
You just can't start a sentence before the next delivery begins.
No, they've barely gone down to fine leg and they come look up and it's their turn to bowl again.
And here we go. And just defends off the back foot. That's no, there's one more left in the over. As Bracewell bowling to Leach, who's 2 from 19, just guiding England towards the dinner break. And again, that's defended a little bit edgily. Actually, it's I think it might have come off his just the shoulder of his bat and gone out into the offside. 66 overs done, 342 for 8.
There's no more tweets at the moment.
Well, 361. That's, you'd say the money will be on England from here. Not impossible, but
yeah,
they'll be favourites, whatever happens, right?
Regardless of Bazball and the new era, not a lot of sides have ever scored that much to win in the fourth innings.
Yeah, and regardless of how much time is left in the game, of which there is plenty, I feel like we don't have to make plans for the second half of day 5. Oh, look who's back!
Here comes Neil Wagner back into
they
the
pressed
attack.
the gamble button. It's going to be this guy.
Here comes Wagner. Oh, and would you know it, it's short. And tucked off the hit by Robinson, he'll get a single and move to 25.
It was short, but I think it was about his fullest delivery of the day. I mean, it was a lot less short than some of the others. It was tucked off the hip as opposed to played with a cross bat somewhat higher.
It was, yes, off the hip rather than off the chest level.
They New Zealand clearly decided to stop relying on Ollie Robinson's painful knee and instead try and make his head painful.
And Neil Wagner is obviously very up for it now, having had almost a whole session where he's done absolutely nothing, because he was jogging back to his mark to get ready to launch another ball at his torso.
The close fielder in there, a silly point as well. It's the captain under the helmet, Tim Southey, as it's left down the leg side, sprayed a little bit by Wagner.
This is brilliant because he's got tons of close infielders for all for the short one that Leach is going to fend away, which is probably a legitimate tactic to Leach, and that's even fuller than the last one, his first actual full delivery. But it could be a double bluff. Here's the real short one, perhaps.
Yep, and it's ducked under by Leach, but again it just died a little bit, and as you say, we're still quite full for what Wagner is trying to do.
The ball's quite old, 66 overs, it's a bit soft now. I'll be surprised if he's managed to get it up.
Yeah, Blundell took that one on his ankles.
Where he wants to.
Got to appreciate this from the captain though, Tim Southey getting under the helmet to help out his bowler. Be easy palm that off for someone else. Now Wagner coming round the wicket, left arm round the wicket to the left-hander. So
he's had his warm-up balls. This is the one that's meant to be at the throat.
He's going to be pushing across Leach and in towards his head, and Leach just tucks in behind it. Oh, they think about a single, but it's definitely not on.
Despite my very high social insurance bills, I would pay €10 to see Jack Leach hook it behind square for a 6 now, if Wagner tucks it in short.
Tim Southey just readjusting the box there, and we got a nice close-up from the BT Sport guys. Oh, and it's off the glove from Leach, and Southey is in there, and he goes for the diving effort, and it just evades him. Oh, I think he skinned his elbow as well, and his helmet's come off. It's not gone well for him. Yeah, it's straight off the glove, off the handle of the bat, and Southey was almost there. Oh, he was very close. That was a good ball from Wagner, and Leach is lucky to still be there.
Do you think the box impeded him from running fast enough to get there?
I think he was too busy fiddling around. He was caught on his heels. As in comes Wagner again, ducked under by Leach. He's back over the wicket. And it's the end of the over. Leach survived, 343 for 8.
Oxymoronica loves the Golfing magazine image that we just recently that got tweeted to us by messages. He also says, I see Lyons having a good day with the ball. Has he taken another one?
I'm sure Messrs will tell us. Interesting, Southey was out of the frame from the side on, and a traditional silly point might have been a bit closer, so he could have given himself a better chance at that one, although it wasn't the ball that he's necessarily positioned for.
A few more people have joined us on YouTube. I'll give them a shout out in a minute.
Just defended by Robinson. Quickly, he's almost back to the top of his mark. Go, go, go.
Teresa, Chad Wright, Andrew Cook, Daniel Keppel Music. That's it. Yep.
Nicely done. And here comes Bracewell. That's outside the off stump and cut by Robinson, but only as far as Tim Southey at short cover. He did skin his elbow. We got a nice close up of that. He's had a little cut on his elbow. Poor old Tim. Diving on the hard ground there, as that's Robinson propping forward in defence and just getting the middle of the bat down on it. And no run.
And I'll come to the piece of trivia that they pointed out to me at the end of the over.
As Robinson goes for a little lap sweep, there's an appeal, probably not a great one, and they get through for a single. Let's see what the umpire signals. Leg byes, says Chris Gaffney. Probably the penultimate over before the dinner break, we would imagine, with 3 minutes left to go before the scheduled stoppage. Oh, as that's squared Leach up a bit, and he just dabs it down at the feet of first slip, who was almost in the game there. It's just turned a little bit and just taken the outside half of the bat. Probably a bit too full to be playing back to, and that's even fuller, and Leach drives it nicely past the diving man at extra cover, but not past the man at mid-off. End of the over, 344 for 8, lead of 363.
And a piece of trivia that Andrew Cook has pointed out to us is that on this day in 2014, Brendan McCullum became the first New Zealander to score a triple century. 302 against India at the Basin Reserve. Came off 559 balls, not very baseball that, including 32 fours and 4 sixes.
Very nice. Yeah, I remember it.
I thought didn't he also get one in the UAE against Pakistan as well, a year or so later?
Can neither confirm nor deny.
Jack Leach has been cleaning his glasses. That's how you get yourself a Specsavers sponsorship for life.
And make sure it is the last over before Din Dins.
Yep. Manganui on Twitter says, after this ball,
here comes Wagner in over the wicket to Robinson, who gives himself room and slaps it down the ground, flat batted, Harry Brooks style. Very nice shot from Robinson. Stand and deliver, moves to 29. Just stepped away and slapped it down the ground.
Mike says, yes, Lions a bit unplayable at the moment in India. 3 wickets for 11 runs, 6.4 overs. India batters struggled against him this morning.
Just fiddled into the offside by Robinson. Now trot through for a single.
Yeah, I think Lyon must have felt a bit stung being shown up by the debutant, who was one of the few positives in the first test for Australia. Made to look a bit ordinary. He's striking back with a vengeance, I think.
In other news, I'm starting a petition for the day-night breaks to be renamed Tea and Din-Dins.
Yes, I will be the first signature on that.
And I just crave hearing Jonathan Agnew on TMS going, and the players are off for the Din-Dins break.
That's a Jonas thing, isn't it? That must be Brian Johnson who used to do that.
And in comes Wagner to Leach, over the wicket to the left-hander. The left-handed Wagner over the wicket to the left-handed Leach. And it's just defended off the back foot, no run.
I think Wagner's really after a couple of cheap wickets here. He got Leach in the first innings on his way to 4, and he's, despite of everything, got 2 in this innings. So, best case scenario, he could end up with 8 in the game, albeit at about 10 and over.
There's a face like thunder on him at the moment, though. He doesn't look happy. Whereas Ben Stokes looks positively serene as Leach tries to tuck one into the leg side, misses it and gets struck on the body, but he's got a very thick chest guard on, so I think he's alright.
Does look an absolute postcard out there in Manganui. I think the trick is just to keep the cameras away from them in the industrial state, even if it is a very nice one. There's good angles, and they've started to use them more as the test match has gone on.
I think
if it's not my
part
imagination.
of it is that the industrial estate is right next to the sports complex, which is what they're trying to get the picture of.
Because that's left alone by Jack Leach.
The sports complex itself is just a field, sort of a square, which is also not that interesting, especially the hockey astro from the sky. What they need to rather focus on is probably the mountain and the ocean, just a thought.
Also, upcoming Guerrilla Cricket colouring in challenge. So I'm proposing it now. What you need to do is you need to take a photo of Brendan McCullum after this ball, and it's defended off the back foot by Leach. You need to take a photo of Brendan McCullum and draw your own version of how he should complete his half-sleeve tattoo, because he's got half at the moment. He needs to get the full thing, in my opinion. And so you need. We are taking entries. Please send them all to the Bear on Twitter. Inundate him with them. I'm sure he'll be happy. Anyway, that is the end of the second session of the day. I will get you the score because they've helpfully taken it off the TV, but I have access to the scorecard. England are 349 for 8 with a lead of 368 runs, 2 wickets remaining. Robinson not out on 30, Leach not out on 2.
We'll see you after Din-Dins.
Yep. We will see you after Din-Dins.
I'll just get in,
Jacob.
I'll just get in a couple of tweets before we head off to rejoin the Who's That Weirdo that we were playing earlier. Austin Morocco says, looking at the England scorecard, you think Stokes is a bowler who bats a bit, but really he's a captain who bats and bowls a bit. And Fuzzy Short Fazana corrects me and says, McCullum has only scored 1 triple century, and it was an epic to save a test against India. His face at the end of it was the face of Oedipus Tyrannos, a man who'd been through the manga and somehow survived. And lastly, Messenger says, I've only just realised who created potential confusion. Is HIA, Head Injury Assessment, or the Hendo Index of Anxiety? I thought we called it the Hendo Index of Pessimism anyway. And with that, I shall push us over to the podcast, and we'll see you in about 35-40 minutes.
There's no easy way to segue from that into cricket. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to at this time of the morning.
Well, I think you're the man whose head is the highest percentage of his body weight of anybody I know. There you go. You're the Cameron Bancroft of gorilla.
Wow, no wonder.
I'm not sure how Al needs to take that. To be fair,
no wonder I'm always falling across the crease to leg.
Oh well, it's your brain weighing you down. That's what it is.
Oh, is that what it is?
It's quite abusive for this time of day.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. It was meant as a compliment.
He's yeah. Well, if there is someone who could be guilty of overthinking it, it would be me. It would be me. So before we start with this last session, let's do some thinking and some contemplation. 349 for 8 is England's second innings total, which gives a lead of 368. Ollie Robinson is 30 not out. Jack Leach is 2 not out. Bracewell is going to bowl the first over, which is defended by Robinson. So, guys, would we be correct in assuming that England have enough runs to win the match?
More than likely. I'd put them as strong favourites.
Strong favourites. Okay, that Spins takes the pad, but evades the short leg fielder. So, using the now well-established Hendo levels of pessimism, would you say that England is safe?
Pretty much.
Oh, a little lap sweep by Ollie. Down towards fine leg. Will the fielder coming to view, just not in time. Robinson has 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
So, we're currently England are safe.
Well, put it this way: I don't think Jimmy Anderson's got his pads on.
We think a lead of 400 a week that would make him bulletproof. As Robinson comes down the track, but then changes his mind from offensive to defensive, and then defence. Back to the bowler, no run.
If we're saying England are safe, then we're saying they're going to win because there's not going to be a draw with 2 days left.
Well, you see, the only thing that would turn around and make me think less of bulletproof is that he's wide, spinning in, and Robinson defends to cover. Do you think Hendo would say that we've left them too much time to knock off the runs?
Almost certainly, yes.
Almost certainly. Quicker ball by Robinson. Quicker ball by Bracewell, which Robinson plays towards deep square leg. He'll take a single. He's 35. He'll also keep the strike. And the lead is now 3-7-3. Who's doing what?
You're doing ball by ball.
I'm doing tweets. Yeah. Daniel Keppel on YouTube's got it worked out. I'd say there's about an 83% chance of winning. 30 more runs and it's in the mid-90s. These are our own WinViz.
So we've got our own WinViz. We've got Hendo levels of safety. You don't get this sort of analysis anywhere else, folks. Anywhere else.
I think gut feel like this only comes with years of experience. You can't program it into a computer.
Well, Hendo is our own supercomputer.
Yeah, we need a weighted index though, because after all, you've got to take Hendo's pessimism and Bear's optimism and find some sort of medium between them.
Richard, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and you're aware of the supercomputer Deep Thought.
Is that Hendo in that book? No, I haven't read it.
Hendo is the next evolution of Deep Thought.
Are you suggesting he's a creation just to do that?
Kugelheim in, and Robinson takes a step to leg and takes the short ball and smears it with a horizontal bat back to mid on and long on, and 4 runs. Oh, what a beautiful.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yorker. Sorry.
I must get round to reading that book. Who wrote it again? It's been recommended to me about 7,000
Douglas
times.
Adams.
Douglas Adams. It's well worth your time. Well worth your time. Richard,
As is
do you
Dirk
think,
gently.
Do you think possibly that New Zealand have bowled too many short balls today?
I'll get back to you after this next ball.
Let's see what happens with this one.
Which
it's
is short.
Robinson again takes an ugly step towards this side, the offside. He tries to, kind of pull this short ball towards leg. He takes the top edge. It's ugly all round, and it's been taken by second slip.
Oh, that's my cue to say the short ball was the fantastic tactic today. Certainly didn't get spanked around for an entire session at 10 to the over. Nothing like that. Ollie Robinson, incidentally, is flexing his right hand. I don't know if, just in the course of that impact, he's taken some pain. So there's a question mark on his bowling hand and his landing leg as we go into the England bowling innings.
The thing is that Ollie Robinson...
Oh, Jimmy is batting. Oh, sorry.
Ollie Robinson cannot be killed by conventional weapons, only by his own lack of fitness. Here comes the Lancashire Thunderbolt.
He's still there. He said, I haven't come all this way not to have a swing with complete license.
Jimmy, oh little Jimmy, let go.
It turns out people have come to see him back.
Well, the Barmy Army loves singing about him more than anybody.
Yeah.
And they'll be getting the vocal cords warmed up as we speak.
I'm not entirely sure. It did look like it caught the top edge. It didn't seem look like it hit his hand. It didn't come off the glove. But maybe it's something else. Nichols was the person who took the catch. So Robinson has done his job. It's an interesting innings, 358. A series of contributions without a really large, dominant contribution, Richard.
Yeah, that seems to be the way of things for England in this match and other matches that aren't played on roads in Pakistan. Get yourself a quick 50 or 80. And then hand over to someone else. And it adds up to tidy scores if 4 or 5 batsmen do that. I mean, they're scoring 50s for fun. If you can't poke, that's 4 in this innings. It's not hard to see how the runs add up. It's a legitimate way to go.
Yeah. So Kugelin has taken 2 wickets, 2 for 75. But he's 2 for 75 off 12.2 overs. Is not a healthy run rate. There's a short pitch delivery, back of a length, and Anderson winces as he defends.
It's funny, we all think that 50 is a very good test average, but we don't think it's a good test score.
Yeah.
Well, that's reasonable.
Yes.
That's perfectly reasonable. I'm going to claim that wicket, by the way.
Right.
I was one who told him not to bowl short, and he bowled short. So, it was inevitable.
That is amazing reverse psychology, Joe. This is again back of a length. Anderson tries his best to play it as gently as possible. Comes off the hip and has short leg. Very interesting for a second, but it all drops safe. As their lights come on.
Yeah, he's probably just playing for time here. He wants to get bowling at the exact moment. It's perfect for him with the new ball.
It's perfect timing, isn't it? New ball. Just as we're in this sort of dusk period that day-night matches provide for.
As long as he doesn't injure himself.
Well, there is that.
He'll be fine.
A legitimate bouncer, which Anderson takes the minimum amount of evasive action. He ducks out of the way, but only by kind of the smallest of margin. Well, sorry, the barest of margins.
The barest of margins. What has happened to Mr. Smith?
He's retired.
is actually retired from
Well,
commentary.
He's retired from cricket commentary. I'm not sure whether he's retired from rugby commentary. I mean, Ian Smith, just absolutely fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. As that is again a short pitch delivery, which Anderson moves inside of the end of the over.
Same again.
if you're going to be critical, and you can be, they didn't make Anderson really play too much of those. Only 2 of those 4 deliveries. As we see,
the game is drifting.
Well,
everyone's waiting.
Drifting.
Both sides are waiting now.
yeah. It's almost.
And annoyingly for New Zealand, these 2 tail enders can both block to a pretty high degree. They could hang around for a while. They probably won't score. So it's a real drifting situation as it is.
Our man at the ground, Tim Loughnane, has tweeted in a lovely photo of him and his mates. I hope you got sun cream on, because it looks like a sunburn day. Tim and Drew have been joined by brother Dan for the last session. Shout out to Dan for making the hour-long drive to listen to the Gorillas. Thank you,
stuff,
Dan.
Bracewell dropped short with the first ball of his over, and Leach has turned on that ball very well, played that towards deep square leg, just stopped within the boundary, and they'll run 3. You've got it. He might not be top quality, Jack Leach, but I do love the way that he goes about his cricket. It's like he represents every man when he plays his cricket, guys. What do you reckon?
That's a good way of putting it.
What do you reckon, Jez?
Yeah. It was interesting. You used the term getting runs for fun, Richard, which is often used. And it always strikes me, I'm hoping that batters always have fun when they're making runs.
This is again short outside Anderson's off stump this time. And he smears this through the covers, maybe half stop at extra cover. There will be a short chase, but Anderson will get off the mark.
I don't think it's anything like that simple. Speaking as someone who doesn't get runs very often, when it's actually happening, you're thinking, oh, this can't last, I must enjoy every moment, but then it's kind of forced. It's kind of like life. You never know when your time's going to be up, and there's a certain existential angst to that.
Quicker ball from Bracewell, and Anderson, who's on the dizzy heights of 2, tries to cut the ball, but misses, hits the keeper. 3-6-3 for 9. A reverse sweep by Anderson, or at least an attempted reverse sweep. I don't know. That might count as being optimistic, but he misses it, and again goes through to the keeper. It's like, I've seen that. I can do that. Oh, Anderson's pointing out his full bag of tricks. He gets down on one knee and tries to sweep this ball, but it bounces away from him, and it's a swing and a miss. And one cannot. I mean, I'm not sure how many other shots Anderson's got. He might have emptied the bag.
I think that's right.
Short tries to beat the covers with a decently timed drive, but hits Williamson at cover. And that's the end of the over. Quick over from Bracewell.
Yeah. Mog says, don't ask Gary about Douglas Adams. He hates his work so much he wouldn't even consider it for toilet paper.
Well,
Farron says that. So the Black Caps will need to make around 400 with 200 overs to face. The pitch in the other test resembles a pitch from the moon. Batting fourth and chasing 200 could be a tough ask. We shall see. Just need to get rid of Virat. So, India are 88 for 4 at lunch. Lyon has 4 for 25 from 11 overs, which is quite impressive.
And Messi, can I ask a question? Has there been a policy decision that we're going to say Black Caps in a New Zealand accent now?
No. Farron has actually written Black Caps in his tweet, so I'm doing him justice there.
I was hoping there was a policy decision.
Cougar line in, back of a length on the hip of Jack Leach. He's turned that away behind square to deep backward square, and they'll come 3 for 2 runs.
I think I might have to take it upon myself to say Black Caps at every available opportunity.
Well, it is your right, sir. It is your right. I always feel
it wears thin after a while.
I can believe you on that.
Do you get the feeling that 10th inning wicket runs, it feels like they count double? It's just like, it must be so irritating. It's like you've got the 9 down, there's like 10 and 11 in, maybe, as this is a bouncer, which Leach very much ducks underneath. And it's just like, why won't you get out? It's just like, and it feels like it's just this, it's like someone just like poking you in the arm. It's just irritating. That sort of thing. The lead's 384. And it all feels like we're just waiting for when England decide they want to bat. England decide they want to stop batting and have a bowl.
Yeah. Oh dear. I'd love to see him bowl a Yorker or two. It's got to be a good chance at the tail ender.
You reckon?
Yeah, well,
we'll have to consult the box. That is a short pitch delivery.
What would I know?
Well played by Jack Leach. Well played. That was a well-directed short ball. And Leach gets right over the top of it, plays it down into the ground. That's nice.
And how often do we say that? There's always a short leg in for Jack Leach, but he deals with most of those pretty well. But that said, there's only one. You only need one to get him out.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about, if Stuart Broad is the Nighthawk, then I'm trying to think about what Jack Leach might be.
The Night Owl.
Beautiful.
Definitely.
Beautiful.
With those glasses.
The Night Owl. Short pitch delivery. Leach steps back to leg, jump cuts, and what a spectacular boundary. Jack Leach, you effing hero.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nothing
owlish about that.
If he'd have played that shot at Headingley when Stokes hit that amazing century and Leach scored one, if he'd have hit a shot like that, he would have been responsible for more heart attacks in Leeds than anything
Beacon
else.
potato pies.
Yeah. 369 for 9 is the total midway through the 73rd over. That is some going. That is some run rate. Short pitch delivery again. This ducked underneath by Leach. It's like, honestly, it's like Groundhog Day.
I'm sure that Jared Kimber will send out the stats in his Substack tomorrow of how many short pitch deliveries there have been today, and perhaps how it's a record.
I think he may be engaged in Delhi today.
He's been covering both.
Is he?
Did yesterday.
That's so Jared, yeah.
I don't know how he manages.
When your name becomes a verb, is that a good thing?
Then you don't need to sleep.
Yeah. I've Jareded the material. Back of a length, not short, but back of a length. Leach defends. He goes to the place where mid-off would be, if there was a mid-off. But that's no run and the end of the over. And Jez, over to you.
Okay, Anna Forsyth is with us. Hello, Anna. Speaking of barest of margins, I used to use that final closing section of commentary as my hand washer at the time of the start of COVID. A hand washing timer at the start of COVID. That's a brilliant way of doing it, Anna, I think. And she says, if Jack Leach is the everyman, Michael Bracewell is the competition winner.
Well, the competition winner, Michael Bracewell, competition winner, is going to bowl. He's going to bowl his 20th over of the innings, which is going to delight Gary no end. And that is drifting towards the legs of Anderson. He just tickles that behind square on the leg side, and without really any sort of fuss or bother at all, Anderson takes a single and moves to 3. It seemed to go straight to the fielder as well, Rich.
It did. No one is fussed about anything at the moment. We can be honest about that.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing about
this. This is onto Leach's legs, and he pushes this again to where mid-wicket would be by the time Southey comes into the picture to pick up the ball. Leach
if this was one of the many T20 leagues around the world and we were the official commentators, we'd have to be manufacturing huge excitement about this period of play.
A push to mid-wicket there. they seem to. The fight seems to have gone out of New Zealand in the field, as this is whipped off the legs by Anderson. Well timed towards deep square leg. Will it beat fielders? No. Strong throw in, but this is going to be a run 3. Anderson is on 6. If he takes too many 2s and 3s, he's going to be so exhausted he's not going to be able to open the innings. When it comes to bowling, it's like I've done. It's like if you consider how much running would be in like a 5 over spell for Anderson. It's like you can't score over 20 in that case. Leach comes down the ground, he swings, he misses. Leach will be stumped by Blundell, and that will end the innings. England are all out for 374, and New Zealand require 394 runs to win this Test match.
Well, Daniel Keppel said 400 will kill the Spirit, so they're not quite there, but gee, that's a tough ask.
I think we'll have a very, very good idea by stumps tonight if New Zealand have a prayer or not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's should we have a quick run through a scorecard?
Please do.
Sounds good.
Crawley, caught Blundell, bowled Kugelheim, 28. Out yesterday evening. Same with Duckett, caught Latham, bowled Tickner for 25. Ollie Pope, caught Blundell, bowled Wagner for 49. Feasted himself on some short pitch bowling.
I was going to say, not before feasting on Wagner for several boundaries.
Yeah, one
Big
pull
ones.
one pull too many for Ollie Pope. Stewart, the Nighthawk, Broad, caught Nichols, bowled Wagner for 7. Consign that idea to the dustbin of history. Joe Root, caught Mitchell, bowled Bracewell for 57. Attempted it. Was that a reverse sweep by Root that it was?
Reverse sweep following his reverse scoop in the first inning. So out to 2 similar-ish shots in this game.
Maybe cut that out.
Put it away.
Did get a 50.
Did get a 50. Same with Harry Brook, caught Mitchell, bowled Tickner, 54. Ill-timed. He was trying to just guide the ball. It seemed they've got it too much on it. 54. Folks, caught Blundell, bowled Tickner for 51. Great contribution by Folks, re-establishing himself as first choice wicket-keeper. Stokes stumped Blundell, bowled Bracewell for 31. Robinson caught Nichols, bowled Kugelheim for 39. Leach stumped Blundell, bowled Bracewell for 12. Anderson not out 6, 15 extras, 374. Tickner with 3 wickets. Bracewell with 3 wickets. Kugelheim with 2 wickets. 394 to win.
And a special mention for Neil Wagner's bowling figures, perhaps. 13 overs, 2 wickets for 110. Economy rate 8.46.
And made better, in fact, by the last couple of overs, which didn't go for quite as many ridiculous runs.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the most expensive 13 overs in Test history, but his first 11 officially were.
Yeah. I think you might, for me to say, I think you might be the second person to say that today. But quite the stat that your first 11 overs have been the worst 11 overs in Test history. Seems there's quite so much of it.
Yeah.
So gents.
And this is an established bowler. I mean, he's proper, Neil Wagner. 247 Test wickets.
Well,
yeah,
it's an albatross he's going to have to wear now.
Yeah.
Predictions. Well, they've got exactly 2 hours batting left to them tonight. So I'll give you an expectation and a requirement. So my expectation is that they will have lost 3 wickets tonight for something like 80 runs. My view is that if they lose more than 1 wicket tonight, they've got absolutely no chance. But if they went into tomorrow at 1 for 100, then it's possible. But but still very, very unlikely. So that's where I'm seeing it likely to go. 3 wickets down tonight.
Richard?
I think Williamson needs to be there just because I've got a gut feeling he's due for a big knock in New Zealand.
Yes. Yeah.
And if he's still there, they could even be 2 down. at the close, I would say it sets up nicely, and I like it when it sets up nicely.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
some maybe so 1 or 2 down, but Williamson needs to be there.
And that's the scenario I'm painting. It's more the one I want than I think necessarily will happen.
Okay. Yeah, because like you said, you know, if we're going to go into day 4, we can certainly see that maybe this isn't going to go into a day 5, although it might need to if New Zealand are going to knock off these large amounts of runs. Well, yeah, we quite like the idea of there being some things in the balance for tomorrow.
Indeed. Purely from a perspective of a selfish perspective of getting any sleep, of course. I want England to run through him tonight and not have to be up and about it.
Yeah, I think I said to Toad, I think I said that I wasn't going to do tomorrow, but I was going to do day 5. So I feel.
Yeah, so you're going to be done this evening.
I feel quietly confident.
Day five. I mean, it's highly unlikely.
Well,
indeed.
One way or the other. New Zealand ought to get, if they're going to make 370, if they're going to make 394.
Yeah.
They'll have them with 2 hours today and a whole day tomorrow. They should have them by the close tomorrow, you'd think.
You would think so, yeah.
If they're going to make them, and that's a big if.
And, you know, if they were to need it, they could claim the extra half hour at the end. So, you know, they've effectively got probably 95 overs tomorrow, something like that, if they need it. But,
right, 95 plus about 20 this evening, maybe. England's bowling rate.
Well,
it's 3 and
maybe,
over.
No, 25 this evening, I reckon.
Okay. That's
I mean, there should be 30,
yeah.
but there won't be.
No, definitely won't be. So that's where we are at. Look forward to seeing Anderson and Broad sharing the new ball, I guess, and finding out how things are going with Ollie Robinson as well.
Well, that will be an interesting thing. We might see Stokes bowl a few more overs than maybe he might want to, or come on to bowl earlier than he might want to.
We did see just before he got out, Ollie Robinson was moving a lot more freely after Din-Din's. Which I think probably suggests that he spent most of that time on the treatment table.
Yeah.
If we don't call the second break Din-Dins for all future day-night tests, we are losing. We're losing our mind here.
Even if they play at Headingley, I mean, can you see it? Sorry, at Edgbaston. Can you see the Edgbaston crowd having Din-Dins? I mean, there's something seriously discordant about that.
Well, there's also the complication. I mean, in certain parts of England, tea means your evening meal, right?
Yes.
So that brings in another layer of intricacy to the whole day-night test break naming conundrum. But I'll leave that to the British amongst us to clarify.
Well, I'm still of the view that they should both be half an hour, and they should be the first break and the second break. But never mind, I'm very dull.
Sounds
by
a bit
the way,
like primary school to me. First break and second break.
You know,
they'll come out after the bell rings.
You were talking about Williamson being due 100 in New Zealand, weren't you? Because
I was.
I mean, he made that 200 in Pakistan, didn't he?
Yeah.
But it's a very long time.
It's partly because New Zealand haven't played at home for over a year, I think.
Well,
that
yes, the last century he made in New Zealand was in Christchurch in January 2021. He made 238. So he's only made double centuries in the last 3 years. But
you got some credit in advance there.
Yeah.
The big one. Yeah.
Seems like he's still got it though.
I think
we've been fooled by a replay.
Yep, fooled by a replay. I was going to make the point that this 10-minute interval is going to take up pretty much to a change of personnel.
Oh well, let's do that now.
Yeah, and they've just joined the chat, so I'll flip the screen and let them in.
Okay, we'll see you later.
See you guys later. I'm moving.
Hi.
Hey, Hattie, how you doing?
I'm good out. Yeah, I'm good, Al. How are you?
A bit sleepy, gotta admit.
Yeah, touche. It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you too.
All right,
Al,
speak to you soon, Alan.
what time were you up, Al, doing this?
My first session was first changeover this morning.
Jesus. Okay. Have you had any sleep at all, or have you just gone straight through?
I've had about I went to bed and had a couple of hours before play started, and then I've had about 45 minutes on the couch.
Oh, babe, seriously.
So, no, listen, this is my last session of the day. Yes, I am literally sprinting up to bed.
Spare thought for me. I've had an out.
I will have no compunction in catching up with the rest of the session after it's over.
No, cricket does not exist after session. Well, talking of cricket not existing, it's existing now because we're about to get going. I feel like we should jingle some people up.
Yep, I'll do this after this first ball.
Here comes Anderson in. You'll be surprised to know it's straight on the money, but Latham squeaks it out onto the offside, and New Zealand are off and running, both literally and figuratively.
So that was the batsman.
He opens up a thing or sometimes keeps wicket. He doesn't bowl great, but I still don't wanna face him. Tom Latham.
And this is the one that's now facing.
Devon, Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never, ever see batting like you get from Devon Conway.
Here comes
Bowler
Anderson
after
again,
this.
beautifully timed at that point. A little bit wider this time, moving away. Conway lets it go, and the handsome chickmon Ben Folks catches it beautifully and throws it off. Hattie, how much have you been watching overnight?
This is my first. Well, I caught the last probably quarter of an hour just before the changeover, so I saw Jimmy get out. To be honest, I was up quite late. I was in Birmingham for a vigil for that Brianna 16-year-old who died.
Oh my goodness! Yeah. Here comes Anderson again. And this time we're moving the other way. He leaves it Conway, but I mean that is either the luckiest or the most astute leave in the world, because that looks like it shaved his off stump. Anderson already ticking, already upset with that. Yeah, a lot of movement there for Anderson. Everyone puffing their cheeks out. Al, you were about to say something.
That might be more movement in one ball than New Zealand got in the entirety of the second innings.
Added all together. If you add the movement that they got together.
I'm not sure, James, about how much of you watched as well, but if you decided that you were going to take a drink every time a New Zealand bowler bowled the ball short, you would have died.
Yes, you'd have been like a balloon.
Ugly cricket.
Yeah.
Ugly cricket.
Well, it depends on what drink it was, I guess.
Yeah, even if you'd have drunk water.
Yes. In comes Anderson again. This time a little straighter. Conway, nice boycottian forward defensive there, and we have to say that Ollie Pope is now under helmet. Yes, I thought that it's almost like sort of death and taxes. New Zealand bowling short and England batsmen getting to around 50 and then thinking they've done enough. Seems like the two guarantees from the previous innings.
Yeah, it's just like how they bowled short, because England bowled short and bowled it short well, whereas New Zealand didn't seem to pitch it up well enough to make the ball play, get the ball into play enough. So it just gave England free license to be able to just whack it, like it showed with Leach's boundary just towards the end of the innings.
Yeah, you're right. It seemed to be more intent when England did it. It felt a little bit desperate.
Yeah, and they're not bowling any difference in speeds either, really, are they? So.
No, I think the sad thing also is, there's a clear sort of step down in quality, isn't there, of the New Zealand team. I think the polite way of putting it is they're in a transitional moment, but it's a New Zealand team that isn't up there as they were a couple of years ago. We're already having the ball is getting nicked,
strategically shaved.
Strategically shaved. Yeah. Ironically, by an umpire who hasn't been for years. In comes Anderson again, and it's left again beautifully by Conway. It's the end of the over. Anderson bowling an over that one run came from. Al, what is happening in the world of social?
Jay Grover, who hopefully, Jay, you've been asleep as well. Morning all, as Gary stopped talking about dynamic pricing yet. Yes, you talked about it this morning. We got him to stop talking about it. There's been no talk about it since.
You see, now the trouble is now that I want to restart that by asking what was he saying about dynamic pricing.
You know, Gary wants the pricing of sporting events like a day at the cricket to use a dynamic pricing model the same way that you would have dynamic pricing for airplanes.
It's too early for that.
Yeah, my God.
Is the correct answer? So just let it's water.
We are not going to talk about.
It's just water flowing over a stream.
It's a breeze.
It's a gentle breeze. It's gone now. It's fine.
Here we go.
I love you, Al. I love you.
Yeah, Al, thank you. Here's Broad. Have we got time for a jingle for Broad?
The night talk.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be.
And Broad comes in for his first delivery, and it's left by Latham. He rather had his wings clipped this morning as the Nighthawk, didn't he? Came out with all that promise and did the sort of square root of fuck all, really.
Promise.
I did tweet out over the Gorilla Cricket hat as the shite hawk.
Promise, James Hillhouse, you should be made to do laps of the track. There's such filth coming out of your mouth.
Here comes Broad again. It's down the leg side this time, nicely whipped by Latham. I don't know if anyone is out there. No one is out there, and the ball sort of sadly trickles to the boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I think Broad had his luck yesterday, didn't he? Really, when he top edged that one, it landed in between Blundell and whoever it was. And I was just having I was having visions of the headlines, like in New Zealand, Blundell blunder, after having made it such a brilliant 100, and then he does that, and you could just picture the two fielders like, oh, like a comic strip.
It was a sort of horribly hubristic moment as Broad comes in. Again and again, this is action replay. Latham again, nice little whip off his legs. Pope starts pursuing, then throws his head up in despair. But this time, the mouth breather himself, Jack Leach, comes in and stops it being a four there. Yes, Blundell's got one of the. It's a little bit that moment was a little bit the way the victorious Roman emperors would have someone standing behind them in a chariot, whispering to them, "You are mortal." during their tributes that they had. Yeah, horrible reminder that life is unfair.
And that he is human after all, maybe. He thinks he's exactly. Hundreds, like he did in England, and then it's just like...
That's modern society for you. You are as good as the very last thing you've done. That's
the last ball you face, the last ball you catch or not.
Here comes Broad again. You're going to be surprised what's happened here, but he's just flicked it off his legs again. Broad's struggling for line at the moment, and he's got what David Lloyd would call a double teapot on him at the moment. Clearly it is not his fault what is happening. We do know that about Stuart Broad, but I think at the moment he's struggling to figure out whose fault it is.
You can imagine David Warner just licking his lips, thinking, "Oh, maybe he isn't so good at left-handers after all." Yeah,
exactly. Hold on, the summer might be okay if he carries on like this. I'm putting it down to new fatherhood. Just Al, as you've experienced lack of sleep, maybe he has. Here he comes again. Now this is more like it. The line is right, and the onside this time is going to feel rather left out because Latham manages to get it on the offside as a result of that.
No, I think you might be right. I think it's hubris. Hubris leads to nemesis. But the only problem is that Stuart Broad's worst enemy might well be Stuart Broad.
Oh my goodness. Hubris leads to nemesis feels like an Iron Maiden album that never got made. Maybe a thought for them. going forward, if they're listening. In comes Broad again, and this time it's at Yorker length. The Slips all throw their hands up onto their heads, but Conway is just happy to chew some gum, look at his bat, and finish off the over in that way. 2 overs up now. Yes, oh my goodness, that almost squeezed through there. He played that back down onto his foot and then kind of tried to look to turn. 2 overs gone. That target is 3-9-4, and New Zealand are 9 without loss. Over to you, Al.
Well, if you want to talk about album titles, we'll talk about the Foothills of Pessimism that we were talking about earlier on. We'll talk about that as we go on through this session. Fuzzy short for Susanna, dynamic pricing is Uber to Capitalist, and when Gary Naylor says he's pale pink, he's not, he's red and yellow. We'll leave that there. Leah, I'm back. Currently listening from my HSR ride to Hamburg. Glad to have you with us, Leah. Anna Forsyth, I know the Nighthawk stuff is dumb, but hey, it's a really good reminder that cricket acts best when it realises how silly and stupid it is. Absolutely amen to that. Absolutely. And an amen with bells and whistles.
Yeah, spot on. I must admit, I love all that Nighthawk stuff. Oh my! Now Jimmy Anderson is doing. He's what my daughter would say. It looks like he's humping a ghost on the ground. Of that slightly disturbingly, she is 9. I wish she didn't speak like that. But there is clearly some. Is it a hamstring or a glute issue?
No, he's wait. I think he's wait. Someone was changing a bat. I think Latham was changing a bat, and so Anderson, whilst waiting, one can only assume was. I mean, is there any coincidence that he was doing that? Raquel Welsh died a couple of days ago. I mean,
well, if you when
How
you're
old's
waiting,
your daughter, James?
she is unfortunately 9, which
Wow.
maybe she should clean her mouth out. And as Anderson comes in now, and with all that new glute power, he extracts a little more bounce from the pitch, but Conway pats it away as we see Jack Crawley enjoying that moment, clapping and chewing like a gurning monkey there with cymbals.
James,
Yeah.
what your 9-year-old daughter should be doing is immediately coming onto commentary.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that, I often think my children would be much better at this. They have no interest in cricket whatsoever, which might help them. As Anderson comes in once again, this time Conway walks into the offside and manages to steer the ball into the leg side. And Anderson takes a single. Anderson does his little stress coping strategy of just readjusting his quiff a little bit that he often does when things don't go so. To be fair to him, that was a smidge away from an LBW, wasn't it?
Yeah, just stepping across into line and then with off stump.
Well, Anderson, all good
I know
stuff.
what I mean.
Yeah, all good stuff into the Anderson machine though. As he comes in again, this time a little shorter. Latham has no problem heading it away again, and Helmet Man fields it there. Anderson sort of almost needs these injustices though, doesn't he, to sort of get themselves going at the first thing.
Absolutely. Well, he got it at the end of the New Zealand's first innings, didn't he? And then he got the last guy out himself. So literally.
Fueled on injustice.
Here he comes again, the Methuselah of the England team, pitched up, driven by Latham, but to no effect. It's sort of, am I being over optimistic? But it does feel like Anderson is getting closer here.
You just seem to charge in for that one, but maybe they just seem to look faster when they're running in from side on rather than front on or back on, whatever. Is it just me?
No. I mean, it's like if you were watching like athletics, like you were watching the marathon. It's like when you see from the side, they just sprinted.
Yeah.
And of course it is fast because they're burning at 80 miles an hour, and that's not slow.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, we must remind ourselves of this. We just missed Anderson coming in again. Yeah, if you imagine what Anderson would have done for that delivery, I think you probably got it in your head. It was nicely pitched. It didn't get a run off it. Yeah, no, it's incredible. But it's also amazing. I remember seeing Kyle Walker live in a match and just being amazed at how quick he actually was when you saw him real life. As Anderson comes in again, it's on the leg this time, like his mate Brody. and it goes for a single, and Latham gets the single. Conway keeps running almost like he's going to go back to the pavilion there. But it's the end of the over. New Zealand 11 without loss after 3. Over to you, Al.
Right, I was absolutely just... Leah. Oh, dear Leah. You've put a word in German here, which...
Oh, no.
You know,
I had one of those yesterday. It's impossible.
What did she say?
I think Leah's referring to the German for Nighthawk, which is...
Nachter something?
No. Scheinkanzler. Oh.
Come on out.
No. It's beyond my wit and comprehension.
He's been up all night. Be kind to him.
Leah, you have defeated me. But it's very funny. Apparently, the name for Nighthawk.
Okay.
We've just seen Broad come in there. It's squeeze guided past the slips this time from Latham for a single, I think, fielded by Diddy Duckett coming in. This time, Broad correcting his line, shall we say. I'm sure he'll be furious with himself, or like we say, with someone else about previous over, looking to credit England. What are we looking for from England tonight? Are we looking for a couple of wickets, 3 wickets?
At least 3, I would say. Yeah. I mean, there's they've got ages yet. They've still got another 2 full days after this. But I think just for their own self-esteem as well, because I mean, cricket is all based on positives, but they're all still a positive out team, aren't they? Out team. They're still very, very positive. But I think for their own self-worth, to at least get one of the openers out and get into the middle order and get Daryl Mitchell, Williamson out, that would be really, really good.
Yeah, no, it feels like they've got to exploit that. We just missed another Broady leg exclusive that went through to Ben Folkes as he chunters his way in again here. This time it's more on the money. It's defended out by Latham, and the slips like that a lot more. I guess when the slips don't clap, that feels like a bad moment in the first few innings, because they're just encouraged by everything.
Exactly.
So you slightly worry what you're doing wrong if you don't get a round of applause or a puff of the cheeks.
Yeah, that was a shit one, mate. Get back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll just stand there waiting for at least one person to... So who will break first in the slips with the applause? As Broad comes in again, he's getting his line better now, but Latham squidges it out onto the offside and trots through for a single there. I wonder when Lord Frey of Bentos himself, Ollie Robinson, will be thrown into the attack.
Yeah, this is the first time he's not opened the bowling for a while now.
I'm trying to work out when was the point in my life that I realised that Frey Bentos was a place and not a person.
Is it a place?
Yeah, Frey Bentos is a place in Uruguay.
No, okay, we're coming back to that. Broad comes in again.
Oh.
This time it's better, and it ends up in the slips, but unfortunately it's gone along the ground from Conway there. But that was threatening, and we know this because Stokes has got a mischievous grin on his face, as though something is bubbling, something is about to happen. Okay, how did Frey Bentos end up as a pie name?
It's to do with the processing of meat and tinning it, because Frey Bentos pies are in tins, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, apparently it's got something to do with that.
As Broad comes in for the final delivery. Oh, and it's happened. That moment has come. The Nighthawk has swooped down, and Devon Conway is bowled.
You called it right, though.
Nighthawk.
Well called, honestly. Oh, rubbish shot, though, to be fair.
It was, yeah. He took his hand off the bat, didn't he, as he was coming through there? But great from Broad. You could just sense him starting to find his range. And I think he'll feel pissed off in the first innings that he didn't get enough wickets, because when he doesn't get a 5-4, it's always wrong.
Yep, I had to search for it, but I think this one is what he deserves.
The crowd says
For it to be Conway as well, I think. I mean, either of the openers would have been good, but obviously Latham stayed in a bit longer than Conway in the first inning, so that's a big wicket for England.
Absolutely.
I mean, Latham didn't stay that much longer, but you know what I'm saying.
Hattie, Buzzy Short for Fafana says that I love hearing Hattie.
Oh.
So just to passing on a bit of love as we get to the end of the over.
That's very kind. I don't know what I'm saying, but thank you.
Retweets WG Rumble Pants. If he continues in his current form, folks is going to make it a difficult decision about what to do with Bairstow on his return. Really difficult. But young Johnny Bairstow surely has to play this summer, but they have to finally bite the bullet. Maybe finally dropping Crawley and shuffling the order. But Bairstow has to be fit first, I guess.
Yeah, that is interesting, that though, isn't it? What do you guys feel? I mean, Bairstow's obviously coming back in. Do you think they would reshuffle the order and get rid of the Prince of Kent?
Well, who would open then?
Well, I suppose the thing that I've heard a lot of is maybe they might even consider putting Bairstow up top.
I wouldn't, because he's not an opener, and I think England are trying to get away from putting people in the wrong positions, and I've been arguing that point for a long time as well. It's like when Joe was batting at 3, he's not a natural 3. I've been saying he should have gone at 4 for a long time as well. And finally, he has gone at 4 now. He's not captain. It's like, oh, thank God for that. I mean, Al and others will have been sick of me saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Can't be sick, you get it right.
I was going to say, the truth is always a welcome bedfellow. Now we must point out that Anderson has restarted his overs, coming into the second ball, and he's cut Latham in 2 there. Ben folks can't believe it. He looks to first slip as though, did that happen? They're trying to figure out, did it touch anything? Stokes is pointing to his midriff. The fact that Anderson is walking back to his mark, not looking at them, I think suggests what happened there. And we should also point out that Anderson and Broad are now, my goodness, that was a good delivery. Anderson and Broad are now the highest official by themselves wicket-taking partnership, leaving behind the king of spin himself and McGrath.
The king of line and length.
Yeah, absolutely. As Latham gets ready to face Anderson again, sense that things are happening now, but nothing on that ball. It's a little bit wide. We should jingle up Williamson if we can. Thank you. Sorry.
A Kiwi told me long ago, there's no one better than Martin Crow. I know he's really great, but tell me, I want to know, have you ever seen?
As Anderson comes in again, Latham leaves it, but he's just as Broad did previously. We sense that Anderson's radar is beaming in at the moment. He's getting closer and closer to the moment when he might strike. I think if he does strike, it would be nice if it was young Dumbledore himself, Kane Williamson. But we shall have to see. Beggars can't be choosers. But New Zealand 14 for 1 at the moment as Anderson turns and begins his 6 billionth trudge in of his career. Good, solid defensive there from Latham.
My daughter and I are fond of the Warne-McGrath partnership purely because she was born on Warne's birthday and I was born on McGrath's birthday. So
that's really nice. I love stuff like that. That's brilliant. Yeah, it sort of also sort of brings you closer. You know what I mean? That you've got that connection. Oh, that's so
absolutely. Fun. Yeah, she met Shane Warne when she was 7 months old when he played for Hampshire at Edgbaston. And it's all right. Sorry, I mean, you can tell that was a dot ball, or I just did it. Sorry.
No, that's it. We don't need to know.
I just did it, and it's the change of the over, and we just clicked. I mean, I'd known Shane for a long time anyway from watching cricket since I was younger than my daughter is now. And then I met Glenn McGrath when the World Cup was here in '99. So when I was like 20, and so I kind of introduced myself as the cocky young journalist I was, and I just like, oh, I was born on your birthday. as one does. And he said, "Oh, I'll never forget that." And true to his word, he played for Worcestershire in the year 2000. And he came up to me in the April when we played a kind of shortened format of the game, and it was absolutely freezing cold, so cold. And he came up to me and said, "Happy belated 21st, Hattie." And this is like 10 months later.
He's quality, isn't he? That's the thing. That's a touch of class.
You
That's
just
really
think,
nice.
wow.
That is really classy stuff. That's a fab story. That Hattie.
Yeah, I mean, I still get emotional thinking about it. I mean, not just about Shane, but like that story, because it was 10 months after I met him, and it was 2 months after our birthdays. So you just think, nice guy, and he is. He is now.
He's incredible. As Broad comes in for the start of the new over, Williamson facing up here and defends out to Lakeside. Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, obviously not knowing him at all. And just having the image in my head of Glenn McGrath as the evil destroyer of England and predictor of 5-0. When he moved into commentary, realising he's actually a really nice, jolly guy, was at both once disappointing and amazing.
I feel the same way about Ricky Ponte. It's like, why do I want to hear you talk? Why?
Yeah. You're evil, remember. Broad comes in again, Yorker length to Williamson, who plays virtually the same shot, just squeezing out on the onside here. Is Williamson in that territory that Williamson has often been in the past few years of needing a few runs or owing New Zealand a few runs or about to score a century?
Well, there was talk just as we were wrapping up the England innings that it's like he hasn't scored a century in New Zealand for over a year, and it's like, well, he hasn't played played there. There's so little Test cricket that it becomes almost a distorted stat.
Yes,
but the last 2 centuries he's scored, they've both been doubles. It's like
okay.
And you go, okay, then,
he's doing all right. As Broad comes in to get a really solid textbook MCC style forward defensive referee. Yeah, it's rather like those stats when you hear, when Brentford got promoted. Brentford haven't beaten Manchester United for 50 years. Well, they haven't played them either, but yeah.
That really riles me. It's just like, well, of course they haven't, because they haven't played them for so long. It's just like, duh.
Yeah. We've had that. My team got promoted last year to the Premier League, and every single match has those stats, and it drives me up the wall. As Broad comes in again, supporter of the same team, more bounce this time, and played off the back foot from Williamson, but to no
I know who
avail.
that is then now.
Yeah, exactly. The mighty Forest. We'd like to pretend we're back where we belong, but we're just back at the top division after a number of years.
Well, my team and your team have both shared a manager of the Wally Brolly then, so...
Oh, God. Who do you support, Hattie?
I'm a Geordie.
Oh, God, yeah. Bloody hell, yeah, God, I try not to think of the amount. Sometimes I read something and remind myself of all the amount of managers we've been through. As Broad comes in again here. Oh, my goodness. Word. He's done it again. The night hook sweeps down and picks off his prey. Williamson is out for a duck. Nighthawk versus duck. There's only one winner there.
You called it again, man. Jeez.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
But between bat and pad again, I mean, Conway's was a loose nothing shot, but that was just beautifully, literally, and probably a bit of inside edge as well. Maybe a tiny bit, but wow. Wow.
Yeah, and Williamson's long journey without a double ton continues in New Zealand.
Narrative, James. Narrative.
Scoffy. That's a good name for what we're doing, Scoffy.
Broad is ticking, isn't he? I mean, he's after it took him about say 9 or 10 balls to actually get his line right, but since that moment, he has come to the party in a big way.
The conscious decision of the line and length of the 2 bowling attacks.
We should probably change at the end of this over, by the way.
Couldn't be more stark.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be glad to know, listeners, that you've only got one more ball of us. before we change up again. I mean, that jagged back from Broad there, and the sadness of Williamson's head position that was looking down at the ball and didn't move afterwards was heartbreaking. But Stuart Broad didn't care. He missed a few high fives in celebration. He tried to punch someone almost, but the overall news from him was happy. The headband was whipping around in people's faces, and he's got something that we don't often see on Stuart Broad's face, a smile. As we get ready for Nichols.
Well, you can't see him getting 3-9 forward. That's a big up.
To bring him down, Henry Nichols just laughs and goes to town.
And Broad is trying to stir up the crowd at the moment. He's obviously in the Stuart Broad zone that he sometimes gets into, which is bad news for New Zealand as he comes in again. And Nichols doesn't do the thing that he has been doing, which is involved in his name of nicking it. He actually plays that back rather sensibly. New Zealand 14-2 after 6 overs, and this is us logging out and the next crew taking over.
Great to see you, James. Great to see you, Hattie.
Great to see you both. Lovely to spend time with you. Bye.
Bye.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Hello.
How are we?
Hello, Riley. Haven't seen you for a while.
Yes. Hello, Messi. How are we doing?
Well, I think England doing pretty well. I think this is just about all over tonight.
Well, this is a perfect start, isn't it? I mean, Broad bowled 2 Jaffas that have hit the literally the top inch or 2 of the stump each time.
He seems to be on one of his spells at the moment, sure.
He does, and Anderson has bowled absolutely brilliantly, but had no luck at all.
Yes, well, as Anderson's actually just been replaced. Ollie Robinson is going to come on, a man who, well, didn't give pink ball test the most glittering of review prior to this series, as he comes into Latham, and Latham off the back foot punches into the offside, he gets a single.
Well, I think this is as much as anything else. This is the chance for him to use the hard ball before anything happens to it, and B, to test out that his front knee is really up to the pace of it after looking slightly hampered during his innings.
Yeah.
Yes, he's had his fitness issues, Robinson, in a few different ways. As we see a replay of Stuart Broad's delivery to Williamson there, which is an absolute beauty. As he rolls up the crowd. There he is on screen again. Broad, who, yeah, like we say, seems to be on. He has these spells where he goes through as Robinson comes in to Nichols, who lets this one go through to Ben Folkes.
There's some good carry there. He's getting that lift again that he got in the first innings.
Yes, he's known for a bit of that, Ollie Robinson. That's absolute beauty there. Look at the beauty from Broad. Williamson looks back. Couldn't believe he'd been knocked over again for, well, looks to be a bit of a slim run for him in Test cricket. Williamson is.
Yep. I mean, the Conway dismiss was almost a carbon copy. In fact, it was even less of a bail grazer.
Robinson into Nichols, who tries to tuck this one away, but it's no run. Fielded by Stuart Broad there, with the wide brim, his customary wide brim.
Trademark wide brim, I think.
Trademark, yeah, that would be the correct word there. The shot of the crowd, plenty of people in for another day-night test, which seems to be a lot of discussion around day-night tests in general in Test cricket at the moment, as Robinson comes in to Nichols, who just lets this one go, but will bounce again. Nichols not interested at all at the moment, really, in those. And I mean, what's the general feeling around day-night tests?
I think that in the locations where you lose the light quickly, they're probably a good thing.
Yeah.
I think in England, when you play in the summer, because the light stays good for so long, they're probably unnecessary.
Yeah.
I wonder. I don't think it's just about the light, though, is it? It's about convenience for people coming to watch.
It is. It's exactly
I don't
that.
know whether the turn up
Robinson.
for the. Sorry, go on.
Robinson in, and Nichols flicks this one away past short leg. They'll come back for 2. Fielded, I think, out there. Or a couple. Can I carry on?
I mean, I know in England, for example, Ashes tests are going to sell out anyhow. But you had a day night. Was it against the West Indies at Edgbaston?
That was the one where they had the fantastic chase with 2 Shy Hope hundreds and Jermaine Blackwood.
I don't know how the attendance there compared with what would normally have been the case for a West Indies Test match. They're not a big draw card generally these days, or what the TV ratings were like. But
Robertson.
I suspect, for convenience, even in England, it's a good time.
Last ball of the over, left alone by Nichols. New Zealand 17 for 2 now from 7 overs.
West Aussie Leeds says, assuming all of our many English bowlers are fit for the upcoming series, yes, Archer and Wood included, then who would be your opening test bowling line-up for the old enemy? It's a nice dilemma to face, isn't it?
It is.
Well,
it is.
The first thing I'd say is that Wood doesn't open the bowling in under any circumstances.
Yeah, definitely.
He's much better. Archer is probably not fit and won't be fit for a full test play.
You reckon?
Until late in the summer, I don't think. I think the evidence from his 3-game stint in South Africa suggests that he's not fit for 10 overs yet.
Stuart Broad.
It's a way off, and he's got conditioning work in the IPL.
First ball here defended by Tom Latham off Stuart Broad. There's that delivery to Conway. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest of shots, but it was still a cracking ball. And then the one to Williamson, and it's got to be a good ball to get him out. I
think your opening pair will be 2 of Anderson, Broad, and Robinson.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to see Archer, as Broad continues and drives late, and Nick L has dropped. What's that?
It's that man
Crawley.
again.
It is Zach Crawley, and well, that should have been 3 for England and Stuart Broad. And that smile, which was earlier on the face of Broad, has quickly disappeared. Yeah, big nick from Latham, and well, really should have been taken by Crawley. It's gone through, I think, was it for 4?
I'm not sure who that is, but he's fucking dropped it. He's fucking dropped it.
Unfortunately, we know all too well who that is.
Yeah, it's
creepy.
Broad continues. Latham just defends this one this time. Well, Tom Latham, he's a man that is. It was only just a 2 as well prior to that, but Latham can go on to make a few big scores on occasion. That wasn't the greatest of. It wasn't even really a difficult chance for an international slip, Gordon.
I wonder what Crawley's doing at second slip, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a questionable decision, I have to say, as Broad continues again to Latham, who half drives this one back to Stuart Broad. And there's no run.
But it's definitely true. I mean, Broad is definitely on a spell. I mean, because that's 3 chances in about 4 overs, 5 overs.
Yeah, no, definitely.
That should have been taken.
Yeah, it's not good enough from Crawley, I think. Well, not I think, it's definitely not good enough. And yeah, the question to have him at second slip is well, something else entirely, as Broad comes in again to Latham, who just defends this one, and is, well, I think a miss there from Latham. He could probably be a candidate for LB, but
I mean, it does beg the question, if he's not scoring runs and he's not catching catches either, what is he in the side for?
Yes, well, that is the question. He's not had a great start to this series. I can't remember really the last score. He scored a ton in Pakistan.
He got a ton in Pakistan. I think he got a 50 in Pakistan as well.
So maybe justifiable as Broad comes in to Latham. It's a throw him. Stuart Broad has 3, and the drop doesn't matter. It's only cost England 2. Stuart Broad is on a roll. And well, Zach Crawley's blushes are spared.
You lucky, lucky boy.
Stuart Broad again, that's an absolute...
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Stuart Broad, 3 for 13 from his 4 overs as Latham walks back for 15 from 27. Well,
can I just take a step back for a second and talk about England in the first test at Edgbaston? From an Australian perspective, I think England should do everything they can to make it the most intimidating bowling attack possible. So I'd try to make sure that Archer, even if he can't bowl really heavy workload, is part of that attack with Wood and Anderson, and probably Broad, but some real pace, because I think the Australians are really susceptible to real pace. So if you've got both Wood and Archer in there at Edgbaston, then you can rest people after that by all means, and you can bring in Stone, you can bring in Robinson, but I think go for all-out attack at the very first.
You missed the other man in the fast man triumvirate there, which is Ollie Stone.
No, I said you can bring in Stone or Robinson afterwards. I wouldn't have Stone in the first test because I don't think he's...
No, but I think Archer won't be fit for it,
right.
so in which case I would bring him in.
I think Archer will be fit enough to bowl, 15 overs in each innings, and if you've got, 4 bowlers there, then you're okay with it. Especially if you've got Stokes in the team too.
Robinson into Nichols, who, defends. Daryl Mitchell is the new man in at the other end. He's in very good form in the English summer, as many will know. I think it depends on how Archer's managed. I think that was one of the big questions under Root's captaincy, that he wasn't managed very well as a fast bowler.
Yes, yeah.
And I think perhaps under Stokes, I think he will be managed a lot better. But yeah, I think I love Archer, so I'd love to see him in as Robinson comes into Nichols, which just tucks this one. The Stuart Broad for no run.
The thing with Archer is he's bowling at 80 miles an hour and he's bowling at 92 miles an hour, and there's no discernible difference in his action at all.
Oh yeah, no, that's he does make it look like fast bowling is a genuine talent. He just does make it look just almost sort of ambles in when he bowls, and then he just delivers these rockets as Robinson comes into Nichols, who strides forward and then leaves this one. But yeah, I mean, I'd have Anderson. The question to leave out Broad is a tough one. Because then if England like to do this thing where they leave out Broad, again, no, it will wind him up to leave him out, and he comes in the next test and then takes 7 wickets or 8 wickets.
Let him bowl in the test against Ireland beforehand.
Well, that's what they did last Ashes or England home Ashes. Anyway.
It is interesting that he's actually said that being dropped for the tour of West Indies actually probably lengthened his career.
Robinson comes in and Nichols drives, which not eventually perhaps the wrong word, but it's a couple for Nichols. Lots of shouts at the edge from Nichols there. Tim Southey watches on.
Did England actually go to the West Indies? I thought that one had been erased from the record book.
Yeah, well, we don't talk about that series. It's just it was an odd series all round. Selection games, just bizarre, really. As Robinson continues to Nichols, who defends this one for no run. Yeah, I think it's got to be out of your group of Anderson, your Broad, and then it's the choice of Archer, Wood. But yeah, I do agree with the point that at Edgbaston, you want to make it as intimidating as possible because the ground itself and the crowd itself can be intimidating.
I just remember 2005 where they had the 1 days beforehand in the T20 and getting absolutely clanged by Steve Harmison down at Southampton before the Test match started.
Nichols flicks this ball, last ball of the over away by Robinson for a single. And New Zealand 22 for 3 from 9 overs.
So I retweeted a tweet from England Cricket of Anderson and Broad as the most successful bowling pair in Test history with 1,002 Test wickets. Tony Cork, who's a fantastic statistician in the AFL, says, do you know if it's calculated by wickets taken in the games they both played in, or games where they both bowled, or innings they both bowled in, or wickets taken when they were bowling in tandem? My understanding, Tony, is that it was games they both played in, which would be the easiest thing to measure, I would imagine. West Aussie Lees says, can't Crawley field at deep mid-on, or preferably as drinks carrier? Oh no, he'll probably drop the Gatorade. Are our batting stocks so low that he can't be dropped? Yeah.
Well, Zach Crawley's place in the side certainly questionable at the moment as Broad continues on his fine spell as Nichols drives through, and it'll be a couple fielded by Jimmy Anderson, who...
Oh, he's adjusting the headband. Danger time.
Oh. Yeah, the headband is on.
It does look like he's threatening to take a wicket almost every ball he bowls.
Well, that's the thing. In these Stuart Broad spells, that's exactly it, isn't it? It's just he looks so threatening. Just every single ball. And as a batsman, must be an absolute nightmare. Broad continues to Nichols, who leaves this one alone. Folks, half an appeal from Ben Folks, or half a shout for something, but
I think he thought he hit the bat as he was withdrawing it and over his head. And it wasn't that far away from the very tiny corner of the bat as it was being withdrawn, but no, I don't think that's...
No, you can see Folks immediately sort of thought, no one else is appealing, I thought I'd better leave that one. Broad continues. Nichols just pushes forward, and there is no run.
And the one thing about Broad in these spells is he's really targeting the stumps, so no, that's why they have to play so many balls. And then the danger ball occasionally is the one that is targeted at the stumps and goes away.
Yeah, no, I mean he really is something to, when he's on one of these runs, almost unplayable at times. Well, as New Zealand have found this morning, as Broad comes in and, well, this one has completely died on the way through to Ben Folks.
I mean, it was a slow ball. It's only 128 kilometres an hour, so that's what, 80 miles an hour.
Yeah,
but I think it's also didn't really get up at all.
Well, yeah. Stuart Broad.
And if you can find that one with the ball that nips back as well, there's no chance for the batsman.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Broad. Steams in again. It's Nichols, who, well, play and miss. Stuart Broad just turns around, he can't believe it. Looked mightily close.
I think he's thinking, oh no, I'm going to go through an over without taking a wicket.
Wow, look at that. Oh, I mean, that is an absolute perler. How Nichols hasn't... Well, he's done well not to get an edge on that, to be honest. Broad just turns around again, grimaces at his luck. That, like you say, perhaps won't get a wicket in this over as he comes into Nichols for the final ball, who defends. And there is no run. So New Zealand 24 for 3 from 10 overs. Stuart Broad has all 3. We're
up to date on tweets. Over on YouTube, Michael Pim says, can England win tonight? 3 down, should be 4, and plenty of overs left today. Get them 7 down, then claiming the extra half hour. Is that still a thing? Yes, it is. Adrian Bourne says, Archer and Wood need short spells, although Wood's getting more resilient, I think. And that one is I can't read. Yeah, so that's it on YouTube at the moment as well.
No, I agree with the point about Wood being more resilient now.
He does fall over just as much.
He does, but ever since he lengthened his run up, so he has a more rhythmical run up, but it's not all generated in the last 2 strides in the delivery. He's been much less prone to back injuries and knee injuries, which he had before.
Ollie Robinson continues, and first ball to Daryl Mitchell, and it's a pretty ordinary ball really, as Mitchell kind of steps out to meet it and drives it through, possibly 2. He's come back for the 3rd, so 3 runs to Daryl Mitchell.
And we haven't jingled him up yet, so here's his jingle.
Son of an old black funny on Peep Show, wrote that book, oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
Yeah, no, it's a fairly nice shot from Daryl Mitchell to get off the mark. And England will know of his abilities with the bat, of course, as Robinson continues, this time to Nichols, who just lets this one go again, through to Ben Folkes. He's in fine form against England in the summer, of course, was out to that bizarre dismissal of Jack Leach, where he, oh no, it wasn't him that was out, I think it might have been, was it Henry Nichols that got out, courtesy of the bat of Daryl Mitchell in the summer, where he
smashed it straight back at him, and it hit him.
Yeah, and Alex Lees caught it mid-on. I think it might have been Nichols.
So I think that's probably right.
It's Robinson. Comes in again to Nichols. Ooh, is that an edge? Is that an edge? It is! England have 4, Nichols is gone. Ollie Robinson picks up his first. And well, England may be looking to get this wrapped up tonight.
Well, for Ben Folkes, that's a uncharacteristically untidy piece of keeping, but he did manage to hold on to it in the end.
Well, yeah, that was the thing that perhaps put me off a bit there, because Folkes just stumbled over it almost as he took it.
Yep.
But Robinson has his first, and Henry Nichols
has to
walks
go
back for 7. 27 for 4 England.
The crowd says you're out.
Oh well, we've got down to the main man, Wrighton way.
Wow.
Yeah. Colin Jadeja doing well in Delhi, India, and 120 for 4 off 46 overs.
Jadeja's looked a new man since he's come back into the side. He's scoring runs, taking wickets, full of the joys of life.
And Leah says, I blame the Kiwi groundsman for this. Can't even doctor the pitches correctly. Mog says, New Zealand are in a fucking shambles, which is pretty accurate assessment, I'd say.
Yeah. I'm not sure how well any other side would necessarily deal with this bowling in these conditions, though. Anyway, regardless of that, here's the new batsman.
Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell. Up next is Tommy Blundell. Tommy Blundell.
Well,
let's hope he is on the highway to hell.
Well, from England's point of view, certainly the man that scored 100, of course, in the first innings.
Ooh, look at the funky field. Leg slip, leg gully. 3 slips and I think a gully as well, yes. And a short leg. This is all very threatening. There's virtually nobody outside the ring.
Well, Robinson comes in to Blundell, who just pushes forward for no run. Yeah, well, when you've got a side fall down, you want that field to be as aggressive, well, not necessarily all the time, but aggressive as possible. And, well, England now in a fantastic position because they have their man in, they have Tom Blundell in, and another wicket would really leave New Zealand in a spot of strife. Well, more that they're already in, as Robinson comes into Blundell again, who just tucks this one. It's well fielded though by Jack Leach to stop any possible runs.
It's the Energizer Bunny in the field there, Jack Leach. Doing his best to help the side out.
The replay of Robinson's ball there to Nichols. It's an edge
Well, this
through.
ready's not going to get much chance to bowl.
What?
Yeah, you'd certainly feel that. Robinson in for the last ball of his over into Blundell, who firmly defends this one to Jack Leach, and no run. New Zealand 27 for 4.
I think Leach will have his time tomorrow when it's dry and it might turn off the pitch rather than skidding on.
Yeah. Adonis Store says, "Cheer up, guys, we're playing well." Don Diego, the Silly Pants, says, "I think England are clearly the better team, but my man of the match would have to be Blundell. Without him, it wouldn't have been a match." Well, yeah, I think it depends on how England end up with the bowling here, but he did bat beautifully. There's no doubt about that. Nobody else has made anything like as many runs as he, have they? But
well,
Broad's
oddly,
pretty good at the moment, isn't he?
Oddly, the next highest score is Conway with 77 for New Zealand. England have got a couple of people who've got into the 80s, but
yeah.
But no one's gone on to make a definitive score to set the match in stone.
Now Stuart Broad continuing on his fine spell into Mitchell, and this one's down the leg side, way down the leg side. Collected by Ben Folkes.
Oh, Jadeja is out.
Oh, I've done him. I've absolutely done him here.
You did, didn't you? That was a long distance curse. So they're 125 for 5, England. And Murphy took the wicket, LBW.
It's interesting to see Australia go into the test with, is it 3 spinners or 2 spinners?
3 spinners. Kuhnemann, Murphy and Lyon.
Broad to Mitchell, who firmly defends this one back down the pitch to Stuart Broad.
So they're opening with Pat Cummins and Cameron Green? Or
I think Kuhnemann
opened. Which is a pretty amazing thing to be in your debut test as a spinner and open the bowling.
Well, we've only got one seamer. Someone's got to bowl at the other end.
Yeah. Well, Labuschagne would have had his hand up. You can bet on that.
Well, I remember the years of Colin Funky Miller, where he'd start opening the bowling at medium pace and then slow up to his off
That'd be
spinners.
intimidating, wouldn't it?
At least it wasn't Gary Sobers.
Oh.
Mitchell just defends again into the leg side, no run.
Who could do anything with the ball? No, he could bowl fast swing, he could bowl slow left arm orthodox, he could bowl left arm wrist spin. Could do the whole everything.
He took, what did he take?
235 wickets.
That's right, in 93 matches. Fucking amazing, man.
Broad into Mitchell, who defends as well into the leg side.
Yep, and a small matter of 8,000 runs.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
They do half round.
I mean, you wonder what he would have done with the frequency of tests played these days.
In the modern era, exactly. The test fitness and all the rest of the advantages that the modern cricketer has.
A nice shot of the ground here again. Plenty of people in attendance today. Watching Stuart Broad. In he comes to Mitchell, sorry. Lets this one go. Through to Ben Folkes. And, well, New Zealand certainly have a task on their hands. Just the 300 and odd behind.
And we should be doing a swap at the end of this over, by the way.
Yeah.
Right.
So, just one ball.
Leah's not happy about today's dismissal. She said, fuck. But at least Murphy took the wicket, making sure Lyon doesn't get all 10.
Broad comes in for the final ball of his over, and it's firmly defended by Mitchell, who, well, looks at a single, but it's again well fielded by Jack Leach, and there is no run. New Zealand 27 for 4 from 12 overs, and I believe that will be the handoff.
Okay, that's me for tonight. I just want to say thank you for Jason working so seamlessly in place of the bear, and to say I hope that within an hour of stumps, maybe less, we'll have the summary up of me discussing the day with Jacob. Thank you all very much.
Well, see you, Messi.
Thanks all, and yeah.
Well,
what a good spell there from Riley. I mean, he's taken 4 wickets for virtually nothing.
I leave you all alone for 2 hours, and all hell breaks loose.
Well, have you seen the highlights reel of these wickets yet?
No, I haven't.
I will say, the one thing that strikes me watching them out of the corner of my eye lately is, compared to some of the dismissals, shambolic-looking dismissals the England batsmen have produced, this is a classy highlights reel. The first 4 wickets, they've been
absolute pearlers. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
caught behind or in the cordon or bowled.
They've been the most that have been bowled have been grazing the top of the stumps, just flicking the bail basically.
Yeah, and of all those batsmen, I think Henry Nicholls will be most worried because there's already been some question marks asked about him and his place in the side, and he's got out to a similar delivery going across him both innings for next to nothing.
Well, he might be worrying on the New Zealand side. I'm sure Crawley will be worrying on the England side if he continues being fallible with the hands as well as with the bat.
But if England win this test, he probably gets another go, doesn't he?
He does. Wasn't really a natural replacement for him in the squad, I don't think.
Oh, well, here's the highlights package. I get to see it now. And
talk us through it.
Well, nip backers are the order of the day, and just, as you say, grazing the top of the stumps. So,
this was my favourite. I mean, it seems to defy geometry, really. I mean, look at Williamson is blocking sight of all his stumps. There's not an obvious gap between bat and body, and somehow it gets through.
Latham looked like he wanted to take his stumps out.
Well, I think he decided to play the shot late, and it just beat his defensive down push.
Well, it was a leave, and then it wasn't. And I don't know if this is just my memory playing tricks, but I think Latham's been out leaving like that before. That's probably why he's particularly angry.
I think he has, and then that one pushed across Henry Nicholls by Ollie Robinson and being taken by Folkes. I thought, you know what? Have a nap. Have a nap for 2 hours. What's the worst that can happen? You know, Robinson's at the crease with Leach. They're playing pretty slowly. They'll just kind of carry on for a little bit.
Yeah,
and then,
well, Ollie Robinson,
maybe you miss a wicket.
Well, what happened was Ollie Robinson came after Dindins and had a quick flog, got out. He was moving a bit more freely than he was before the interval, and then Anderson and Leach just nurled it around for about 10-15 runs until Anderson tried to do something he was not capable of.
And now he's doing something he very much is capable of. Well, not right now because he's been pulled out the attack, but
yeah, it's Robinson facing up to Blundell. But this is the partnership that troubled England so much last summer, Mitchell and Blundell, and they need to break it as that's left alone by Blundell. Big stride, extravagant leave outside the off stump.
Yeah, England team players and supporters will know not to get excited whatsoever.
No, these pair
until this pair has been split up.
They're perfectly capable of putting on 200. That's only if Mitchell doesn't play a stupid leave shot like he did in the first innings.
Yeah, he's got off the pair at least.
And Blundell, of course, had the fabulous century in the first innings, so the game is not gone yet for New Zealand, but at 27 for 4, chasing 394, it's in the balance. Oh, that's cut Blundell in half. It's nipped back from Robinson and past the inside edge with a wafty stroke from Nichols. Blundell.
Yeah, bounced over the stumps and then immediately started dropping for folks to have to handle around his ankles.
I think that's
which he does by falling over.
That's the difference between Robinson and Broad, who are both tall men, is that where Broad is doing that ball, it's just clipping the stumps. Where Robinson's doing that ball, it's going 6 inches over the stumps.
And he comes again. And again, that's defended. It's nipping back, but defended by Blundell, and he's worked that out into the offside. He didn't look entirely comfortable, though.
A good point about that subtle difference in length. It can so often be the difference between an LBW bowled or simply flying over the top of the stumps. To state the obvious, but it's about getting your length, your own personal length right as a bowler, and Stuart Broad's done that magnificently well.
As we see the stats from Mitchell and Blundell last summer, as that's just played into the offside and gathered by Gully. Yeah, so in England last year they made 724 runs in 6 innings together at an average of 120.66. The best partnership was 236, and they scored 400s between them.
I think 724 in 6 innings is more than the entire South African batting lineup has managed in its last 3 test matches.
And it's quite possible, as in comes Robinson again. Blundell facing up 0 from 7, and he's got that into the offside. There's a quick run, and Ollie Pope was coming round, but couldn't gather it cleanly in one hand, and the run ended up being safe in the end.
Bats flying everywhere.
Yeah, it was a quickly scampered run, and wouldn't necessarily have been. Oh, pardon me.
You're not scampering quickly anywhere anytime soon, are you?
I'm sluggish and slow. It wouldn't have necessarily been in danger, but it would have been a bit tighter had Ollie Pope been able to gather and throw at the stumps, as Mitchell takes his guard for the last ball of the over.
One does make one's job a little bit. One makes the pitch a little bit longer by throwing one's bat away, and not allowing oneself to slide oneself in.
I think he threw it away after he'd made his ground, actually.
But then the question, why would you do that?
Just because he stubbed it into the end and it jarred, so he dropped it.
Now here comes Robinson. Oh, and Mitchell does leave it. A ball coming back in, just like in the first innings, but bouncing safely over the top of the stumps.
And that familiar little understated shuffle that we saw back in England.
And that is he's coming a long way down out of his crease, trying to nullify his method of dismissal from the first innings, because even if he gets wrapped on the pad there, he's too far down for the LBW.
He comes down, but he is still when the ball is released, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike some batsmen who meet it on the move.
No, yeah, he's not trotting down like Crawley was the other day. He's just taking a trigger step down. or Pope or some of the others, you know.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily a bad approach, but he's just taking a trigger movement down the wicket.
It's not that aggressive, I'm coming at you kind of trot. I think he does it for his own technical reasons.
And just to try and get LBW out of the game. As Broad's in, and that keeps a bit lower and defended by Blundell. I think it's just a case of, rather than starting in his crease and trotting down, what Mitchell is doing is basically doing his normal trigger movement, just starting a couple of yards outside his crease.
Yep. That'll be it. And hopefully getting a little further out of the LBW danger zone.
Well, we're seeing his dismissal from the first innings, where he left it alone and we've just wrapped on the power play, no shot. In comes Broad, and he's bowled him! Broad's done it again! He bowled Blundell for 1! 4 wickets for Broad, all bowled. New Zealand 28 for 5, and in complete disarray.
But Blundell holds the pose for about a minute after his stumps are shattered. And again, you ask yourself, where was the gap actually? Great bowling. You can see it now on the replay.
Oh, that is so good.
I couldn't hear the jingle and I interrupted it, I'm sorry. As is customary at this sort of point in a test match, there were a few questions flying around after probably being the bottom of the pile of the bowlers in the first innings, or at least of the pace bowlers. There were some questions flying around about, with the emergence of Robinson, does Broad necessarily make the team? Is he the first choice? Should he and Anderson be broken up? Well, he's come out, he's taken 4 for 15, all bowled in 6 overs, decimated the New Zealand top order.
Primarily because he heard people saying things like that, I would imagine.
Yeah, you would think. He's probably written his name all over that Ashes team sheet.
Oh, undoubtedly. The Kiwis have broken that partnership. Blundell and Mitchell have been separated.
Just like the bail was separated from the middle stump of Tom Blundell. Actually, both the bails, the middle stump was rocked back in the ground as Broad and Robinson shared a tender embrace in celebration.
And you can tell the amount of control he's got on at the moment, because he's hit the top 2-3 inches of the stump every time he's taken a wicket.
It's been magnificent, really has been a masterclass.
As Broad's geeing up the crowd, getting them to go louder and louder. He
wants another 8 for, doesn't he? He wants another 8 for 15.
He's on one of his rolls. We always talk about them. We're going to use the cliches. The knees are pumping, the eyes are going, the facial expressions are on. He's on a roll, is Stuart Broad, and he's dangerous when he gets like this. As Bracewell defends into the leg side for no run. Broad round the wicket to left-hander, where he's had so much success in recent years as well. This could be interesting.
I should jingle him up then. So here's his jingle, because he might not be here for very long.
Even if Michael Bracewell sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just one of 5.
Well, he's defended that into the offside nicely, and will get no run. Just a cautious start from Bracewell. But, I mean, honestly, guys, 28 for 5, chasing 394, with now, you're on your all-rounder and number 7. Is it in the bag for England, barring miracles?
I was waiting for you to come up with some extremely optimistic outlook for New Zealand. Not happening. I can't come up
what
with
do we
one.
think?
I think New Zealand already own the lowest ever test total, don't they? They got 21 or something back in the day.
That's even more pessimistic than I was going for. I just thought they'd lose. That's left alone by Bracewell. What do you think, Jason? Any way back for New Zealand?
Well, I thought Bracewell had the reputation of being a batsman who bowled a bit of off-spin, so he's more a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder. But I still think, asking these last 5 wickets to score 370 is a hell of an ask, and I think maybe one game in 200 you probably get it from this position.
So it comes Broad, and that's defended by Bracewell. There are 5 slips in, and not that Broad's been needing them recently. But
8 for 15 is still on.
End of the over, 28 for 5, and well, all I can say is I'm now looking forward to getting a lot more sleep than I expected to tomorrow night.
That is the upside of this. If you're in neutral.
Leah says the Kiwis are pretty shit. I hope this lulls England into a false sense of security for the Ashes. And Hombre Nuevo says, New Zealand need to find out who left the gate open. Well, I think everybody did.
And in even better news, Virat Kohli's been taken LBW to Matt Kuhneman for 44.
Oh, so the other spinner is starting to find his feet in Test cricket.
Everything's going well.
So that's Kuhneman's first Test pole, is it? Not a bad one to
Second
start.
Test pole, I think.
Second, aha.
Ollie Robinson carrying on his spell. He's bowling to Daryl Mitchell, who again is getting down the wicket a little bit and just defends that into the offside. There's a single, and it wasn't tight in the end. The throw came in as Bracewell made his ground.
I think Mitchell has worked out the plan on this wicket. Watch it from the other end. Get a single and watch it from the other end.
Get the red ink in the book.
No.
6 not out. 37 all out.
No, as long as he keeps getting singles, that's fine. He just has to rely on his partner to keep you staying there as well.
Robinson will remain over the wicket to the left-hander, trying to push it across him. As in he comes. And that's defended nicely by Bracewell. Robinson has come round the wicket a bit before to left-handers, but has struggled with running on the pitch, and so now tends to stay over the wicket and use his what is such an effective nip backer to the right-hander as nipping away from the left.
Yeah, you've got to make it look like it's drivable, though. That's the thing. And I think he's just bowling that length that's just a little bit too short for it to be consistently a worry.
As here he comes. That's Fuller and more on the pads and defended into the leg side by Bracewell. No run. Mid-wicket collects.
He's looking fit enough, isn't he, Robinson?
Yeah, I did say that he's probably spent most of the dinner break at on the treatment table, getting his whatever was wrong with his knee and his calf worked on.
And his hand seems not to be giving him trouble. So, all good news in the England camp by the looks of it.
He does seem alright. He doesn't seem to be down on pace particularly or struggling with his run-ups, so I don't imagine it was anything too significant. As he is now round the wicket to Bracewell, who defended to the offside. There's a fairly decent... Oh, no.
This could go for 4 because
no,
there's
it's
not many
underpowered.
fielders out there.
It's underpowered. It's not going to make that. Oh, it does.
It was a pretty wide, poor throw. Stuart Bill's not happy about that. It's a pretty poor throw from whoever the fieldsman was back at the stumps at the non-strikers end.
So was that 5 or was that 6?
Well, I think it was 5. Yes.
It's Jack Leach.
It's beaten the diving effort abroad.
Because you have to complete both runs and be crossed for the next one for it to count, I think, when it goes over the boundary sponge.
In the background of that shot, there was a man trying to take his trousers off in the crowd. I happened to notice. But we didn't see the end of it, which I think is good news for all of us.
I think they've given it as 5. Have the umpires? Yeah, it's 34 for 5 now, and it was 29 for 5, wasn't it? So, I'm going to assume that was 5, if my maths is correct. Bracewell's on 5 now, so that's an even simpler way to check. That's a wafty drive, an outside edgy from Mitchell. It was just on that slightly fuller length you were talking about, Jason, and Mitchell got it off the outside half of the bat, and it's stopped by the diving Ben Duckett at Gully, but bounced short of him.
Yeah, 2 batters together here who between them mustered 7 in the first innings, so if any batsmen owe New Zealand some runs, it's this pair.
As Mitchell checks out the back of his bat and Robinson's in, and that's straighter, played to the leg side. It will beat a short mid-wicket and go to a short mid-on. They'll get through for a single. End of the over, 35 for 5. with both batsmen on 5. And now Stuart Broad's back on.
Leah says, "Stop triggering me by saying the most cursed of numbers." Which number is that, Leah? I'm not sure which of the many numbers that we quoted recently you are referring to.
If it's 5, I'm sorry, because we are 15 overs in at 35 for 5 with both batsmen on 5.
And looking on YouTube, as Sebastian Graham says, as an England fan, I'm very pleased with the performance of our lads. We'd love the black caps to make more competitive, but we should enjoy the good times while they last.
Now here's Broad again, headband on. He's truly earning his Nighthawk name in more ways than one, because he's now the Nighthawk with the ball as well, swooping in the dark to take your wicket away. As he's in to Mitchell, and that's kept low actually. That's beaten the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell, and Folks has had to dive down there, and even then it stopped well short of him.
We decided while you were sleeping that if Broad is the Nighthawk, then Jack Leach would be the Night Owl.
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's games you can play and rabbit holes you can go down with this. And there will be time for all of that.
Who's the Night Rabbit?
Any number 11, right?
Jimmy Anderson. There you go. As that's all off the outside edge, but down. It was a defensive shot from Mitchell, and it's gone straight down onto the floor.
I was thinking if Chris Gale were a bowler and a lower order batsman that was expected to perform night watchman duties, then under this new terminology, he could be the Nightingale.
Oh.
But he's off playing T20, so he can't be. Plus, he can actually bat a bit.
Well, we've got allegedly 40 more minutes of play time possible, and 14.5 overs to do.
That's tucked into the leg side by Mitchell for no run.
Could there be an extra half hour on top of that 40 minutes under current rules if New Zealand were...
No, that's including the extra half hour.
But isn't there an extra half hour if the game could be completed or not?
In theory, I think it's possible. I'm not sure.
We will see, maybe.
We need, 3 more wickets to get into that scenario in any case.
It's not like bad light could stop the game, as usually happens when that sort of thing tries to be done. That squares Mitchell up a little bit, and it's he's tried to play it into the leg side, and he's got more of a sort of leading edge along the floor into the offside, but Broad is still troubling Mitchell, even if he's not managed to find a way through that defence yet.
Yeah, but his 8 for 15, a repetition thereof, is still on. He's bowled a number of dot balls in a row now.
Nathan Lyon in Delhi has 5 wickets as KS Bharat is out. Messages reports. 139 for 7 India for those who were interested. And that's defended that out well in front of pad by Mitchell. No run.
Yeah, it just goes to show, as England showed before, that going down in the first test in India and everything looking hopeless doesn't mean the series is over.
They really are missing Rishabh Pant in that side. I mean, it was very sad to what happened to him. And we wish him well too in his recuperation. But Bharat really has come in and not really done the business with the bat at all.
Not so far.
Here comes Broad. Oh, that's a full toss, an ugly one. And Mitchell misses out on it because he's flicked it directly to the man at wide mid-on. Along the ground, of course, but no run given. End of the over, 35 for 5 still.
Yeah, a maiden for Broad.
Yep, Oxymoronica says, McCullum must feel a tad guilty for orchestrating the trouncing of his home country, and I imagine an unpopular figure in the local press, but it's only a game after all. Hawkser says, just got back home. Did you guys hear that Warner's out with concussion? Yes. Renshaw is the concussion replacement. Could this be Warner's end, maybe? Question mark. No, I think he'll be chomping at the bit to play against England in the Ashes.
What, and facing Stuart Broad in this form?
Yeah. Mike tells us that India are falling like dominoes. 139 for 7 now.
As Robinson's round the wicket to Bracewell. In he comes. Oh, and that's beaten the outside edge and struck him on the hip, I believe. But no run.
Ben Stokes scratching at his arm, looking around, momentarily bereft of anything to say. Just looks like he's waiting.
Well, I think he's working out.
Satisfied.
No, does he bring Anderson back, or does he bowl himself?
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. Broad 8 on. He's bowled 8 now, and that last delivery was a full toss, a tired one.
And that's flicked into the leg side by Bracewell. It's not too straight from Robinson, but it's gone straight to Broad, and no run will be had.
But will you get the ball out of Broad's hand? Is the question.
I think Broad bowls as long as he wants to in this kind of situation. He has bowled long spells before. Did he bowl a spell of 13 overs at one point in a match last summer or the summer before?
I believe something like that.
Yeah, when he's in this kind of mood, I think Stokes knows well enough to leave alone.
And here's Robinson again. He's back over the wicket to Bracewell. Gets that
Shot.
straight, and that's driven nicely. It's actually, as Jason said, it's a very nice shot from Michael Bracewell. It's a straight drive through the mid-on region and to the long-on boundary for one of these.
Super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
Yeah, very nicely played there from Bracewell. Robinson not quite sure what to do to Bracewell. He's changing his angle over, round. He's coming wide and narrow on the crease.
There's a new tactic.
to fake the delivery and run up and then pull out. No, it was Bracewell who pulled out as someone was in his eye line.
I think
everybody's at it now, copying Ashwin.
I think the tactic for Robinson is to stop bowling and let somebody else do it. Possibly.
Well, that's one idea, I suppose. Although he's still bowled decently well. Just obviously with Broad at the other end, it's hard to keep up as that's flicked into the leg side again towards that mid-on region.
That's the trouble. You'll look ordinary when you've got a man on fire at the other end. Anderson bowled well earlier, didn't he? But no reward. He might be keen for another pop any time now.
He only had 3 overs, didn't he?
Yeah, I was surprised to see him come off so early.
So, he was bowling tight. But no, Robinson's come on and he's now into the 6th over of this spell. That's defended by Bracewell. He's come back round the wicket, and Bracewell defends out into the offside, no run.
And I would expect the ball to kind of stop doing much by this stage. We're into 17th over the innings now. It hasn't usually done much past this point so far.
As Robinson, one more ball in this over. Round the wicket he comes, and that's defended by Bracewell. I think we'll have one more over and then a change, and it's not really a change, it's a reshuffle between us.
Yep, you two stop swapping jobs basically.
You have one more, Jacob.
So we're all swapping jobs.
Yeah, let's have a run through the socials if anyone's with us.
Let's just say, Mayank says, for New Zealand to save this test, they need to just defend these last 15 overs. Then tomorrow on day 5 would have to be a blockathon, not seen since South Africa's 143 all out from 143.1 overs against India at Delhi in 2015. I also remember the Australia on tour in Sri Lanka blockathon as well, where I think one batsman had a sum total of 0 for a whole session.
That was around the same time as well, wasn't it?
It was.
I think 2015-ish. Yeah. I remember cricket events by what TV I vaguely recall seeing them on, and which office canteen that might have been in. And it was the 2015 television where I remember sneaking up to watch those bits and pieces, and being quite happy I wasn't missing much in those games.
You can't say that about England's approach these days.
Actually, no.
No.
It would have been 2017 for that Sri Lanka. 2016, 17.
Yeah,
that was a chance. I think not quite a chance. It was it was almost a chance as Anderson's in there at leg slip and Broad's got that straighter, a little shorter, clip round the corner by Daryl Mitchell. Did it just come off his hip or off the bat? It's gone short of Anderson, just one bouncing into his hand.
The pace it came off, I suggest it was just hip only.
It looked initially like it could have been a close shave with that leg slip in place, and Mitchell.
No, it's not. It's not a close shave. It's just the wrong trousers. He's wearing the wrong trousers.
As in is Broad. Oh, and that beats the outside edge of Mitchell, who pulls his bat back inside the line after jabbing it out a little bit.
Don't start doing that.
It's
that's the Steve
tricky
Smith back in Marnus Labuschagne window wipers defence.
Rail. Because it's completely pointless, because it occurs 3 seconds after the ball has passed the bat.
They're trying to program in some muscle memory for next time. Let's be charitable.
As Mitchell retakes his guard, he's getting as fidgety as Smith at this point. He's seems a bit nervous, a little bit unsettled, and who wouldn't be?
I wonder whether he's one of these guys that likes the feeling of bat on ball and that's ticking over, and it's not really ticking over for him.
Yeah, I can't see very far back on the old technology here, but Broad's bowled at least 14 dot balls, I think, stretching back to his last wicket. So there's a sense something's about to happen.
In comes Broad. Oh, and that's I think that's hit him just on the pad, or it has come off the inside edge and down towards the slip, but not out in the end. The signal has also come in from Broad for folks to strap on the helmet and come up to the stumps.
Yeah, I love this
Mitchell
tactic.
From standing outside his ground. Yeah, it's a very good idea, as Mitchell was trying to eliminate that LBW threat and bold threat by standing well outside his ground, and Broad, Folks is good enough to catch these off Broad. And it just pins Mitchell back, and already he's got that into the leg side and looked for a risky run, but has been sent back by Bracewell. He doesn't seem comfortable.
A very good illustration of why you want to pick your best keeper, as you say. Not everyone would be putting their hand up for that, standing up to Stuart Broad. I know he's not in his absolute pomp of pace, but still.
He's still bowling in excess of 80 miles an hour. And you see wicket keepers do this when, a dibbly-dobbly medium pacer comes in bowling 60. But not necessarily at sort of 80. As that's all inside edgy, I think. Inside edge, probably past pad, and then out towards backward square leg, who recovers it for no run. There was momentary interest from England, but nothing doing. But already Mitchell looking a lot less comfortable.
Oh, that was very close to being a stone cold OW shout. He just got the bat on it in time.
As Broad in again, looking for his fifth in this spell. But that's tickled round the corner by Mitchell, and again that backward square leg comes round, collects, no run, 39 for 5, end of the 18th, and we'll have a shuffle.
Switcheroo. Have we got some social?
We do. Mog says it's a handy first wicket for Kuhneman. I don't know whether it was Virat or Jadeja that was. And looking on YouTube, Josh Cooper says, reckon we might nick this one. And Brian in Brisbane says, Do we know how many gorillas are in Gorilla Towers today? Yes, we do. There's me. I'm it now. The bear was in earlier, and everyone else has been remoting.
Thank heavens. I mean, you do need one person to be there, right?
Yep.
For this to work. Well,
With
thank
that-
you from all us lazy home office sods in other countries. 39 for 5. Broad's just put down another maiden. It's 3 in a row now. We've got Mitchell uncomfortable. Looking forward to his next over already, but for now it's going to be Robinson again. To Bracewell, who defends, just drops down, and short leg does the fielding. There's an inside edge, actually, from the inside of the bat to the amidships area of the batsman, but no harm done.
The amidships area, that's a new one. I've heard hit amidships, but the amidships region.
Grammatical gymnastics. It's what happens when you start sentences and you don't know how to finish them, as that one is. Defended away into the leg side and ends up somewhere in the mid-on region, and there's no run.
Bracewell's looking comfortable, but not secure, I think is the right word. No, as long as he's in his comfort zone of playing defensively, it seems to be alright. As soon as he tries to push it round and run singles, it's all taking a risk at this point.
He's focused on the bowler again, and they've managed to steal a single. That was a tight one, but I think they're fine. Is that a little limp from Mitchell as he completed that run?
I did wonder that.
It was dropped down to the cover region, and
Leach on his
Bracewell
way,
just ran.
It's Leach. He's well in, but
it was an okay call in the end. I think direct hit was still okay, but when you're chasing 394, yeah, why not? You're 5 down. I don't know. There seems to be a hold up, so maybe he did tweak something there, Mitchell, and trying to go for that. For the first run, he had to run for quite a while.
Well, the first thing we were shown was Robinson and Broad getting a bowler's conflab together to talk about what we're going to do with this ball. Are you wobbling the seam, or are you splitting your fingers to try and get something out of it? And then we didn't see that they'd already called for the physio.
Yeah.
Mitchell asked for it. Maybe
What I want to know is, what do they put in magic spray? It must be magic.
Herbs and spices of the Orient. It sounds better when you put Orient afterwards.
It usually does.
You were telling us about your emails to cricket clubs for which you might play, Jacob. Did you say Finsbury?
Finchley. Yeah, I've tried to join up a couple of times and they've just completely ignored me. So
I'm ignorant, a bit patchy with my UK geography. Is that in Greater London somewhere?
Yeah, it's in North London.
It's got a tube stop, hasn't it?
Yes, it does.
This looks like crap.
Yes, it does. A hamstring cramp.
So it's just take some electrolytes and wait for 15 minutes and hopefully it'll be better.
Wait for 15 minutes and hope stumps are called.
Well, this is the Stuart Broad strategy of conveniently getting... not that this is anywhere near as convenient as Broad.
No, this is one way to extend Broad some spell, I think.
Yeah.
He gets recuperation time.
Indeed. It's pretty lively on the grass banks there at Manganui, isn't it? A lot less clothes being worn than earlier, I think, by the looks of it. But I think that's in inverse proportion to the amount of beer that's been drunk.
Yeah, I was just going to say they're probably well oiled by this stage.
Yeah, the big crowd there on the bank jumping about and having some fun.
Do you know, I'm going to say something controversial, but I think that might have been a predominantly English crowd that looking so drunk there in a foreign country. Could it be?
It
that never happened before, has it?
Never. Finchley. So is that North or South London?
North London.
West London.
Yes, but they're very bad at reading their emails. So
You've been unlucky because most cricket clubs. I email cricket clubs out of the blue all the time. Because I can always get one game for any cricket club if I keep moving.
Yeah.
Before they realise just what a mistake it is to let me take the field. So that's been my strategy for a while, accidentally. But usually I get a reply.
Well, no, I haven't. So I tried to email another one, and they were more receptive and very good at replying to their emails. But unfortunately, the one email they weren't very good at replying to was when they sent an email through saying, you should have received a schedule for winter nets already. And I replied saying, well, I haven't. Could you send it to me? And they don't appear to have seen that one.
Annoying. Here's Robinson. We're back playing again, and folks is standing up to Robinson as well now. That one squirts out into the onside, and there's a single for Mitchell. So he's proven he can still trot down the other end of the wicket.
As he's having a little chat with Broad. Probably just saying, yes, it is a good way to waste some time, isn't it?
I think Broady got the last word in there, just looking at half of the conversation on camera. Bracewell facing up now to Robinson. And he actually goes for a shot here. It's cross-batted pull that goes, as so many have, in front of square on the onside. I think that hit the top of the own before Stuart Broad got hold of it, didn't it?
It did.
Going to be called a 4.
He's taken a massive divot out of the ground.
Well, practicing for all the golf he's going to be playing on day 4 and 5. Yep. Well, why not have a hit at this point? It's the only way you're going to have any chance of turning pressure onto the bowling team. And if you can do that for another 250 runs, we might be talking about a tight finish. So Bracewell has shown some intent. Let's see what he makes of the last ball of the over. It's another pull shot. This one goes squarer. I think there's a man out there. There is. So it'll just be the one. And that's the end of the over. 46 for 5 are the Kiwis.
And we have some tweeters with us. Tim Wall says, loving the irreverent antidote to BBC TMS commentary from Mount Manganui, especially the wrong trousers. Only one question keeps bugging me. Why did you misspell gorilla in gorilla cricket? Is it part of the we refuse to follow the rules general rebellion? Well, I think it's the guerrilla, as in insurgent commentary.
Amongst other things, but another reason, I'm sorry I don't have a clue on that one, really. You'd have to ask someone like the Bear. I wasn't involved when they actually set up guerrilla cricket.
Does gorilla actually have 2 R's and we think it has 1, or the other way around?
Gorilla, the insurgent, has 2 R's and 2 L's. R1 only has 1 R and 2 L's.
Maybe it's the R's.
I'm just
guessing because it's derived from Spanish or something.
Oh, I see what Tim means, actually. It is the single R which we use as opposed to the 2 R's in the proper usage of the word. Oh well. Dave Wood says Magic Spray contains ketamine.
It makes sense for horses, well like Mark Wood.
Ketamine.
Katie says, it might be because I've only caught patches of this test, but despite the similarity of the first innings scores, it's never felt very close. Which I'd agree with, probably. And Andy and Brummers replied to that saying, New Zealand have been hanging on ever since they lost the 3 wickets on the first night.
Broady has got a 10th over on the trot here, but he doesn't have Mitchell on strike this time. He's got Bracewell on strike, who drives at a full 1. I think they're going to get at least 2 runs here, as it is pulled up short of the boundary, but I think that was an easy 3. So that does bring Mitchell on strike. Just the last couple of balls, end of the previous over, start of this one, Broad's lost that immaculate length. So we'll find out soon enough if 10 is 1 too many. We'll see if folks is going to come up behind the batsman now.
That's what they'll put on Stuart Broad's epitaph. Here lies Stuart Broad, immaculate length.
Tried to live 1 year too many. I mean, you could put that on any gravestone, I suppose.
Didn't know when to take the spell.
Okay, Folks is standing up. Mitchell is taking strike. Broad is running in. And Mitchell has finally broken the deadlock. He's managed to get some bat on that. It's popped up towards the mid-wicket region, and he's got an easy single.
Yeah.
50 is up for New Zealand.
4 off is over already. Get him off, Broad. He's starting to leak runs.
He's all over the place. It's a disaster.
All we were asking for was 4 maidens in a row.
With a wicket.
2 runs off the first 2 balls of this. What do you know? Bracewell's on 18 of 19 now. Let's see what he can do. Oh, I think he's ready now. He'll have bring in the proverbial step, with New Zealand having clocked up their 50 now. And the runs continue to flow. It's another single, just tucked off the hip. Yeah, this is very much kind of middle overs cricket we're looking at this over.
It's amazing what Magic Spray does to everyone.
That's the ketamine for you.
Isn't ketamine the stuff that insects' outer skeletons are made of?
That's chitin.
Chitin.
C-H-I-T-I-N.
Ketamine is horse tranquilizer, Richard.
It is.
That makes more sense.
Also used by teens in Loughborough. And
used
other
recreational.
slightly rubbish places.
Here's Brody again, looking for a dot ball now. He can't buy one suddenly.
Ooh,
that one is that one pops up towards a short leg, and there's nearly an attempt at running him out as he falls over, but no harm done. He gets back into his ground. Would have been safe, but Mitchell's being reminded that he can be expected to live with the occasional dot ball. Now having some work done on the bat. How long have we got to go?
This is time wasting.
15 minutes,
sorry.
Right?
I think we've got 15 minutes, but we only really know when the umpires start walking off.
Worth bringing.
We're into the extra half hour, aren't we?
Couple of overs.
There's Brody again. 3 slips go down, and this one is defended. No run.
I mean, England would have bitten your hand off for 51 for 5 at the end of the day, but if they're being really hard on themselves, they'd probably just love to prize out one more, particularly Daryl Mitchell tonight, and go into tomorrow ready to just completely blast through the tail.
Yeah, because that would leave one end open.
Here's Broad.
Earn themselves an early din-dins. Broad to complete is over, and it's just actually nips in towards Mitchell, who works with that angle towards the onside for another single. So quite a productive over for New Zealand there, compared to the ones that had gone before off Broad, who's now his figures have ballooned to 4 for 21 off 10. New Zealand 52 for 5.
He's been in receipt of the high fives there, so I think that might be his spell. So we could see Anderson back, or maybe a bit of Leach or Stokes.
Yeah, I fancy a bit of Jimmy. I think a Jimmy wicket to end the day would be nice for all neutral cricket fans, of which I am one. I'm with 2 Englishmen. Is that correct?
Yes, I am one.
Jacob,
I believe. Well, I think we're 2 West Country Englishmen as well.
Formerly of the West Country. I went to university there, but originally from London. Matthew Cullen says, when referring to members of guerrilla cricket, is it gorillas or gorillas? Have always wondered. Also, long live Lord Nighthawk.
Either is acceptable.
Robinson is continuing. He's ventured on a little too far down the leg side with that ball, and it's flicked away off the hip by Mitchell for 4 runs.
Nico
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nico says, listening in the mountains in rural Japan, just had an outdoor hot spring near a waterfall, then cracked open a tea time beer, Brody on fire, all good.
Well, I mean, what would be perfect would be if they had a big screen at the outdoor hot spring with the cricket on it. We must always strive for more.
Affection must be earned.
once more. Mitchell defends, seems to find the outer half of the bat, but falls harmlessly enough towards point, and there's no run.
I heard something very interesting about rural Japan recently, and apparently they have loads and loads and loads of empty houses, empty apartments that you can buy for almost nothing. And I think there's about 8 million of them. But because of the tax situation in Japan, people are put off from buying them and renovating them.
Interesting times we live in. I mean, you have that in Europe quite a lot as well, in some rural areas. You hear about similar things in Italy. Then you think of having to deal with painters and electricians in Italian, and you think, no thanks. This one is going to be a dot ball again, but not without its share of drama. It struck Robinson, I think, on thigh pad, thereabouts, possibly grazing a bit of bat handle on the way.
Oh no, he chipped it onto his pad, and that's why Ben Folkes was making such an effort to get down in front of him and try and catch the ball.
But he couldn't get there, so it'll go down as a dot.
Not only do you have to deal with the builders and electricians in Italian, but you also have to deal with Italian builders and electricians.
Here's Robinson once more, and Mitchell hangs his bat out to one.
Wow, that was a slick piece of keeping.
On the offside.
That was lightning hands from Ben Folkes. He's just taken that up by his right shoulder and whipped the bails off. Bang, gone. But not gone.
Not gone because he was still in his crease, but Mitchell is finding life a little tougher with the keeper standing up all the time.
It's fabulous keeping.
And I'd imagine folks will stand up to Jimmy as well if Jimmy's going to come on at the other end next. If he can handle these two. Robinson once more. This one is defended, but he's going to get a run anyway because it squirts out into the vacant point region for 1.
Now, at 19 from 20 delivery, is Michael Bracewell playing the role of New Zealand's own Nighthawk?
No, because he's batting in his normal position of 7.
Ah, well, fair enough then. That completely puts pay to my feeling.
And you have to bat like a madman if you're the Nighthawk. And he's actually been quite sensible, Bracewell. 1 ball left in this over. Ollie Robinson coming around the wicket, and Bracewell pulls it.
Super piece of wielding.
Picks out the man. Who was that?
I think that was Ben Duckett, wasn't it?
Oh, Ben Duckett. So. Ben Duckett, I forgot he was in this game.
Good diving effort from him on the boundary to stop 4 runs. Yes, it was. Very nice stop.
Yeah, basically hasn't done anything since, what was it, day 2, because he was already out when this day started, and that's the first time I've seen of him.
It's Jack Leach. But before you jingle him up, Jason, you'll be delighted to know that Tony Bishop has informed us on Twitter.
I've seen the tweet. I'm listening.
Generous coffee delivery is on its way from Brian001 to you.
How many people does he think you're in the Gorilla Towers today? Because if I have 4 cups of coffee, I'm going to be buzzing.
And Mayank says the over rate has been shit again today. 13 overs were remaining at the start of the extra half hour.
Yeah.
Anyway, whilst that's all happening, here's Jack Leach.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
As his fellow spinner Bracewell works him away into the onside, and it goes quite deep into the outfield. They get back for 2. Leach, of course, looking for a bit of revenge on Bracewell. If you recall, at the end of the England innings, it was Bracewell who dismissed Leach, or perhaps Leach who dismissed himself by running down the wicket, missing it and getting himself stumped. Anyway, he's going to have another go at his opposite number now. Crazy game this, just 1 spinner on each side. Nothing like in Delhi, the wide and wonderful world of cricket with all its variety. His Leach again, second ball of the over to the left-handed Bracewell, who stays back and defends. Leach gets through his overs a tiny bit slower than Bracewell does. He does quite a bit of twirling at the top of his run-up. Gives you a little more time to talk. And that one is worked around the corner, almost a catch for leg slip, possibly, if there was any bat on it, but it's now in the vast acres of space behind the leg slip, and Broad does the chasing. And that's going to be another 2 with signalled as runs, yep.
That man Crawley again. Well, he signals runs.
Yep.
Yeah, strongly off. I mean, it's hard to fault Crawley for that. I mean, that's a 1 in 100 catch, the way that's going.
The replay left a little to be desired on my side. But, take your word for it. Here's Leach again. And this one is just defended. There'll be no run.
Jason has departed as his coffee has arrived. Now we have the replay. Oh, I mean, it's gone past the outstretched hand of Crawley. It was a catchable height.
Yeah, it would have landed on top of his boot, and his weight was going the other way. There's a carbon copy of the last ball, just pushed away into the leg side, and Bracewell says, "Bowl me another."
If it was that height, the other side of him, it would have been a worse drop, but because it's gone quickly to the inside of his left hand.
Exactly.
It's not too bad.
And Bracewell gets a bit more bat and a bit more force onto this one. There's a modicum of intent, and he's rewarded with a single out towards square leg. Yeah, it's really. I think if
got a fingertip to it,
but he'd started moving the other way, which is fair enough because of the angle the ball had been taking. But we haven't seen a lot of examples of remarkable slip fielding to spinners of late across all Test cricket. I'm thinking of Kohli dropping catches, of Smith dropping catches. It's like the glory days of Dravid and all the rest of them. There's Jai Wardener as well, superb in the slips.
Seems we're determined not to have more overs from Anderson because Joe Root is in to the attack.
Do we have a bowling jingle for Joe Root?
We do. It's this one.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Joe Root actually is in.
Bracewell has kept the strike for this one. He's got 2 slips, and it is blocked for defensive. If there is anything in the theory that play will end at the top of the half hour, if you know what I mean, then this could possibly be the last over of the day, depending how quickly he gets through it. We'll keep an eye on that one. Root is in now to Bracewell once again. Round arm fired in at him, and it's just defended away.
Well, he's running back to his crease. I think they probably want to get another over in. That's why he's...
Yeah.
But I think they're bowling him because he's bowling to the left-hander and taking the ball away rather than Leach bowling to the left-hander and taking the ball into him.
Absolutely worth a try. That one does go away just a touch, and it's played away with the spin towards the inner ring, so there's no run.
And Root jogging back, but Daryl Mitchell's walked down the wicket to have a quick chat with Michael Bracewell in a spectacular display of blatant time wasting.
Well, it must be a very important topic of conversation that it can't wait. Here's Root again, and Bracewell lets this one go, confident it's not going to slide
and
straight on or in an unexpected direction.
After every ball, Bracewell comes down, does some gardening, takes his time, and Alim Dar is upset about this. He's saying, "Come on, guys."
Yeah, and
Stop taking the mick.
If there's something that annoys me in sport, it is deliberate time wasting.
You know, when
and that's left alone again, and folks hurls it back down to the bowler. He's not wasting any time. He hurled it overarm, almost like he was serving a tennis ball without a racket. Root is already. And Bracewell's pulled out because I guess he spotted a nighthawk or something in his vision.
Or even a involuntary nighthawk. No, an imaginary one.
That's actually angled down leg side, but he's not choosing to go after it.
They're
It's
sprinting
blocked.
round, and I think the umpires may, in sheer retribution, just allow another over to take place.
And fair enough. I think we need more of that from referees and umpires. Alima's looking at his watch and saying, "Yeah, but
No.
they were wasting time." Oh, you've let them win.
That's pretty cynical. New Zealand are the nice guys of Test cricket, but that's fairly cynical at the end from those two.
Should be 20 penalty runs.
But given their position they're in, are you surprised? I'm not.
Well, to sum up where we're at, the position they're in is, I think, known as dire straits. 63 for 5, the current score from the New Zealanders. And they are still in need of 331. It's been a long night. 331 runs is what they need. They got plenty of time to do it. They've got 2 whole days. The problem is that the current pair at the wicket are probably the last real batsman who could even think about pulling it off. That's Daryl Mitchell on 13 off 33 balls and Michael Bracewell on 25 from 33. So that is the state of play after 3 days of New Zealand-England at Mount Manganui.
Now I give you GPL news, having just seen what the day's score was. The day's score was 358, and yet again, following yesterday, we are 1 out for one of our entries.
No.
Unlucky hombre nuevo, so close.
Oh, we've had it 2 days in a row.
We've had it 2 days in a row, so we'll roll over to the next day. Do we have
What
any?
happened to you eventually, hombre? Just keep betting, keep gambling.
And shout out, of course, for Stuart Broad. This'll go pretty close to the pantheon of his bowling performances, especially if he can get another one tomorrow at least, which I'm sure he can. 4 for 21 in his 10 overs. Ollie Robinson chipped in with 1 New Zealand wicket as well. All in all, another fine day's work for England and much to ponder for New Zealand.
Yep. Do we want to have a little summary before we leave? And I get to enjoy the very nice coffee that Brian001 has sent to the towers.
Well, I think I've run down the key figures then, so maybe over to Jacob for his impressions of the bits of play that he didn't sleep through.
The bits he's not going to tell messages immediately after the day's play.
I will just run through the final tweets as well. Hawks says Ari overrates. Australia bowled 26 overs before lunch, including 22 from the spinners. Why do we have overrates when nothing is done to enforce them? Mayank said Google shows that New Zealand has to bat a maximum of 210 overs, not including all the overs that they'll lose due to the terrible over rate. Looking at it like that, should be easy to get these remaining runs at less than 2 per over. And Messi Jez says, I feel for you, Hombre Nuevo. I know how it feels. I would then give you a rundown of today's play, but I also need to hop off, call Messi Jez to give him a rundown of today's play. But as a quick one, all hell broke loose when I went to sleep. Stuart Broad went on one, and he took his 4 wickets for, well, at that time he took 4 wickets for 15, bowling Conway, Williamson, Nichols, and the other one, Latham.
Yeah.
While Robinson got rid of Nichols, and the other one Broad bowled was
Broad got
Blundell.
Nichols. Oh, you're right. Sorry.
And Robinson got rid of Nichols with an outside edge. So yeah, it was chaos, but brilliant, beautiful chaos. Anyway,
and not for the first time today. It was chaos in the morning when England were batting and carting poor old Neil Wagner, who does have some credentials as a test bowler, but it was some of the worst planning and execution of a plan, if you can call it that. He does know how to bowl a cricket ball, but if something's not working, you could think about mixing it up after an hour of being hit for 6. It was quite staggering. Not a good reflection on Tim Southee's captaincy, what happened this morning in that first session. That's where England really took the game away from New Zealand.
Tim Southee went absent for quite a long time, particularly in the second session where he should have bowled himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he left lesser players to carry the can, basically.
Well,
So,
I'm going to
question
bid you
marks
good
there.
morning, so I can
Right.
go and chat messages.
Yeah.
Chat to messages.
Farewell. I'll see you anon.
Yep. Thank you to all the other people who are on today. Thanks to Al Hotch, Gary, Forthy, Richard, James Hillshouse, Hattie, Riley. I think that's it. Oh, and the bear. And of course, once the bear wakes up and does his magic, this will be on the site for you to download for the Discord members. So I'm just going to play the theme tune and hope you are joining us again tomorrow, where I won't be here, but someone will be doing this tune for you to hopefully see England wrap this game up. So thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of your day wherever you are.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.